I want. This is what I want. What I want. This is what I want. That thing, that thing, that thing that makes me cool like crazy. Makes me cool like crazy. Makes me cool like crazy. Let me break it down. It's a material world. Show me what you got. I hope you came prepared right there. If you give me the thing that I want, wanna get that thing, that makes me cool like crazy. That vibe inside, that's lit. No if, no buts, no maybes. It's what I want. This is what I want. This is what I want. What I want. This is what I want. That thing, that thing, that thing that makes me cool like crazy.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the AMD Sky Esports Championship 4.0 with our gaming partner Logitech as well as our official fantasy partner Fanclash. My name is Floki. Joining me for this one is going to be Lama. We have got the lower bracket best of 5 on our hands today between Neon Esports and Whoops. One of these teams will be proceeding to the grand finals. One of these teams will be going home. And being perfectly honest, I don't think this was the lower bracket finals that many of our viewers and even frankly, I think we were expecting to see. We were hoping, or rather, we were expecting that Neon would be the team to make it to the grand finals from the upper bracket. It would instead be hashtag Reaper, and they might have a bit of a rematch against Whoops. But that just did not happen. I mean, hashtag Reaper came in guns blazing during the upper bracket finals and just managed to take down Neon 3-2, where we predicted, or at least I predicted, that it would go the other way around, with maybe a hashtag Reaper taking one game and Neon winning it out 3-1. But yeah, it's been a very interesting turn of events so far, Llama. And now with Whoops going up against Neon Esports, I think Whoops have got quite a task on their hands.
Yeah, definitely. As you said, we all expected Neon Esports to win that Duke against hashtag Reaper, but in the end, hashtag Reaper were able to play their minds off and win it 3-2 against Neon Esports. So, Neon Esports definitely did not see themselves being in the lower bracket and the going into this final phase of the tournament and playing against
Yeah.
Whoops. I think they're pretty confident they can get this series on their side, whereas on the side of Whoops, they will have to play their best games coming ahead because again Neon Esports is a really solid team and Whoops are a good team as well, but they do have a challenge ahead of them in this best of 5 series in the lower bracket final. So let's see what happens in
Yeah.
the best of 5. Let's see who makes it to the grand finals and who is gonna go out of this tournament in this best of 5 series.
Yeah, I mean, if we're being perfectly honest over here, historically, as South Asia or at least India has been a region that has been very dominant when it comes to beating some of our neighbors. But when it comes to facing against some of these SEA teams,
Mhm.
there have been moments where that they've performed and that they've done well, but largely it has been that the SEA teams have won up against the Indian teams. And with
Yeah.
Whoops now instead having two players who are Southeast Asian, do you think that's going to flip the script maybe a little bit? Maybe Whoops are going to have more of a fighting chance now that there's a little bit more diversity in the team.
Yeah, definitely. Whoops are like as we know, we've seen them play before, and they have dominated throughout the Indian qualifiers. But then again, in the first game that we saw in the first series, where they played against an SCA team, they were not that lucky. They were pushed down to the lower bracket against them. So yeah, as we've seen, they've been dominating in the Indian games, but when it comes to this SCA teams that they face against, they still seem to face a problem. So going against Neon, they will have a challenge on their hands, but then again, you can't take away anything from Whoops. They have been a really good team. They have had some amazing games. So I think it's going to be a really interesting series. Obviously, Neon Esports on their side have Fortune Soul, Valky, Andrew, Fearless, and Hated.
Hmm.
All these heroes,
Yeah.
we have seen them play together multiple games in this series. I mean, in this tournament itself. And yeah, they a very solid team. and we've seen Fortune Soul come out as a really good carry as well. So yeah, we'll have to see how Whoops will
Yeah.
deal with them.
I mean, Whoops are definitely not a team to be trifled with. They are also quite strong in their own right. They did take one game off of Reaper hashtag, and sort of the drafting meta between the two teams became which team would essentially pick up the Medusa as the team with the Medusa. I think won a fair number of games in that series. I think it was in the third game though, where Reaper actually picked a very, very fast lineup where they had a Beastmaster and a Drow Ranger going up against that Medusa. So they were able to close that game out before that Medusa had a chance to come online. So we'll see if there is something that Whoops have picked up from that, perhaps something that Reaper hashtag like to do and would like to emulate.
Yeah.
Personally, what I've noticed about at least Indian teams or mixture of these SA and SEA teams is that they like their lines to be a lot more brawly in nature. They want to try and fight you early on and keep that momentum that you develop from that 10 to 20 minutes going up until the 30-35 minute mark when you have a tangible advantage, when your hard carry hits a couple of items such as the butterfly, the BKB, whatever else you need, and then with the aegis you're able to go and close out the game. So yeah, I think Whoops are going to continue to do a bit more of that, but maybe this time around they are gonna try something different against Neon if their backs are up against the wall. If they end up going down a game or two, maybe we could see them just transition completely towards a zoo lineup. I know for a fact that the players are capable of it, so yeah, let's see if that is what ends up happening.
Yeah, and I think if you look at how Whoops have played till now, they usually don't go for the zoo lineup. They go for more brawly style, as you said, and I think it's a good idea, especially against a team like Whoops. I mean, especially a team against like Neon. I think it's a good idea to go with this zoo lineup because again, we know how Neon usually draft. They draft around a carry who is more focused on the farming phase. He gets that farm down, he gets his items, and then he gets into team fights. Whereas Whoops, I think, should be focusing this time on mitigating that carry's farm potential as much as possible and trying to push towers and objectives at the same time. So I think if we go right into the draft phase that has already begun, we can have a look at what Whoops and Neon are thinking, and if they'll be looking to go for a similar style of play style that they have usually gone
10
for, or if they
seconds.
are willing to change up things and see if
Styles ban.
outcome in this game.
Hmm.
It is
Yeah, I
red
mean,
spam.
definitely, we'll see what both of these teams decide to do. I think Whoops are going to have a better idea of what Neon are capable of after having seen them play in that BO5. So there might be a slight edge where Whoops have more information on Neon, but Neon don't necessarily have the same amount of information on Whoops. Whoops have chosen
Yeah.
to ban
10
out the
seconds
Beastmaster,
remain.
a staple amongst both Neon Esports as well as
5
hashtag
seconds
Reaper. The hero
remain.
is being played around fairly
Please
often
turn to
with when it
ban.
comes to both of these teams. And Neon Esports are quick to ban out the Doom, a hero that has the capable of
Radiant must
brawling and
choose.
fighting, but also can function with very little space and scale really well into the late game as a core
Yeah.
because just the nature of how Devour works and the fact that he now has so much base armor that he basically doesn't really need to worry about any of his armor issues as they're practically solved with
10
just
seconds.
picking up a phase boots and making sure that Devour's on every single time. So he can
5
focus
Yeah.
more on
seconds.
getting items that help him with Doom cooldown or that
Players
help
must
him
choose.
fight or be
Ember
as aggressive
Spirit.
as he wants early on, like the BKB. No big surprises here as Neon Esports pick up the Ember Spirit for Valky, but
Yeah.
Whoops can pick up the Tusk immediately to counter that. We
Dire's
have
turn to
seen that
pick.
Tusk be a very strong hero
Radiant's
against the
turn to
Ember,
pick.
but instead they pick up the Lina.
Radiant
Another good answer for
win.
the Ember
Oh.
Spirit.
Mhm. Interesting lineup coming out from the side of Whoops. They go with the Lina and the Trian Protector. So yeah, I think it enables a lot. Like especially from having Trian Protector
10
on your side, you
seconds
are able to
remain.
have the potential to delay the pushes coming out from Neon Esports, where
5
they go in for the
seconds.
tower and you are able to secure it or maybe even save it with Trian Protector. So I think this draft seems to be looking good for Team Whoops. And
Radiant's
if
turn to
Lina
ban.
if you've
Yeah.
seen any lineups with where
Hmm.
Lina faces off against Ember, I think Lina does play really well into the Ember's abilities. But again, once Ember hits that level 6, Lina will have a slight problem where the Ember will be able to remnant onto the Lina, causing quite a bit of problems if she's not able to land that stun onto him properly. So, yeah, she'll definitely need assistance from her supports coming in. And I don't think Tree and Protector is going to
10
be a
seconds.
big assistance for her, especially
Hmm.
if he's rotating in to try
5
to save her.
seconds
It
remain.
might not be the best
Yeah.
option. So Whoops might be looking for another position 4, maybe who will be able to make these rotations, not
Heroes
only to
ready.
save the Lina, but to in turn maybe get a kill on the Ember as well. So again, still Tusk position 4 is a good option, although Tusk position 4 has not been played a lot in this tournament. I still think it's a
Hmm.
really good option. And when we look at Neon Esports, they're going for the standard Ember Mirana, Ember route into the Mirana arrow, has a lot of kill potential early game, a lot of rotations coming in from Mirana will obviously help Ember to secure kills in the mid lane. So I think Neon Esports are sticking to what they're good with, and Whoops, on the other
Yeah.
hand, are trying to draft a bit differently coming around this time to play against Neon Esports.
Certainly, I think Whoops' pickup in the Train Protector basically says that this is the hero that Parasite's going to be playing. Parasites is Parasite is definitely one of those players who's quite versatile when it comes to his hero pool. In the past, I've even seen him play things like the Chen if it was really, really strong. So there's no surprise that they have picked up the Train Protector for him. When it comes to helping the Lina, it might not be the most direct help where you can TP and turn a fight around, but if
Yeah.
you do max out the living armor on the Train Protector, it can be very strong against the Ember Spirit because a majority of the damage from that Ember early on is going to be through Sleight of
Mhm.
Fist. And because you
Yeah.
go for the Orb of Corrosion on Ember, the living armor from the tree, it actually nullifies that to an extent and even allows the Lina to just stand her ground and man fight the Ember Spirit unless there's a rotation coming in from other members of Neon Esports. Now, I do like the
Yeah.
idea that you could pick up another hero that could supplement that, another hero that could help turn that fight around, but it's gonna have to be a non-melee four, something like Rubik perhaps, who can,
Mhm.
maybe lift up the Ember Spirit, deal a little bit of damage. But there really aren't a lot of good ranged fours out there, unless you want to play
Yeah.
four Snapfire, which is a bit of a specialist hero, in my opinion.
Yeah, totally agree with that. And if you look at Team Neon again, we see Chuan, the coach, helping a lot with the drafting phase and taking a lot of pressure off of the entire team from Neon Esports. Again, big shout out to him. And if we come down back to the draft, I think Neon Esports are banning out most of the cores coming out from the side of Whoops, especially cores that will be a problem for the late game, as we see Slark, Morphling, Naga. They are all pretty farm dependent heroes and will be causing problems for the side of Neon Esports. And having the Naga on your team, especially in this meta, is going to be a big problem. So they really don't want to face that. Whereas on the side of Whoops, they're banning off the Disruptor, the Pugna, the Mars, mostly heroes that take away from team fights. Like Disruptor has
Yeah,
the ability.
I think I lost you there for a second, Llama. Well, never mind. We're gonna wait for Llama to reconnect. But yeah, he was talking about the disruptor and the ability to pick up some team fight for the side of Neon Esports. And this is another hero that was I was gonna talk about. Nyx Assassin, another great position for that can turn around these fights. But now the issue with Whoops is that you have two melee heroes into an Ember Mirana. So unless you pick up some initiation from your position 3 and position 1, it's going to be somewhat hard for the side of Whoops to engage into these fights. And seeing the fact that there's going to be two melee supports, Neon, they instantly pick up the Clockwork because with the Clockwork, you can punish these melee heroes rather well and force them to build items that they usually wouldn't consider. I mean, Nyx Assassin is going to be forced to build the Force Staff, no pun intended there. The Train Protector might also be forced to pick up an item that helps him deal with the Clockwork, be it the Glimmer Cape to be a little bit more survivable, or be it a fourth staff as well to just get himself out of the power cogs. And Neon Esports pick up the Lycan. I believe this is going to be Enryu Zero, a good position 3. And
10
there's also some
seconds
good
remain.
synergy with the Ember Spirit when you pick up the Aghanim Scepter on the
5
Lycan,
seconds
enabling
remain.
the Wolf Bite on the Ember. Gives you a bunch of crits in Sleight of Fist, gives you max movement speed, which means that your remnants are also extremely fast and it helps you catch heroes like the Lina who can stay in those backlines rather comfortably. Whoops, they've got a lot of issues to address right now, especially with the clockwork. But see what they've got in mind. Okay, so they decide to pick up the Tide Hunter, which is another hero that the Clockwork is not all that bad against because, I mean, Clockwork doesn't essentially care about Kraken Shell, and neither do any of the other heroes on the side of Neon because most of their damage doesn't really come through with consistent right clicks, except for the Lycan and the summons, but rather in small bursts like the Mirana with the Star Storm, the Sacred Arrow, and the Hemisphere with the Sleight of Fist and the Chains. So a little surprised that Whoop still picked this hero up. Of course, it's still very good against the Lycan. You are fairly survival,
Mhm.
and if you do get a good lane and you find a good timing on that Aghanim Scepter, those summons can be dealt with rather effectively with the help of the Lina. And I see you back, Lama. Welcome back to
Yeah.
draft. And yeah, does it surprise you seeing three melee heroes being picked up by Whoops in a row with the tree and the tide in the next? Because on first sight, this doesn't look right to me.
Yeah, I agree with that. But then again, if you look at the side of Neon Esports, they too have quite a few melee heroes, and I think that's the reason that Whoops are fine with going with this lineup. But then again, it comes down to what Neon Esports go for as their last pick, and again, having a Lycan on your team enables your core to be a lot more effective, especially for someone like
Hmm.
Shadow Fiend. If the Lycan decides to go for an Aghanims build this game, he's going to be providing a lot more for the Shadow Fiend than he usually does. But again, I don't think that Lycan would be doing that here. He'll probably be looking for the Zoo build as well. Neon Esports
Yeah.
have done it quite a few times, and again, Helm of the Overlord right now is pretty strong because you're able to take down towers at such a quick pace that I don't think Whoops would have an answer. I mean, their answer has to be in this last pick. And I think having a
Hmm.
core who is able to clear out these creeps really quickly and have a push from their side coming out as well, not depending on a lot of farm. I think a core like that is necessary. But then again, if you look at the bans come out, the MK, Morphling, Slark, Medusa, all of them have been banned out. So there are very few heroes that are left in the pool. Maybe a Void would do good here, but then again, Void will have to spend quite a bit of time trying to get the farm that he needs going into. But again, it's going to be four melee heroes coming out,
Yeah.
and they decide to go with the Bloodseeker. I think in answer maybe to the Lycan and Shadow Fiend as well. Especially when Lycan is in
Yeah.
his ultimate form, Bloodseeker does reduce his ability a little. Not letting him run around as he wants to with the Rupture. I think it's a good choice, but then again, dealing with Shadow Fiend, who is going to be probably the carry here, if not, yeah, Fortune Soul is playing him, so he is going to be the carry. Playing against a carry SF is going to be really hard, especially having the Lycan as well with his zoo.
Hmm.
They will be able to take down towers pretty quickly, and I think that might be a slight problem that Whoops will have to deal with. And I'm not really sure, looking at their lineup right now, if they don't engage in a lot of fights and if they don't shut down Neon Esports early on in the laning phase, I think Whoops will have a problem dealing with this Shadow Fiend Lycan lineup coming out from Neon Esports.
Yeah, the biggest problem right now for Neon Esports is, in my opinion, the Bloodseeker. I mean, the combination of CJ just keeping someone in place, enabling
Mm-hmm.
Parasite or Krish to get some of their more important spells off against the SF is going to be
Mm-hmm.
problematic to say the least. Neon Esports, or rather Shadow Fiend, as a hero, doesn't really want to be ruptured because
Yeah.
he has a playstyle similar to the Drow where you sort of there at the start of a fight, but because then you tend to get jumped on, you kind of just want to
Yeah.
disengage and fall back and then bait the enemy team out of position. And with the rupture, that's kind
Mm-hmm.
of hard to do. So this
Yeah.
Bloodseeker is definitely going to be problematic. And it's going to be even
Mm-hmm.
harder if the Lina has a good game because the Lina is a hero that can outrange the SF rather easily. And if
Mm-hmm.
the Lina has a good time in lane, which against a hero like Ember is very likely that she does, then the game
Mm-hmm.
gets a little bit harder for Neon Esports. So I'm actually
Yeah.
slightly concerned for Neon Esports here. I think
Mm-hmm.
while they might be the better team, I think Whoops might not have the better draft, but they have the better early game, and that counts for a lot when you have someone like Alina on your team.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. And again, in the Bloodseeker is going to be a problem. It all comes down to the laning phase here. If all the lanes on the side of Neon are able to do well, it's going to be a problem to Whoops. Whereas on the side of Whoops, if they have their lanes go really well, it's going to be on the side of Whoops. And again, we have seen this momentum getting carried out a lot in these tournaments, where the early game momentum that the team is able to get through the laning phase enables them to win the game later on, and secure a lot more objectives in the early game as well. So let's see. I think looking at the lanes by themselves again, Whoops have a slight advantage, but coming down to their timings, especially in the mid lane, and how their rotations come through to play, will again decide what the outcomes of the lanes are going to be. I think we'll have to wait and watch how this Ember Lina lane goes, especially because I think we have seen the Azora play Lina before, I think in one game, and he seems to be pretty good with her. So I think the lanes are going to be pretty even though the Ember will be struggling quite a bit. If Lina is able to do what
Mm-hmm.
she does
Yeah.
best, especially landing stunts
Uh,
like this. uh,
Yeah, this might be a little bit problematic for Hated, but a good arrow from Tsukimoto actually helps keep Hated alive. And Hated, although low
yeah,
on HP, is not going to be dead. There still might be two runes for each side, despite that early little skirmish. Because, oh, wait, never mind. No, Krish is going to pick up that third bounty rune and make it a
yeah.
little bit easier for the side of Whoops to get an advantage of that. So, yeah, good early fight for
Mhm.
the side of Whoops. They pick up three bounties, make that aggression worth their while. They send the clockwork all the way back to base, which means that
Mhm.
the Shadow Fiend is going to be, well, he's not exactly going to be alone for the first wave, but there is going to be a lack of the TP for the clockwork, which could come into play if Azur becomes very, very aggressive towards Valkyrie in the mid lane at some point. Speaking of which, well, yeah, that's just sort of how the matchup goes. Where as Ember Spirit, you can try to push into the Lina and make it so that the Lina has to cop a lot of right click damage from the creeps, but you
Yeah.
still are going to be able to get those denies in because of your higher base damage. It's not that
Yeah.
high in particular, but yeah, Lina's just very good at keeping you away from the creep wave, which plays a huge part in how much how much farm you get in the early laning phase.
Yeah, and looks like Lena has gone for the Fiery Soul and Light Strike array instead of going with the Dragon Slave, and I think that might cause us some problems in dealing with the last hits when it comes to especially securing the range last hits, because usually what Lenas do is they right click the range creep down and then just use the Dragon Slave to deal damage to the enemy mid laner and take that range creep together. So looking at a different build coming out from the Lina here, but I think again she'll be
Mm-hmm.
doing pretty well. As the game progresses, but a lot of pressure coming in from Valky has kept Azora under check, uh, and him getting the bottle now, I think, enables him to be a little more aggressive in the lane. And if you look at
Yeah.
the other lanes, especially the bot lane, I think Hated and Fortune Soul will have a better lane here compared to the Tide and the Tide and the Knicks. Sorry, I
Yep.
think obviously being a ranged hero for Shadow Fiend, he's going to be able to secure creeps, and with the raises, I think he will be doing really really well in that lane. And if you look at Krish on this Tide Hunter, he has been taking quite a bit of harass damage coming out from these raises from Fortune Soul. So we'll see how they play out the lane, and I think all lanes look pretty good for both teams for now.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like the side of Neon are maybe getting away with a little bit more in the laning phase, as the Lycan is doing quite well in the top lane against the Bloodseeker, just because you have those extra two bodies to help you last it and deny, and you're going to be able to get more farm as time progresses. So CJ, a little bit disappointed that he's not going to be able to utilize the fact that Bloodseeker can be very, very strong in lane, because when heroes fall, he obviously gets more move speed, so that enables him to
Mhm.
zone out the enemy offlaner. But against a Lycan, who's can just be super defensive, can just play for last hits and denies, and still trade into the Bloodseeker rather well, that's just not happening. And
Yeah.
Parasite's trying his best to enable some aggression on the Lycan, but it's still very hard because the fact that the flag creeps give you HP regen is kind of a big deal. It makes it so that the lanes are a little bit slower now in comparison to before. And if you're a hero that would very much like to buy something like the Ring of Health or any sort
Mhm.
of regen item that isn't a consumable, then it ends up stacking really, really well with that flag tree. But towards the mid lane, it looks like Valky might just end up going down over here. There's a good stun coming in from No Chance. The Dragon Slave is not going to get dodged. And in fact, Azur is going to draw first blood as Valky drops No Chance. The Carapace is going to come through. He'll stay alive for a little bit longer, but Tsukimoto will still be there to get the revenge kill and to find some of this extra
Yeah.
XP in the mid lane that isn't going to be going to the Ember. So a little unfortunate here for the side of Whoops that they do lose their Nyx. And in fact, okay, it looks like Tsukimoto is going to be feeling a bit aggressive. Will force out a TP from No Chance, but that just works out in Azur's favor because not only is he going to get a bottle refill, he should also be able to find the water rune. Top lane, though, the Lycan again dropping low himself with the blood right. He is going to be taken down in Parasite. I believe that might have been level 2 in the leech seed that enabled him to get that kill on the Lycan. And yes,
Mhm.
indeed it is. But yeah, I mean, Krish down in the bottom lane, he is going to have a rough time. Shadow Fiend, again, a hero that doesn't particularly care about Kraken Shell, has a decent amount of
Yeah.
burst damage with the razors and magical. But towards the mid lane, Valky again getting gone on the Ember Spirit, just seems to be getting pummeled here as No Chance has made it his life's mission to make sure that the Ember Spirit doesn't have a good game. And, well,
Yeah.
if history is to be believed, then, I mean, Valky's Ember Spirit has been very, very strong, but getting shut down like this is really going to limit what Neon Esports can do in the mid game.
Yeah. And again, if we look at the how both the teams are playing in the mid lane, No Chance going on to Valky again gets the stun off onto him, but I think they disengage as they know the Mirana is around. I think both teams are playing really well. What I was saying is in the top lane we saw them go onto the Lycan and get him down because they knew that the Mirana was not around, and having that level 2 on the lead seed, he was able to do slow him down quite a bit and also get a lot of damage onto him as well. So yeah, really well played in the bot lane as well. If we see Krish has been zoned out quite a bit because No Chance has been in the mid lane for quite a while now, and
Hmm.
he had to go back all the way to the base to get his HP and mana back up. And but then again, as long as he's not dying in lane, I think he's doing really good because playing against that
Yep.
lane is not anything easy. And in the top lane, Tsukimoto and Parasite having a long walk through the jungle. Nothing much coming from both the sides. And I think the 6 minute rotations have come in pretty well. And I
Hmm.
think the DD rune will be taken by Valky, which might pose a problem as soon as he hits level 6 and his rotation starts coming. I think that DD is going to help
Yep.
him in a kill in the bot lane as well.
Yeah, in fact, he might just end up getting a kill now because Valky is trying desperately to get level 6. No Chance was a bit out of position on that Nyx Assassin. And had he got level 6 a little bit earlier on Valky, No Chance could have dropped. But regardless, uh, when the Train Protector goes off on a trading charade with the Mirana in his own jungle, that does favor the side of Neon Esports a bit more because the Lycan is able to get a 1v1 against Bloodseeker. And that's what he wants
Yeah.
in that lane. However, in the bottom lane, Krish just getting zoned, I mean, by the SF. And this is the SF 1v1 experience. Just an extremely oppressive hero against the Tide Hunter. As Krish just
Yeah.
now getting chased into the trees. This is sort of hard if you are the Tide Hunter, but look who's coming. It's gonna be Parasite on that Tree Protector, and Requiem being channeled by Fortune Soul. It's only level 2, but it's gonna be more than enough to deal a decent amount of damage.
Oh.
The Tide Hunter is gonna fall, and so is, well, the Nyx Assassin. A bit of an awkward race coming through from Fortune Soul, but he's still surviving on a sliver of HP. Parasite needs one right click to get the kill, but that lead seed will do the job just as well. And Parasite, he might end up dying here for this kill, and looks like he will indeed. Tsukimoto on the Mirana will get some revenge, so ultimately, not a very worthwhile trade for the side of Whoops. Towards the mid lane, the
Yeah.
DD has been popped by the Ember, but can they find a kill?
Yeah, I think that ended up in Neon's favor quite a bit. Stun coming on to the Ember here. He gets stunned again,
Uh-oh,
and
the
the
Ember!
Laguna Blade.
Yeah, it cleaned up. I mean, the Ember Spirit just a little bit out of position there as the scramble for runes comes through. Hated is going to make his way towards the
Radiant's
bottom one,
middle
but
tower is under
unfortunately
attack.
luck is not on his side as the rune will spawn top once again. Gonna be an illusion rune for Azure, and that can be rather helpful if the clockwork does end up closing the distance on you, although
Dire's bottom
it's not
tower
gonna
is
happen
under
anytime
attack.
soon. And so
Yeah.
far, the early game, it's gone rather well for Neon Esports considering how Whoops wanted to play. I mean, save the mid lane. The bottom lane has been heavily favored for Neon with the
Dire's
Shadow
top
Fiend
tower is
finding a
under
ton of
attack.
farm. He's got the maxed out reasons, but now with CJ joining the party and with the first rupture of the game, this is what SF does not like, being forced to stay in one place as a ranged
Dire's
carry.
structures are
CJ
fortified.
Yeah.
is going to be able to clean him up, although the crit for the kill does go to
Dire's top
Parasite.
tower is under
Regardless,
Yeah.
it doesn't come for
Dire's
free.
top tower
The side of
has
Neon,
fallen.
they claim the top tier 1 tower, so there's still going to be a bit of an injection of
Radiant's
gold that
bottom
Fortune
tower
Soul
is
can
under
work
attack.
with. And
Their
potentially
lanes are-
another lane that he can go to now that Whoops have made it their life's mission to take down this bottom tier 1. As Hated is going to quickly learn that there's not much that he can do to keep this push at bay. The members from Whoops, they are going to back off as they scouted that rotation coming through from Neon under that
Nice
observer ward.
burn.
So we can see some great vision being placed here.
Dire
Wait, no,
are
never mind. That's
scanning.
actually the Radiant Vision inside their own jungle to catch out rotations that Whoops might be making, so that was just instinct. Never mind.
Yeah. And also, if you look at the last sets, the Tide has not been doing well,
Dire's
and
middle tower
this
is
has
under attack.
proven to be a problem that Lycan is able to get this farm. Again, Titan is not a hero that really needs the farm other than maybe
Radiant's
securing the
bottom
blink
tower
dagger. He
is
doesn't
under
need the
attack.
farm for anything else. But whereas on the side of Neon, they do need this farm onto Lycan, and we see how much of a problem it's already causing. Then again,
Uh-huh.
Bloodseeker
I
has popped the
hear
rupture.
a rupture somewhere. Yeah, it's gonna be on top of Hated, and in fact, CJ is taking a fair amount of damage. Is he gonna drop? No. Thankfully, he's gonna be able to stay alive, and a great carapace from No Chance is gonna keep Valky's Ember Spirit from pushing forward and finding the kill onto the Bloodseeker. And now Valky might have overextended a bit as he's all out of remnants. The slows come through. That's gonna be the death of the Ember Spirit as he remnants into the middle of 4 heroes and whoops. Actually doing quite well here in this early game as Neon Esports, I mean, slowly but surely it seems like they're losing some of that advantage that they've built up early on. The Tide Hunter
Yeah.
now hitting level 6. You mentioned that hero doesn't really need too much farm. I think like he can function without farm, but typically he does like to
Radiant's
have
bottom tower
a
is
bunch
under
of items
attack.
on him. I mean, the Tide Hunter is a hero that wants to leverage the fact that he's tanky to gain farm, because without farm, that hero is deceptively squishy. He doesn't have the best agi gain, nor does he have the best armor. So he kind of just wants to buy items that
Dire
enable him
structures
to
are
just
fortified.
stand ahead and be a menace. Speaking of being a menace, it seems like Parasite, single TP from him
Radiant's
is going to
bottom
force the
tower
members of
is
Neon
under
Esports
attack.
back as well. The 5-man
Radiant's
standoff
bottom tower
towards
has
mid
fallen.
is gonna ensue in a bit. I mean, both of these teams want to take down the others mid tier 1. But yeah, both of these teams are not too keen on giving it up. Uh-oh, Enryo looks like he's gonna end up dropping here in the top lane as CJ finds the rupture, is gonna be able to get the kill on that Bloodseeker.
Yeah.
And again, things not looking all that bad for Whoops here.
Yeah, definitely. I think Neon has lost that early. They got a few kills off. They got a good laning phase as well. I think they're losing quite a bit of that advantage. And as you said, the Tide does need items, obviously. But then again, look again. He comes in with the ultimate here.
Wait, is that stun gonna hit? Yes, it is. The Laguna's gonna come
Yeah.
through. Valky, he drops the remnant, but he's not able to get it off. Can't actually activate it
Wow.
in time. That's going to be another kill going the way of Lena as the Ember has died thrice now. And that DD picked up at the perfect time means that the tier 1 tower from Neon is very likely going to fall. Neon,
Yeah.
they need to bring their whole
Radiant's middle
cavalry here
tower is under
if they want to
attack.
keep this tower alive. And with this, whoops, they're actually going to be in a very, very good spot,
Radiant's
securing some of
middle
that
tower
space.
has
But oh
fallen.
no, Fortune Soul, he's warded under the sentry ward. He's going to get taken down here as Azure gets gone upon by 3 members from the side of Neon Esports. Can they take down the Lena? Yes, they will be able to. But again, CJ, he's going to be here for the cleanup. Great 2-man stun from No Chance. Catches out the Ember, catches out the Clockwork as well. As the Remnant zip-zapping around with the Fire Remnants trying to stay alive. Will succeed. Well, no, not really. He actually ends up dropping, but whoops. They've already lost 4 of their heroes. The Lycan came in for the cleanup as well. And at the end of the day, even though the side of Neon lose 2 of their cores, so do Whoops. I mean, they lose the Lena and the Bloodseeker, as well as No Chance and Parasite on that Nyx Assassin and Treant Protector respectively. So an even trade almost for both of these teams. But I would like to see the fight recap and see who the gold and XP favors.
Yeah, and again, if we take a look at the net worth right now, the Ember has fallen quite a bit behind, and I think him repeatedly dying like this is gonna be a problem for him because now he has to look into the jungle to get the farm back that he has been missing. Instead he should have been at a position right now where he is able to get pickoffs here and there, try to engage into enemy team fights. But on the other hand, now he has to look for farm so that he can finish up at least one item before he can get into the next fight. Meanwhile, on the other hand, if you look at Krish, he has come quite a bit ahead in the net worth where he is matching the Ember and the Bloodseeker in farm. So I think it looks really good for the side of Whoops even after losing one extra person in the previous team fight. I think it looks good for them. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, they engage onto the Lina, and if Lina falls here, it will be a big problem for the side of Whoops. Will he be
Oh
able to survive?
no.
The bot is
Oh!
coming in clutch.
Yeah, it's gonna keep the Lina alive as Azure. Alive on a sliver of HP. Valky, though, he's gonna have the Sleight of Fist
No.
available. And guess what? The Remnant out is gonna be there as well. Valky get caught out by the Blood Right, losing a fair amount of HP on the Ember. Has another Remnant to work with in just a bit and might just be able to make it back out towards safety as the Overgrowth not in range for it. Parasite is going to instead turn his attention towards Hayden, drop the lead seat, and that should be the Clockwork going down. But to the arrow from Tsukimoto in the nick of time is actually going to save the Clockwork's life. They might not be able to find return kills, but soon enough, if Whoops keep chasing, those Sleight of Fists, they'll add up, and the Overgrowth also committed, did not find anyone.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Man, I think that engagement now puts Neon in the lead again. It is not really ideal for Lina to die there because she just TP'd there, and now she has to go back to the top lane away from the entire engagement. Again, these heroes, the Ember and the Lina, are engaging in quite a bit of fights, which they need to be doing. And if we look at the itemization coming out from Lycan, he already has the Overlord, so he is gonna have ancient creeps with him right now, and pushing through these T1 towers are not going to be a problem. And in the mid lane, they try to go into Krish, but again, with all the items that he has now, the Hood of Defiance and the Buckler, I think he's going to be pretty
Dire are
tanky and
scanning.
not he'll not die pretty easily. So yeah, but then again,
Yep.
pushing these T1s are not going to be a problem at all, even with
Dire's middle
Tree and
tower
Protector.
has fallen.
Even if he uses the living armor to try and keep them alive, I don't think that the towers will survive now.
Oh, no chance. That's actually a very good spike. Caliber is going to make sure that he does not get caught on the cogs, but Chris is instead going to tag one for the team instead. Goes in, pops the Ravage. Can they find the Clockwork? Yes, they should be able to, but no, it doesn't seem like they're going to be able to, as Andrew has cleaned up the Tide Hunter as well as the Nyx Assassin while all of that was happening. And now, Parasite, he could be next. The creep's chasing him. That ancient creep with the helm of the Overlord is going to take him down, and Tsukimoto will get the credit for that kill. As Neon Esports, they get 3 quick kills, and that's the
Dire's
power of the
structures
zoo.
are fortified.
As Whoops,
Yeah.
they take a very filthy, I mean, I wouldn't say filthy engagement, but a very scattered engagement where no one is really in range to take advantage of the Ravage. And yeah, Neon Esports are very quick to punish.
Dire's
Yeah,
courier has been
and I
killed.
think if you look at the momentum now shifting towards Neon Esports, I think this is going to be a drastic because they not only get a 3K net worth advantage from that one single fight, now they know they are at a powerful position. They will be looking to engage into more fights, especially as soon as the shapeshift is active. They will be looking to engage in team fights, and until then, they'll be pushing towers. So it's going to be really hard for Whoops to even try and control these pushes coming out because taking down an Overlord
Radiant's
Ancient
bottom
is
tower
not going to be
is under
easy. Even
attack.
with all the spells that Azura has, taking that Ancient down is going to take a while. So these towers, even with living
Yep.
armor on like right now, they're going to be crumbling down sooner than later.
Yeah, and sort of the issue for the side of Whoops right now is that Azure has gone in for the BKB, but that BKB doesn't really help him out against the Lycan or the Shadow Fiend, or even the Ember all that much, because they are, they do deal a fair amount of physical damage. So even though the Lina has this BKB, I'm not sure how much it's going to accomplish here for Azure here. Maybe a Gleipnir could have been more useful against the side of Neon Esports, but that
Radiant are
remains to be
scanning.
seen. As Parasite, he's gonna walk into the middle of 2 heroes, drop the Overgrowth, doesn't really connect onto Valky, and Parasite should end up dropping.
A forest.
Valky is gonna get the credit for that kill. CJ gonna be alive as a result, but Yeah, now the scary thing about Neon's lineup is that with the amount of map control they have and this being nighttime, I mean, all engagements really favor them because how it becomes a global
Oh,
spell and you're able to get attack reduction anywhere on the map as CJ falls, caught out by the Clockwork and the Mirana again. Some very, very easy arrow setups here for the side of Neon Esports. And yeah,
yeah,
whoops,
and
I mean, yep,
I
go on.
think the BKB coming out from the Lina is pretty good in my opinion, because again, the problem she's having is the supports jumping, especially the hook coming in from the Clockwork, has caused her problems in the last two fights that she engaged in. So I think that's the main reason she went for the BKB. But again, as you said, having an early game item other than the BKB is always useful in the early game. But BKB nevertheless is still a good option, and she's going for that Crystallis as a second item, and that will, I think, give her more damage to deal with in team fights that will be happening pretty soon. I think, as Krish might
Hmm.
be caught here from the side of Neon, but he is pretty tanky, so I don't think they'll be looking to engage. Again, if you look, the top tower has been constantly living armored, but how long can you
Yeah.
hold on? It's not going to be like a soft push coming in from Neon with the Ancients and the Lycan Zoo. They are going to be dealing a
I think
lot of damage onto these towers.
Uh, yeah, I mean, it's gonna be. I mean, the Neon can come in and try and take down the tier 2 tower, but the Tide is very happy to be there, and he's gonna be getting lots of farm with that creep wave pushing in. And so, Neon realizing that there's no way they can really claim these tier 2 towers at the moment, are instead gonna head into Rosh and try and get the Aegis for Fortune Soul. Krish, well aware of the possibility, has made it here, but the rest of the lineup from Whoops has not. And now, with the Aegis
Yeah.
being claimed, it doesn't seem like Whoops are going to be able to do much. In fact, no chance. Might just end up going down, as that's going to be an Aegis, along with a little cherry on top, being no chance's life. And Valky
Yeah.
is going to pick up the
Radiant's
dominating
middle
streak for
tower is
himself
under attack.
in the mid lane here. And now with the Aegis, it's a bit different story because it's a bit of a different story because you actually get the minus armor reduction from
Dire's top
Fortune
tower
Soul
is
with
under
that level
attack.
15 Presence Aura affects building talents, and with that you can push through the living armor. You know, if you've got a Lycan, if you've got
Yeah.
an SF, that tower should be
Dire's top
falling,
tower
and
has
you could even
fallen.
potentially go high ground here, and Whoops might not have the best answer. You have to be
Yeah.
very careful of your Parasite here. If you burn your ultimate, that could be a tier 3 dropping, and it looks like he's not even going to get a chance to pop it as he gets taken down. And
Mhm.
yeah, I mean, this is another big problem when you play against the heroes like the Broodmother and the Beastmaster. The fact that they get this early Roshan, and with the first Aegis, they're able to pressure these tier 2 towers so effectively that they severely limit the amount of space you have on the map.
Yeah.
Well,
And again, if we look at the push coming in right now, they are super objective oriented. No chance getting
uh-huh,
stunned by the hook.
Clockwork. Yeah, it's gonna be a two-man call, so the Clockwork is gonna end up dropping. It does come with a trade though, as it seems like they will be able to pick up the Clockwork and no chance will go down in exchange. The Wraith Pack has been dropped though, and that is a rather big cooldown for the side of
Yeah.
Whoops. If yeah, I mean, with this Wraith Pack gone, there is a decent amount of time when Neon Esports can hammer away at the tier 2 tower mid, and there's not much that Whoops can do about it. As next creep wave is about to come in. Azur, I'm not too sure if he's got any item. Parasite though, bodyguarding his good friend Lina, is gonna be able to tank that arrow, make sure that Azur doesn't drop for simply getting Sleight of Fist chained.
Hated, however,
Well,
gets
top.
ruptured.
Yeah, I mean, Hated getting ruptured means like there's gonna be a free kill for the side of Whoops. And now with the overgrowth committed onto two heroes, there's no real follow-up whatsoever. Valky is actually just gonna be able to walk it off. While it seems like the Shadow Fiend is caught in an engagement of his own against the Bloodseeker, he's gonna be able to take him down. And now the two-man chains looks like, whoops, they might have bitten off more than they can chew. The Lycan alt form is gonna come through. They're gonna be able to take down the Treant Protector as well. The Wraith Pack gets dropped, but immediately cleaned up by the SF. And so is going to be the tier 2 tower as it gets taken down here. Oh, Tsukimoto overextends a little bit on that Mirana, but it looks like Neon still might be able to get a revenge kill as Valky keeps him in place with the help of the Searing Chains as it does not let him move. But Azur actually turns around towards Valky, trying to take him down, but the right clicks from the SF are going to be there. In the end, the Nyx will claim the kill for the Ember, and the rest of the members on
Yeah.
Whoops will get out. So
not a shabby engagement at all from the side of Whoops. They're able to get some revenge kills. They do lose the Bloodseeker and the Trade Protector, but they're able to find the Ember Spirit and the Mirana in turn. But yeah, I mean, the damage is sort of done by the Neon Esports lineup. They've taken your tier 2 towers, they've severely limited the amount of space you
prize
have on
is
the map.
mine.
And they're even coming for this bottom tier 1, which is the only sort of safe haven you have if you're CJ to farm away and hit your next key item timing on the Bloodseeker.
Yeah, and again we saw how he used the rupture onto the clockwork, and it immediately gave Whoops a disadvantage. So they might be looking to engage into another team fight in the bot lane. Let's see what happens if they will.
Yeah, it seems like Parasite is the one getting gone on. They really want to try and take down this ancient column. They will succeed. The gold will go the way of Azure.
Mhm.
But Krish had to drop a Wraith Pact of his own, and that's no slouch in terms of money either. You do get 100 gold each time you kill off the Wraith Pact, so that's like half a kill or 2 rage creeps. But in the meantime, they actually picked up Parasite and a great 2-man hook shot from Hated. It stuns up the Lina as well as the Bloodseeker. However, the cogs actually prevent the side of Neon from making it forward. Good 2-man LSA as well. Might just end up keeping Whoops alive here. As Valky still chases forward, still is going to be able to find the route onto No Chance. And well, the Spike Carapace keeps him alive once again. Although the same might not be said about Azure on the Lina as he's trying to turn around and fight. But the SF just deals too much damage with that minus armor. As he moves forward, looks towards the Tidehunter, is going to be able to clean him up as well. As in the end, Whoops, they do end up losing the Tidehunter as well as the Lina. And now Neon Esports, I mean, very good engagement by them. Fortune Soul, as the Aegis times out, is going to be able to heal up. And now also get the tier 2 tower as Neon Esports. They're going to have complete map control on the back of this. And because there is no Ravage, and it was popped in one of the previous fights, they might even be able to claim this tier 3 tower at a set of max.
Yeah, and I think it's pretty much GG from here on, because I really don't see a way that Whoops can hold on to this high ground if the same amount of push comes. Because now that the 90% of the map is under the control of Neon Esports, it's going to be much harder for the Bloodseeker to even try and get the farm that he wants. He still needs that Basher. He wants to get to that either a Gleipnir or a Mjolnir. So he's going to be trying to look for the farm, but the push potential that Neon has, I mean, there is obviously a way for Whoops to come back into the game, but then again, it has to be consistent from their side to win the team fight engagements that they're trying to look for. Maybe only having their supports to be, to only lose their supports and come out with getting multiple cores from the side of Neon will be their main priority. And if the cores keep dying from the side of Whoop, it's going to get much harder from them. So let's see how this next engagement will take place, if they come out on top or they don't.
I mean, Enryu just walks in with the help of that shapeshift, and Fortune Soul, he's actually fought in the middle of so many heroes. This does not pop the BKB, he's just gonna end up dropping. Not sure what the hell that was from the Shadow Fiend, and the Lycan's gonna go down as well. Valky, desperate to find some return kills, will be able to pick up Parasite, but that's all he gets. No chance, he's already gotten out of this limit of HP. The BKB has now run out on Valky too, and looks like, well, never mind, Valky actually never had that BKB in the first place, so he's going to be going down. No chance, he went back in with the help of the Impale and as well as the Mana Burn. He's going to prevent Valky from getting out of this one alive, and even though Valky manages to take down No Chance, he himself should end up dropping. He's trying to accumulate those stick charges, trying to press it and then make it back out towards safety. He's lacking 10 mana at the moment, but he will be able to get back out here. Tsukimoto leaps forward, presses the Yules, and looks like is going to cop a fair bit of damage, but nonetheless does not die, and that's what's important. As Neon Esports, not too sure what the hell happened there. I think they walked into the side of Whoops, and Whoops actually had True Sight on the ground, so they could see Fortune Soul coming in, and they were able to stun him up and get the kill on that Shadow Fiend.
They were also
yeah.
smoked up, I believe, so that's also a reason that they didn't know exactly where the team Whoops were, and walking into that downhill really did not pan out that well for Neon. Again, these are the engagements that I was talking about. If the Ember had fallen over there with that one sliver of an HP that he had remaining, I think it would have gone perfectly in the favor of Team Whoops. Yeah, I think that's the main thing. Getting kills onto the course is going to be the really important thing here.
Yeah, and well, if you're watching this game and you want to stand a chance to win some extra prizes, do make sure that you download Fanclash and you predict the outcome of this match. Gives you rewards based on whether your prediction was right and wrong, and you do stand to win some really epic prizes. You can even get to meet one of your favorite professional players, so do make sure you check out Fanclash. But back to the game, it seems like Whoops have done an okay job despite losing their tier twos of fighting back into this game and making it a little
Hmm.
bit difficult for Fortune, or rather for the side of Neon Esports to get away with whatever the hell is it that they want. But now,
Yeah.
with the axe pickup coming through from Valky, life gets a lot harder for the side of Whoops. I mean,
Oh yeah.
he's gonna have the luxury of engaging however he wants. He's even got the regen rune at the ready along with the shards, so the lack of remnants is not really gonna be a problem. Whoops, they've kept the Rosh timer in mind, so they're going to smoke up exactly before this. CJ is going to reveal himself on the wall, and because of
Dyer's
Hayden's
top
positioning, the
tower
smoke is
is
going to
under
pop.
attack.
And Neon, they know exactly where the heroes from the side of Whoops are going to be coming from. Rosh is going to respawn,
Mhm.
but I don't think Valky spotted it. Now they're going to see it. Now they're going to know that Roshan is up. And well, Valky is going to go straight in on the Ember Spirit. Gets a good two-man chains off, but that's all he's going to get. He's going to have to Remnant back out instantly, as I believe a Laguna Blade might have been popped by Azure. Might have been on the
Yeah.
Clockwork, who was a little bit out of position. But Neon Esports, they're going to move straight into Rosh and try and take it down before the side of Whoops can enter it and make any sort of play. The Tide Hunter, not too sure if he's got the Blink Dagger, but if he does, he needs to blink in right now because Rosh is gonna drop that Blood Right. It comes through, but it's a bit too late. And again, the Aegis goes through to the side of Neon. The indecisiveness of the side of Wolves really cost them a good Ravage though. Great turnaround coming in from Chris. They managed to catch out the Ember Spirit as well as the Clockwork and Mirana, as all three members from Neon Esports who did have BKBs are gonna drop. The only one surviving is gonna be Fortune Soul and the Lycan. As Whoops,
Yeah.
they might have lost the Aegis, but they won that fight.
Yeah, definitely. Again, these fights are what they're looking for, getting down as many kills as they can and losing as few as they could. And that Ravage was almost beautiful to look at, getting an amazing three-man stun. The Lycan was slightly out of the range, but the Shadow Fiend did survive again. And having this Aegis, once they wait on the timers from the side of Neon Esports, once the Ember is back up, will probably be looking to enter the
Dire
high
are
ground. But again,
scanning.
the defense and the plays coming out from Team Whoops are almost perfect right now, losing only the Treant in the previous fight and getting 3 kills in return. I think really, really good for them. So we'll have to wait and watch how the high ground push takes place from the side of Neon, if they are able to secure the racks and the tower without losing a lot of casualties. But again, they have an SF on their side who is a ranged hero with that Dragonlance. He has a pretty good range, and with the presence of the Dark Lord, the towers will be falling really quickly with the help of the helm of the Overlord as well. So we'll have to, I think, wait and watch how the push comes in at this point, because this Ember
Yep.
man, Ember with the Aghanims is really scary, and I think he will be causing in a lot of problems for the side of Team Whoops, especially jumping into the back lines, getting a few pickoffs, and just zapping out of there. It's going to be problematic, and let's see how Whoops plan on dealing with that.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to be difficult to deal with the Valky Ember Spirit. I'm surprised that he actually hasn't queued up the BKB instead
Fuel for my
of the Shiva's
fire.
Guard, because I think with the BKB, he can pose a significant threat in these fights. Sure, you could still get
Yeah.
overgrowth and you could get caught in place, but yeah, you can still deal with that to an extent.
Oh.
Although I'm going to have to hold on to that thought because Krish has been caught out, and again, the power of the Clockwork shines through. Is able to go in with the help of that hook shot, keep the Tidehunter cocked up, and that's enough for the Shadow Fiend to beat him to a pulp. Whoops
Yeah.
lose their Leviathan, but nonetheless, it's not really enough for the side of Neon Esports to go high ground, so there's still a chance that Whoops can hold on in this game, as this Aegis is more of a farming Aegis for the side of Neon Esports. They're just waiting for that next set of items to come through. Maybe with the
Hmm.
Satanic, they can try making a high ground play, and especially with the fact that the Shadow Fiend has bottled up a double damage rune, there might be an opportunity here. But, well, speaking of opportunities, the Clockwork goes straight in towards the Lina. The post-up is going to come through, but Azur might just get right-clicked down. No, the Silver Edge keeps him alive with a sliver of HP. But the same cannot be said about Parasite as he gets cleaned up. Fortune Soul finds the kill. Or rather, it's going to be
Dire's
Valky who
middle
picks up the
tower is
last
under
hit,
attack.
but Yeah, this is starting to get very, very problematic for Whoops. They're going to lose their tier 3
Dire's
tower
middle
and
tower
this
has
first set
fallen.
of racks. And there's no
Dire's
Yeah.
response,
structures
no
are
pulse
fortified.
whatsoever from Whoops. They
Dire's
do
middle
not have the
barracks are under
Tidehunter in
attack.
position to deal with this. And Fortune Soul,
Oh my
smelling opportunity, is gonna go through Azure. Actually looks to burst down this SF right away, and they are gonna succeed. They will get the SF the first time around. Valky tries to jump in, tries to create some space. The Ravage is gonna be available, but Fortune Soul has got the BKB. The Rupture straight onto him as Fortune Soul continues to stand his ground and fight the Satanic. Well, doesn't even need to
GG.
be popped. He's just life stealing away normally, and Paladin's Sword is more than enough for the Shadow Fiend to keep him alive. Valky destroying the backlines in the meantime as Whoops end up losing 4 of the heroes. This
Dire's
should
bottom barracks
probably
has
be the
fallen.
game as Neon
Yeah.
Esports, well, yeah, they're gonna go straight for the throne. They're not gonna mess
Dire's
around
middle
here.
tower
They know
has
exactly that Whoops do not have any
Dire's
buybacks
middle
remaining, and
tower is
GG
under-
is gonna
Dire's
get
middle
called.
tower has
Neon Esports will claim game 1 against the side of Whoops in a very convincing fashion in
Radiant
34
victory.
Yeah.
minutes.
Yeah, and the damage coming out from this SF is disgusting. He was with the DD, he was dealing like 600 damage per hit, and without the DD, he was dealing around 300 damage per hit, which is insane. Especially with that presence of the Dark Lord, he is gonna be right clicking even the tankiest of tides down really, really quickly. And Neon Esports are coming in with a brilliant display of dominance in this game one against Whoops. The Zoo lineup, along with the presence of the Dark Lord and the damage output coming out from the Ember and the Shadow Fiend, I think secured them this game pretty much from the beginning. They had quite a bit of struggle somewhere in the middle where Whoops were able to get an upper hand onto Neon Esports. But then again, Neon Esports just focusing on their objectives, getting the timings on their rush, on their items perfectly almost, I'd say. They've played it really, really well, and I think Hated had some beautiful hooks coming into play as well. Really well played from
Yeah.
Neon Esports, a well worth that victory, and we will be heading into game two with a 1-0 lead from the side of Neon Esports.
Yeah, whoops. They had a fairly decent early game with the Lina just crushing the Ember Spirit hard in the laning phase, but the Lycan did go unchecked, and Endu has shown that you cannot just ignore him whenever he's picked up that Lycan hero. You know, every single time there was
Yeah.
some sort of skirmish happening with multiple heroes involved, Endu was always going in, chomping down the backlines, making sure that the side of Whoops don't feel too comfortable, just taking those engagements early on. And with that early helm
Mhm.
of the Overlord, like you mentioned, the supports
Yeah.
on the side of Verbs, they didn't really have the best answers. You know, Nyx and Train Protector, while they are able to provide some form of control, Nyx with the Spike Carapace and Train with the Overgrowth to keep themselves
Mhm.
alive, it's not nearly enough to keep all the heroes from the side of Neon Esports at bay. You know, you can keep the Ember Spirit at bay, you can keep maybe even the Lycan at bay, but there's always going to be Shadow Fiend walking in, and he's going to pop that BKB to dispel Overgrowth, and there's not going to be much that you can do about it. So it seemed like unless Whoops made some better, item decisions or some, better decisions on the map in that
Yeah.
15 to 20 minute mark, this game was not really going to go their way, and that's exactly what happened. You know, they didn't really win the top lane. They lost the top lane pretty hard. Bottom lane also went poorly because No Chance was quite focused on shutting down the Ember Spirit. And
Mhm.
the Tidehunter, he suffered as a result, and was never really, a very it was never the defining factor in this game here. Quite similar to Mind Control's Tide in I mean Liquid versus
Yeah.
OG in, or rather Nigma versus OG in the TI9 Grand Finals. So yeah, a little bit unfortunate, but nonetheless, that's going to be the first game. There's still potentially, two more games to be played at the very least between Neon and Whoops. So Whoops still have a chance of making a comeback here. Two opportunities to
Yeah.
be perfectly fair, but that's all they're gonna get because after this, whoever wins, they make it to the grand finals, and the loser is eliminated from the tournament. Lama. So there is a lot at stake here, but we're not gonna find out that just yet. We're gonna be finding out who, takes game two in just a bit as we head into a break. Until then, you're watching AMD Sky Esports Championship 4.0 with our gaming partner Logitech and our official fantasy partner Fanclash. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the AMD Sky Esports Championship 4.0 with our official gaming partner Logitech and our official fantasy partner Fanclash. My name is Luki. Joining me for this one is going to be Lama. We've had a best of five on our hands so far, where the first game was taken up by Neon against the side of Whoops. But there's still potentially two more games left to be played, and maybe a chance for Whoops to make a comeback in this series. After the first game, though, Lama, it is evident that Whoops seem to have some issues that they need to fix. That, in my opinion, I mean, it comes down to some of the laning choices that they made.
Yeah, not just the laning, even the drafting choices they made as well, because they really didn't have an answer to deal with the zoo coming out from the Lycan. So, I mean, they had some heroes that had the potential to deal with. But then again, coming down to looking at just the bare minimum of the drafting phase, they did not have a lot to deal with the Lycan. And if you take a look at the MVP right now, it's gonna be Valky on the Ember Spirit, and I think I do agree on that. His timings were really good, his rotations were good, his early game was good, his laning phase was good. So yeah, definitely a worthy MVP coming in as the Ember Spirit from Valky.
Yeah, I mean, Valky, he had a very rough early game where he was the constant target of ganks by the Nyx Assassin and the Lina, and every single time that
Hmm.
he showed his face in lane early on, or just went a little bit too far forward, he was caught and killed. But despite all of that, he was able to make a comeback, hit good timings on the Ember Spirit, and still create enough of a nuisance that Whoops didn't really they couldn't really handle an Ember Spirit and a Lycan and a Shadow Fiend running at them. Two of those heroes would have been just fine, but three of them together, when all of them have hit their timings, was just too much for Whoops to handle. And with those ages, I mean, I think that's really the problem here. It seems that every single time Neon Esports makes a play for Roshan, they're just too slow to respond on the side of Oops. There's always some hero who is farming, or is in some position where they're not really able to join the team and join the fight in the right time, and Neon Esports was just able to sneak the Roshan away. And yeah, I mean, that really cost them both times. I mean, the first stages they were able to claim two tier twos with the help of or rather, actually, it was, I think it was just the first Aegis itself. Yeah, it was the first Aegis itself. They were able to claim three towers to
Yeah.
their name: the mid tier two, the top tier two, as well as the bottom tier one, and then the bottom tier two as well. And they were able to apply some pressure on the racks. But yeah, I genuinely hope that Whoops are able to recognize some of these mistakes and fix it, because if they're not, Neon Esports are going to roll them over. And Neon Esports, time and again, have shown that if you leave the options open, if you leave them, if you give them the ability to pick those Zoo heroes, the Broodmother, the Beastmaster, maybe even the Visage and the Lycan, potentially they are going to pick it up. So let's see what happens here in
Yeah.
this next game as we jump into the draft between Neon Esports and Whoops. So yeah,
Yeah.
see what
And again, I think there was a little bit of a timing difference on the Tidehunter's blink as well, so he was not able to really
Mhm.
initiate fights. That also might have been a problem coming out from the side of Whoops. And overall, their draft did seem pretty decent against Neon Esports, but again, the wave clearing potential or clearing all the creeps coming out from Lycan was not really present. So let's see how they adapt in this game, and let's see if they are able to change their draft around a bit more, and maybe if they get their timings right and if they are able to play
10
more
seconds
around their
remaining.
core. Like for example, the last game, uh, we saw Neon do something
5
that they usually
seconds
don't, where they
remaining.
had a really engaged Shadow Fiend. Usually they go for a carry that is left alone to farm for a while, but in this game, the Shadow Fiend was present for most
Radiant
of the
team
fights, even in the
pick.
early game and for the
Dire
push as
team
well.
pick.
So Neon Esports did change around a bit on that, and they go for their Ember Spit pick first pick. They are pretty confident with it. He was the MVP last game. He does
Mhm.
play a really sick Ember, so really good first choice for them. And on the side of Whoops, they ban out the
10
Beastmaster, and
seconds
the Lycan's
remaining.
still open, so they might look at maybe picking it
5
up in the second
seconds
pick, but I
remaining.
highly doubt Neon would do that. They
Nah.
usually pick up their Ember and show a position 4 after that usually. So Whoops, on the other hand, right now will have to look for a solid counter against this Ember, or maybe reveal their supports right here. So yeah, I think a pretty standard draft will be, I think we'll be looking at coming out from both the teams here.
Yeah, I mean,
The side of Whoops can easily pick up,
Dire
any
team
sort of
pick.
Ember counter right now if
Mirana.
they so desire.
Radiant
They could have
team
gone
pick.
for the Tusk, but they instead opt for the Mirana first and then the Tusk, which means that you're
Yeah,
able to snatch that hero away from Neon's grasp, and Neon have to gravitate towards playing something different. Tsukimoto has been very phenomenal on the Mirana, always on point with the arrow,
10
and
seconds
always there
remaining.
in the right place to get some revenge kills if the side of Whoops do overextend.
5
As we saw
seconds
multiple times in
remaining.
yeah,
the previous game, that he was there to clean up when things got a little bit hairy. But yeah, Whoops picking up the Mirana and Tusk means that they
Radiant
also gonna
team
have
ban.
that same pressure that they had last game on that Ember Spirit. And Neon and Esports instead are gonna pick up the Lich, a hero that is very, very strong and capable in
Dire
lane
team
and
ban.
can secure the lane for his carry pretty much all by himself. So, yeah,
yeah.
decent pickup for Neon Esports. Again, setting up for some sort of greedy pick. I mean, in terms of carry, maybe something like a Faceless Void could be on the cards here for Neon.
10
Yeah,
seconds
and
remaining.
I think I told you like before, Neon usually do go for
5
that
seconds
carry
remaining.
surrounded draft usually. So yeah, Lich
Hmm.
does play into that as well. And the Ember does create a lot of space if he is,
Radiant
if
team
he is
ban.
very involved in the early game. And if he has a really good lane, he'll be causing a lot of problems for Whoops, making those rotations and getting those kills, early game kills. So yeah, I think Neon Esports will be looking for a late game carry. This time around, Whoops have banned out the Lycan, the Beastmaster, and the Brood, all these
10 seconds Dire
very
team ban.
pushy heroes, and the Whoops do not want to deal with that. They want to stick with their usual games where they play around their core as well. The Tusk and the Mirana, again, a lot of early game potential. Probably the Tusk is going to be played mid here against the Ember, and I think it's not a really bad choice. He does have the
10
potential to
seconds
take down the
remaining.
Ember or even keep Ember under check for quite a while.
5
And if he
seconds
hits the
remaining.
timing right on his items and his levels, we have seen what a Tusk is capable of in games that we have casted before, where
Dire
he just
team ban.
rolls down through the entire enemy team. And we even saw a game where an opponent called GG at 16 minutes just because the Tusk was so dominant. So Tusk
Yeah.
is a really, really solid hero. And we'll have to wait and watch how Neon Esports will draft around after looking
10
at these first two
seconds
picks.
remaining.
They are banning out the Medusa, the Morphling, the Naga
5
again.
seconds
All these
remaining.
same heroes that they didn't want to play against last game, they do not want to deal with this game as well.
Yeah.
Whereas on the side of Whoops,
And
realizing that
Dire team
Neon
pick.
Esports have a potential for that late game carry pick. I have banned out the Slark, who is hard to deal with later on, and the Mars again enables a lot of team fight coming in with the Lich. So, yeah, I think both teams are doing much better in the drafting phase this time around, especially Whoops.
10 seconds remaining.
I think Whoops, in particular, now that they've banned out all the
5
potential zoo
seconds
picks that could have
remaining.
come through from Neon Esports, can breathe a bit more openly. They can sort of go for the ideas that they've been going for since the past couple of games. And this time, they really do have a shot of making it work. Let's see what they pick up, though. I mean, they have to be very smart with what heroes they pick and what sort of synergies they develop here. They are looking, I believe, for their offlane hero at the moment. I do not think they're going to pick up CJ's carry just yet. Instead, they're going to
Radiant
give him the
team
luxury of
pick.
the last pick. And okay, they're instead going to pick up the Tiny. The position uh, 4 for the side of Whoops is what I'm guessing, but this is a little bit weird because you've got a Tusk, a Tiny, and a Mirana, and typically you do not want to put the Mirana in the fifth position. That hero does require a little bit of XP and does want the freedom to move around the map and set up kills with the help of the Sacred Arrow. So I'm a little surprised that they would pick another hero that also likes to do the same thing. Now, this could be a core
Mhm.
Tiny in the mid lane, and Neon Esports are going to pick up the Monkey King, which again is a bit of a flex pick, can be played as a 4 as well as a 1. And they're going to go for the Viper, another very annoying hero to deal with if you want to pick a traditional hard carry in the safe lane if you're Whoops. So, yeah, Whoops not going to be too pleased about the fact that they have two heroes now to address and
Mhm.
just one pick to do so. So, yeah,
Yeah.
I'm not too sold on this tiny pick. What does this accomplish here for Whoops? I mean, that's what I'm trying to think because it's not particularly good against the Ember. It
Mhm.
doesn't really seem like it's
gonna do all that well. I mean, the cool thing about this draft is that they are going to be able to run around full throttle at the 10 to 12 minute mark, but that is going to require them to
Mhm.
win, one lane at the very least
Lanes.
and draw even in the other one. And that's when this
Mhm.
lineup can really shine. But that might be asking for a lot considering there is an MK as well as a Viper on the enemy team. Both who,
Yeah.
an MK can be flexed into a core.
Hmm. And a juggernaut as well coming out from the side of Whoops. Again, as this drafting phase keeps going forward, I am getting more and more confused from what Whoops are thinking in this drafting phase. I mean, Juggernaut's definitely a really good hero. But then again, looking at the lineup coming from Neon Esports with the Viper, MK, Lich, Ember, they will be able to kite around the Juggernaut quite a bit. And not just that, they might be able to even lock him down for long enough to get him down immediately as well. And without that Omni Slash, I think Juggernaut's going to be pretty easy to deal with if he does not have the Omni Slash active. So, yeah, again, Neon Esports have a really solid draft. And I think Whoops, looking at the draft right now, might be at a disadvantage going into the laning stage, especially laning against a Viper, a Lich, and an Ember is not going to be that easy. And with the Monkey King being there smacking you down, it's going to get even harder. So, Neon Esports ban out the Bat Rider, again, a really good option. A long stun hero who can single out a hero from the side of Neon Esports. So they don't want that. And Whoops are looking at a Chaos Knight ban. I'm not really sure about that. But then again, we'll have to see
Hmm.
the last picks come out
Uh,
from both the teams to decide how the drafts end up on the side, on which side do they get an advantage over.
the CK ban is a bit understandable. I guess they don't really want to play into that early fighting archetype that Neon Esports can sort of gravitate towards as well with the draft, right? Because you do
Hmm.
have a hero to siege buildings in the Viper when you buy the Agnum Shard, so your carry pick can be a bit more flexible. That gives you some more potential to roam around in the mid game, in the early to mid game, and fight and basically secure. Basically be a big threat to the side of Whoops, where Whoops don't feel comfortable, spreading themselves out on the map and are going to be forced to play, the map in a much more constricted and restrained manner. But at the same time, Neon Esports, they could. Neon Esports have got a lot of options. They don't really need to go for the CK. They can still go for some sort of scaling hard carry into the late game, uh,
Yeah.
who doesn't really mind the task. Again, the Faceless Void sort of comes to mind because you are against three melee heroes, so landing Chronospheres is not going to be all that hard.
Templar
But
Assassin.
Neon Sports are
Hmm.
instead going to go for the Templar Assassin, which, all right, that makes a lot more sense now. So there's going to be a four-position Monkey King and a
Yeah.
one-position TA. So,
Yeah.
yeah, this is a little bit better coming out from Neon Esports, and Whoops
Crystal
don't really
Maiden.
have the best answer for this. And all right, it turns out it is going to be a core Tiny, I and a core Tusk, and a core
Hmm.
Juggernaut, or is it? No, oh, okay, that this makes a lot more sense. It's the offlane Mirana for Krish, something that we've theory crafted and something that we've thought about often, but never really seen in action. So, all right,
Yeah.
this is going to be interesting. That's all I can
Yeah,
say.
definitely going to be interesting, especially going against an Ember Spirit in the offlane. I think the Mirana will be doing just fine. But again, I am not really sure how Whoops are going to be scaling, or even in the early game, how they'll be able to focus down on objectives, because I don't see any. Okay, Tusk can be a Deso carry, but then again, no. Oh, okay.
Hmm.
Wait, it's a mid tiny.
Yeah, it is going to be a mid tiny in the hands of Azul, and it's going to be a position for Tusk. That was
Hmm.
the switch up coming through from the side of Whoops. Not too sold on the mid tiny. Personally, I think that the Ember, but it's gonna be a mid TA then being played by Valky. What the hell is going on? So Neon Esports
Yeah.
and Whoops just throwing all sorts of curveballs at us today. So it's gonna be all right. Let's address this lane by lane. So, the off lane for the side of Whoops is going to be the Mirana Tusk going up against
Hmm.
the Ember Lich. The bottom lane, or rather, the safe lane for the side of Whoops is going to be the Juggernaut Crystal Maiden going up against the Viper Monkey King. And the mid lane is going to be a
Mhm.
Tiny versus a TA. Now, against a TA, Tiny is actually not all that bad. Even though
Yeah.
you have the refraction on the TA, you can take it down rather easily with the help of the Avalanche. And with your tree grab early on, you can just put a lot of denies in the face of that TA and make it really, really hard for you to play the game. So it seems like both sides have got some really cool things going on for themselves in the lane. And the early game is going to be packed with action as we're going to be seeing a lot of blood being exchanged back and forth.
Prepare for
You know,
battle.
Crystal Maiden Jug, a very classic lane. And you know, you've got to deal with that. You've got a Monkey King and a Viper coming through from the side of Neon Esports, where the Monkey King can punish an out of position CM rather easily, and yeah, the Viper can very easily follow up with the poison attack. But level 1 smokes from both sides by Neon Esports as well as Oops, and it's going to be Fortune, so or rather the Sukimoto on the Monkey King, who's going to end up breaking it. The shards don't really end up catching anyone, and that Observer Ward from Neon Esports tell them everything that they need to know. Well, a
Yeah.
two-man stun coming through from Sukimoto. This could be a little bit problematic for the side of Whoops. And in fact, CJ is going to turn around and drop the Blade Fury. There's going to be the arrow coming through from Krish, as well as the Monkey King is going to drop. Now turning their attention towards MDU. The Viper surrounded by 5 heroes. It's going to get cleaned up as Parasite with the Crystal Nova will be able to find them another great shot block. Coming in from Tusk, Fortune Soul might just be next. He's going to go down. Parasite's going to find a double kill. Valky also has to be careful. An arrow coming through from Krish, and they are gonna find 4 heroes, rather 5, all 5,
All
from the
5
side of us
team
to
wide.
start the game with. Yeah,
The
they
battle
pretty much
begins.
won our entire team fight before the runes even spawned, and that's a 1k networks lead right away, as all 4 runes
Yeah.
should be going the way of Whoops.
Yeah. And
Jeez,
CJ
and they get
says
the
easy
observer
as well.
wall. Yeah.
Yeah, and I
Thank you.
think going into the laning phase, that will help them out tremendously. Having that enormous lead, almost 1k net worth at 0 minutes, is going to be really, really helpful, especially for Azora, who will be able to secure the bottle pretty quickly compared to Valky. But then again, Valky is a pretty dominant laner. Going against the Tiny, though, it will be problematic for him. Even securing the last hits, I think he'll have a pretty good time, though. Not gonna lie, because
Mhm.
early game until maybe Tiny reaches to the level 3-4 point, he doesn't really have the kill potential against the TA. But even after that, she will have probably maxed out as many points in the refraction as possible. He is falling
Yeah.
really, really low, and if TA will be able to get some nice. Oh, he still hasn't hit level 2 for the side blades. Azora is able to secure level 2 before Valky does, so I think both
Yeah, that's
of them will
gonna
be doing
be
fine.
Yeah, it's gonna be something. But again, the issue for the Tiny in this lane has actually been the decision by Valky to go 1 point into Mel. Now, typically, that
Mhm.
Mel strike is usually super hard to land unless you literally walk into melee range against him. But the Tiny has been doing just that, and he's actually eaten so many Mel strikes now that because he doesn't have armor, he's actually getting zoned out rather well. Top lane, Parasite's gonna end up dropping, but can CJ find the revenge kill? He's trying very, very hard to chase down Andrew, and well, he will get the crit on that right click. CJ,
Yeah.
he's gonna be particularly pleased about that, as I don't think he would have gotten the kill if that was not a crit. So, getting lucky there.
Yeah.
But regardless, Valky, interesting adjustment going for that early meld. He's actually succeeded in zoning out the Tiny effectively, and he's winning the CS battle rather convincingly. 8-2 on the TA compared to 6-3 on the Tiny.
Yeah.
Oh, bottom
Meanwhile, in the
lane.
bot lane, us.
Yeah, that's a little bit problematic. I mean, that's just what Lich provides. You know, just a lot of
Yeah.
zoning out potential, a lot of damage in the early game, and No Chance was caught off guard by that and ends up going down here. But nonetheless, Krish, he's been having a good lane so far. He was involved in all 5 of those kills, got a ton of gold out of that, and No Chance, he attempted to go for the shard block but doesn't really succeed. Mid lane, Azur does manage to drop Valky quite a bit, but really not really able to finish him off as he doesn't have that point in toss just yet. Just level 3 on that Tiny. And
Yeah.
now that he has level 4, it might get a little bit easier to catch up Valky when he doesn't have that refraction at the ready. And well, this is let's gonna be a little bit off the mark as Krish misses the arrow and he's gonna turn back and try to tuck his tail and run. Neon Esports, they do get a stack pull off though, so that's gonna allow them to reset the late equilibrium back in the favor of Neon Esports. But the issue for Neon is that I think that the Ember Spirit is out of regen, and that salve was
Yeah.
the last little bit of regen the Lich had left. Top lane, Enryu, he's gonna get the kill. TP out back to safety as it looks like CJ will not be able to find the kill, and Tsukimoto got the Jingle stacks up, so he can
Radiant's
actually
middle tower
take
is
down
under
CJ if CJ is not careful. As bottom
Ooh.
lane looks like Spirit is going to end up dropping, and the TA also dropped in the mid lane. So
Yeah.
Whoops, finding a flurry of kills across the map.
Yeah, and I think this is going to help them quite a bit. These laning stages are really important, and they seem to be doing really well compared to the last game, especially as getting that early team fight. I mean, early team kill onto the side of Neon did enable them to be more dominant in the lanes. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, however, Mirana does get rooted, and the damage coming out from the Frost Blast is able to secure the kill onto him. However, in the mid lane again, Valky not having the best time of his life right now, as the Tiny is going to be hitting level 6 pretty soon, maybe another wave, and he will be level 6. It will
Yep.
start causing problems as he's not only able to secure guaranteed kills onto the TA, but he'll also be able to make rotations towards the bot lane where he'll be able to secure the kill onto the Ember as well. However, they engage onto the Lich.
And yeah, that's gonna be the death of the Lich, unfortunately, as Krish
Yeah.
picks up the kill with the help of that arrow. This time around, he's not gonna miss it. And yeah, like you mentioned, because that Tiny is very strong and he's at level 6, Valky gonna be forced to jungle on the TA without, having the gloves of haste. I believe he's just now flying it out on the courier, so these tiny inefficiencies, they are gonna cost the side of Neon Esports a little bit. Top lane though, Andrew, he used his TP previously. This time around is gonna get caught out with the Frost Nova, with the Crystal Nova, as well as the Frostbite, and ends up going down. And Tsukimoto might also end up biting the dust as Parasite is gonna secure that kill. As whoops, well, they're able to find 2 kills up top, but they lose 2 down bottom as Krish and No Chance
Yeah.
again end up dropping here. I mean, little surprised that this lane has gone so horribly for them because they were actually doing quite well. I mean, they were involved in those first 5 kills. They were up in terms of net worth. So for them to die here is essentially giving Neon Esports a new lease of life down in this bottom lane.
Yeah, and I think it's just the damage output coming out from the side of Neon. They have a lot of magic damage, and especially with the searing chains, they are able to lock down a hero into place for a while. So the leaps from Mirana will not be as effective as she wants it to be. And however, on the top
Mhm.
lane, I think CJ is doing really well for himself, and getting these repeated kills onto Andrew will be causing him a problem. If they're able to get him down here again, which is a possibility.
Yeah, and Ryu, he's actually turning
Oh,
around towards CJ, but CJ will finally be able to get the crit and find the kill. The healing ward's gonna come through, and CJ might actually be able to stay alive. In fact, he baits him back into the waiting arms of Azur, who's gonna be here with the tree throat to secure the kill on Tsukimoto. That final right click comes through, and Azur is gonna find that
yeah.
kill. Whoops. This time around the top lane, going rather well for them. But again, the bottom lane not going all that well. Krish was to pop all his remaining leaps. He's gonna be able to
Yeah.
make it back out towards safety, but Fortune Soul gets level 6 before Krish does, and that really shouldn't have happened given the way that first team fight broke out.
Then again, he did have that infused raindrop, which barely kept him alive, and now healing salve coming in from no chance he'll be able to get back to full HP and try to get this ember under control. Because if the ember is left unattended, and if he's able to get those items really quickly, we are gonna be seeing the same thing that happened in the last game. Because again, ember is not a hero that depends on farming the entire game. he is able to get these early items, get the maelstrom, and jump onto enemy backlines, get the supports down really easily. So I think Neon Esports will be looking for early engagements, uh, getting the kills onto the backlines, pushing the towers, focusing on objectives is mainly what they're going to be doing. And on the side of Whoops, we'll have to wait and watch how the Juggernaut decides to play. Obviously, he is going to get the Maelstrom this time around and not go for a Battle Fury. I think recently we don't see a lot of Juggernauts going for the Battle Fury as well. So yeah, he's also going to be pretty effective in the early game fights. As soon as he gets the Maelstrom, he is able to secure a kill maybe onto two supports or maybe even one core with his Omni Slash. So yeah, I think we'll have to wait and watch what both teams decide to do, especially Whoops. With the slight advantage that they have, they'll be able to keep the momentum rolling. And we see Juggernaut spinning here. What an animation, though. I
Yeah,
love that Arcana.
yeah, it is a rather well made Arcana, but you know, I think there is going to be a problem for Whoops with how they've sort of given up the advantage down in the bottom lane with the Ember Spirit able to find this very early six. It's going to create a problem where the Juggernaut is going to want to farm a little bit more, but the Ember Spirit is going to be more active, and that might cause them to give up a
Oh
lot more kills than
no.
they're comfortable with. Down in the bottom lane again, Mirana ends up dropping the burst damage just a bit too much coming through from Fortune Soul as well as Hated. And, this lane just not going the way, I mean, the side of Oops, the way the lineup of Oops wanted it to go. Zur,
Mhm.
he's done a good job of keeping Valky at bay, but Valky's actually found some very good CS. He's actually sitting at 59-5 on the TA. That had to be
Yeah.
on the back of some stacks. I cannot believe that that's just him farming up some neutral creeps with no stacks. That's yeah, because if that's the case, he's done really really well for himself. This is very impressive considering how he was up against a tiny. But
Radiant's top
it's
tower
it
is under attack.
might be a little bit unlikely though. I think it's on the back of some stacks. Well, apart from sounding like a broken record, it seems that whoops, they just need to take a bit of a
Dire's
breather
courier
down here
has
on this
been
bottom
killed.
lane, or maybe even abandon it completely, and try to move on to greener
Mhm.
pastures. Try and take down this Viper in the top lane, or apply some more pressure on towards Valky, because that bottom lane is over. The Lich, he made a decision to go max out the Frost Blast, and as a result of that, they have been able to, just turn a lot of those attempts on Fortune Soul's life around and managed to secure quite a number of kills and make a comeback in that lane at the very least. Top lane though, Parasite is gonna end up dropping. The Viper Strike's gonna be there, and that's gonna be the death of the
Dire's
Crystal
middle
Maiden.
tower
Azure
is under
looking
attack.
to find some revenge, will get the avatars going. No chance is gonna be there as well with the tag team, but NTU is actually gonna be able to turn it around. He's got a fair amount of damage on that Viper, and Azure starts to drop low, but with that next avalanche, he should be able to pick up the kill as the slow pick comes through from the Tiny, but the Chain Frost coming through from the Lich might be able to clean up the Tiny, although it doesn't really find him. They're able
No.
to Delta split their way away, and CJ is just going to be fed another kill as 3 kills go the way of Whoops here up in this top lane. Well,
Yeah.
even though that
And
bottom lane might not have gone all that well, this top lane pretty much makes up for it.
yeah. And not gonna lie, whenever I play Lich, this is how my ultimates go. They never land on the target that I
Dire's
intended
bottom
to.
tower
It
is
always
under
bounces
attack.
around randomly, hitting creeps. And then, if you notice, it hit the creep, jumped onto the Juggernaut, and he was able to kite out with the Omni Slash. He just Omni Slash right onto the Lich, and Lich's ulti was not able to secure any kills over there. So, yeah, very well played from CJ, getting his timing right on that ultimate as well. However, I think now the teams have finished the laning phase and will be dispersing to get some pickoffs or get engaged into team fights where the Juggernaut will be looking to farm along with the
Radiant are
Ember. But again,
scanning.
Ember can getting involved into the team fights as soon as he has his first item. So we'll have to wait and watch, seeing what the Ember does. If he gets caught off here in the top lane right now from the three-man smoke coming out from Whoops, it might be pretty bad for him. But then again, he has hated
Dire's
behind
bottom
him.
tower is under
to
attack.
provide the support that he requires. Let's see what
Uh-oh,
happens.
Fortune Soul is gonna have to be a bit careful, but actually the Blink reveal is gonna go through on Hated. Hated is still gonna be able to survive the burst though, as the follow-up is not there from the side of Whoops to take him down. And that is gonna be the Blink reveal not really going the way Whoops expected it to. Krish, you didn't even commit for that, and I am not too sure what Hated was doing lingering around there, but he's gonna get cleaned up. Tsukimoto might end up taking
Oh,
down Parasite. Parasite, though, with the help of that freezing
Tower is
field,
under attack.
will be able to get the kill in turn and not even fall himself. Snowball dodge
Dire's
coming
top
in
tower
from
is
Fortune
under
Soul.
attack.
Well, it doesn't really end up dodging it, but still, that's more than enough to secure the kill. Azure, though,
yeah.
walking forward on that tiny, gets that avatars going. Fortune Soul, he's got a full wand to work with, so he's not gonna be too worried here.
Even from the
Top lane,
brightest light.
all that action in the
Dire's
bottom
middle
lane means
tower
that
is
Andrew has
under
been able to get
attack.
some time to himself. Fortune Soul will be a-okay, even though the arrow comes flying in from Krish. But, well, Azure, he was hot on his tail, and he's gonna be able to pick up the kill as Fortune Soul ends up dropping.
Yeah.
Whoops. Yeah, I mean, they've been able to get a lot of these kills early on, but not necessarily secure a lot of pressure on the map, as the tier 1 bottom is still standing, and even in the mid lane, they really haven't been able to take down the towers on the side of Whoops.
Mhm.
I mean, sorry, on the
Again,
side of Neon Esports.
I think that's going to be their main priority. They need to start focusing on objectives. It has at 12 minutes of the game. They're looking to go on Andrew. But the Viper strike coming in
He's
from
gonna
the
be
Viper
fine.
will they have to make the Juggernaut TP out of there. So I think it ended up really well for Neon there. They immediately get into a three-man smoke, start pushing towards the mid lane. If they're able to catch somebody off, it will be good. But counter three-man smoke coming in from the side of Whoops. Uh, this
Oh,
is going to
Whoops
be
unaware of
interesting.
this. Yeah,
Radiant's
Whoops
bottom
thinks that the
tower
side of
is
Neon
under
Esports is
attack.
still hanging around somewhere in the
Radiant
jungle. They're trying to
structures are
connect with the
fortified.
rest of their teammates, but Azure is actually gonna blink
Oh,
straight in towards Tsukimoto. The arrow comes flying through. That should be the death of the Monkey King. And look at Parasite with the freezing field will secure that area, allow Azure to retreat back to an extent. Nice shots coming in from No Shots, actually keep the CM alive for just a little bit longer, and that's enough to get the kill on Fortune Soul as Whoops. They lose the Crystal
yeah.
Maiden, but they find so much more. Completely turn around the smoke coming through from Neon Esports. Well,
Radiant's
pick up
bottom
Fortune
tower is
Soul,
under
and they're going to
attack.
be able to get this
Dire's
bottom
top
tier 1
tower
tower
is under
as a
attack.
result of that play as well.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Now again, I think it's going to be a lot more back and forth like this coming out from both the teams. But I think Whoops handled that really, really well, and I think Tiny is going to be more of a problem than we thought him to be because he's making these really, really well timed plays where he's able to play around his avalanche and toss. Yes, securing a lot of kills for the side of Whoops. He's been involved in, I think, most of the kills. He does have a 6 kill, 6 assists right now, but again, they might be getting caught off guard at the moment.
And well, looks like the Tusk is going to be tossed back by Azura. Azura's going to keep No Chance alive. Tosses him towards
Wow.
CJ, who's got the healing ward, and the disengage comes
Dire's
through.
top
The Moonlight
tower
Shadow is
is
going to
under
be there,
attack.
and Neon Esports. Well, that wasn't really the way they expected that fight to go. Fortune Soul has used his TP. He's now committed to this part of the map, and Whoops can look to re-engage. They know or have an idea that Tsukimoto's up there on the high ground, but again, No Chance getting caught out here. The snowball's going to keep him alive for a little while longer. They're going to go straight on towards Enji, who's going to end up dropping courtesy of the Omni Slash. But the Wukong's command has come through, and it's blocking up the staircase, preventing Whoops and preventing Azure from joining this fight. And that's going to be 3 dead on the side of Whoops. Could potentially be 4 over here as Azure jumps in. Valky eats a majority of that Avatar's damage, but does have the magic wand, so he's going to stay alive for the time being. Tsukimoto jumping forward. He wants to find another kill over here as Azure is all out of mana. And well, despite that
Yeah.
wand, he's not going to be able to stay alive. All 5 dead from the side of Whoops. The only person to lose their life from Neon was good old Andrew. And I don't think he even minds. They're able to get that tier 1 tower, so the Viper just makes up for all that gold he lost by dying there anyway.
Yeah. And not just that, I think that changes the entire momentum of the game. Again, I think we've seen Whoops do this mistake quite a bit where they have this early game lead. They are able to maintain some of it. But again, they engage into a fight where they're not sure if they should be going in or not. And this is what the result is. They get completely wiped out. The entire team dies. And now, with that one single fight, Neon Esports are able to secure a 4K net worth lead. And only Andrew dying that entire fight enables the rest of the team to get secure the first T1 in the mid lane as well. So now that only the bottom T1 is remaining, I think Neon Esports have pretty much most of the map
Mm-hmm.
on their side. They are able to get the map control now. It all changes how the gameplay goes on from here. And in
Uh-huh.
the mid lane,
And
Tiny gets caught.
yeah, it's gonna be the death of Azur on the Tiny. All that armor doesn't help you against the poison attack, as Hated eventually secures the kill with that Frost Nova, while in the top lane, Krish being hunted here by the Monkey King. It's gonna make it back out to safety. He's finished up the Maelstrom on the Mirana despite the poor early game, but not sure if that's enough farm to really threaten some of the tankier cores on the side of Neon Esports and the TA as well as the Viper. I mean, a good arrow could still find them a kill, but that arrow, it's gonna end up connecting onto Hated from all heroes. Parasite looking to find a frostbite is not really gonna succeed. He's gonna get caught out of position, and that meld and sleight of fist just gonna cause him to melt. Whoops.
Yeah.
Well, they lose the Crystal Maiden and straight into the Rosh pit. Neon Esports, they do not waste any time. They do not screw around. They get that pick off. They walk into the Rosh pit. They thank Krish promptly for that arrow as well, standing up Roshan. And in fact, there's a great two-man boundless strike coming in from Tsukimoto. It's going to enable them to take this fight as the Monkey King prancing about, gets no chance out of position. Neon are going to be able to pick up that kill, and whoops. Well, yeah, I mean, they bite off more than they can chew and they pay the price here. As Rosh
Yeah.
should end up going the way of Neon Esports too, and again, Whoops just unable to do anything about it. As every single time Neon Esports, they win a fight, they make sure that they grouped up around an objective and they're able to move straight into the Rosh pit.
And again, I think we know how Neon Esports play at this point. They are super objective based, and in the last two games, picking up heroes that are really engaged in the early team fights are enabling them to push, I think, even better than their usual playstyle where they go for one farm-centered core. So now, looking at this T2 in the top lane, they will be able to catch the Mirana, man.
Yeah, well, Krish, he's gonna end up dropping here. Or is he? Actually, he's gonna be able to get Fortune Soul before he falls. Tsukimoto's gonna get the clean up, but not before Krish is able to get that experience for Fortune Soul's death. So, a 1-for-1 exchange, but I'm not sure if that's gonna matter because this tier 2 tower is still gonna fall. Valky with that Aegis and that Desolator. A very problematic hero for Whoops to deal with. They don't really have the best damage over time abilities to take down those refraction charges. They do need to commit with at least one of the heroes, and that just means that you set yourself up a place like this. I mean, Tsukimoto, he catches you off guard with the Boundless Strike, and then Valky is just able to go forward, get those melt strikes off, and cause heroes to melt. He even has a Blink Dagger to work with, really, so doesn't even have to be directly next to the Monkey King. He can just chill, be in the backlines, wait for the Monkey King to find some stun, and then blink in and melt whoever it is that he found. Well, there's a cute Quentin Blade play coming through from Azure, but is there going to be more coming on the back of it? It's a good 3-man avalanche. He's just going to jump in, gets a good starfall off, but again, the Lich is going to be there with the Sinister Gaze to catch him off guard. And Krish again goes down. Right, Tsukimoto will happily give up his life for that exchange. Whoops. Again, just being choked around their map. They don't really have a lot of places to move towards. As Valky on the stay, just a big threat.
Yeah. I think with the Desolator, they will have the push potential that they really need. And second towers is not going to be a problem. But the main problem that the Valky presents right now is that melt damage with the Blink Dagger and the Desolator. He'll probably be able to two-shot any of the supports coming in at 20 minutes into the game. So, yeah, he's going to be a really huge threat. And I think they are just going to take this T2 right now. If they are able to, yeah, they will have the damage, obviously. And I think if the Viper goes for the Aghanim Shard, I think their pushing capacity is going to go even higher. A blink coming in from Valky onto the Tiny.
Yeah, well, it looks like the Tiny is going to be able to stay alive because of all of his armor. And in fact, it's going to be Andrew who ends up dropping. Valky is going to die as well. Tsukimoto is running to try and join this fight, and looks like Neon, they might lose the Aegis, but are they going to lose more? Yes, they are. In fact, the Templar Assassin is going to be caught off guard with the arrow, and now with the Avalanche toss coming through, Fortune Soul might end up dropping. Good boundless strike though That doesn't keep Fortune Soul alive for much longer, but it sure looked good for the time being. Trish still alive. He's gonna go forward, and along with the help of CJ and Azure, they're gonna be able to pick up Hated as well as they get 4 quick picks on Neon
Yeah.
Esports after taking down the Aegis.
I think a very messy engagement coming in from Neon Esports. Not really sure what happened there, but they do lose 4 heroes, and that slightly shifts momentum towards Whoops.
Radiant's
And if they
middle
are able to
tower
secure
is under
objectives
attack.
now, maybe a tower or two before the entire team is back up,
Radiant
it'll
structures
be
are
looking
fortified.
good for the side of Team Whoops. Because again, that team fight, they did not expect that to happen for the side of Neon. Tsukimoto will be caught from the uppercut
Uh,
coming from
Radiant's
No Chance,
bottom
but
tower is
he
under
is able to
attack.
get out over there. I think he'll be safe for now. But again, if you look at the net worth, it has dropped quite a bit. And Whoops did win that fight, and they were looking for something like that to happen on their side. So overall, Whoops still have a chance, and it's not as one-sided as it was last game. So let's see how the game
yeah.
progresses from here.
I mean, CJ's even finished up his Mantis style. He's got the money for the Aghanim shot, so he's going to be a fairly strong presence in these team fights. He is going to be dealing a lot of damage with the Blade Fury. He could even potentially just skip that Aghanim shot, go straight into the Maelstrom, go straight into the Mjolnir if he thinks that Neon Esports aren't really going to try to make any plays here. But he might be wrong about that because CJ has been spotted out by Tsukimoto. And even though you have to get that entire
Radiant's
farm from the
bottom
jungle and
tower
leave
is under
nothing for
attack.
the side of Neon, it's a little bit dangerous for any dire hero to wander there. I mean, that area is just full of TA traps. And one small misstep could mean death of a dire hero. So, whoops. Have to be very careful here. Oh, the silence is gonna come through as well. Tsukimoto doesn't really pop the boundless strike, so he's gonna be a-okay. The arrow comes flying through though, and catches out the Monkey King. So they are able to see that there was something going on in their jungle, and they should now have a better idea of where Neon
Radiant's
Esports
bottom
are.
tower is
And
under
whoops,
attack.
doing a very good job of just not getting caught out at the moment.
Dire's
They're
middle
playing
tower is
defensively.
under attack.
They're waiting for some form of vision or some sort of information to come through before they make a move. And a quick smoke up by
Radiant
Neon to
are
see if
scanning.
there are any holes that they can exploit. Fortunately for them, there aren't any because, whoops, they're well aware of what's going on here. And that scan from Neon as well, it does not connect. So they're just going to back off. And now, whoops, they're looking to force an engagement over here. The Moonlight Shadow is going to come through. The smoke is going to get popped as well. And they made sure not to do this under an Observer ward. So Neon Esports might not see this coming. The TA trap is going to get popped. CJ, he's going to walk up high ground. He's not really going to see anyone. I don't think he was spotted because there was a sentry ward there from the side of the Radiant. But now, things will be revealed. No chance. Oh, that blink was a bit too short. And he's going to get melted courtesy of that Templar Assassin. However, the tree throw coming through, or rather the tree volley coming through from Azure is going to keep the members of Neon Esports at bay. Whoops. They've given away one kill, but they do not need to give away any more. They're going to go full retreat mode and try to get back towards safety. As Neon Esports, yeah, they punish No Chance's blink, and yeah, I'm not too sure what happened there. That was a very, very short blink coming through from the Tusk. Oh,
Again, in
okay.
the middle
Well,
lane, they
it looks
do
like that they
see an
managed to
engagement.
catch out the Monkey King, yes, but there's going to be a two-man boundless strike. The Freezing Field coming through as well from Parasite. They're going to be able to clean up the Lich as well as the Monkey King. There's the Omni Slash coming through. Henry is going to end up dropping as well. Valky still standing though on the Templar Assassin, but Azure goes in with the Avalanche. Tossback is going to be there. BKB TP out, but no chance. Goes through with the Walrus Punch, cancels the TP, and that's going to be another kill going the way of Whoops as Whoops. They punished Neon Esports for overstaying their welcome. And CJ,
Yeah.
he's going to get a bunch of kills on the back of that engagement. And again, whoops, these are the sorts of fights that they've been looking for. And finally, they can
Radiant's
start to
middle
pressure
tower
this
is
tier 1
under
tower
attack.
towards mid.
Yeah, and I think at this point,
Radiant's middle
it is a good
tower is
idea for them to
falling.
start split pushing, securing the top tower as well, or maybe even secure the mid T2. There's still 39 seconds for the TA to come back, but the rest of the team is back on the side of Neon. The Remnant back.
Uh-oh, Fortune Soul. Yeah, that Remnant's going to be extremely slow because he deployed it while that tag team hit connected. So, a little bit unfortunate there that they're not able to secure the kill. And whoops, they're trying to move into the Rosh pit, but the Rosh timer is the longest respawn. It's still going to be at 2.5 minutes before Rosh is available, so no such luck here for
Yeah.
Whoops. But nonetheless, Whoops, very much keeping themselves in the game and staying competitive here against the side of Neon Esports. By no means has this been a free game for Neon. They've lost a couple of fights so far, and at this pace, they're gonna have to be a little bit careful and afraid of the Juggernaut, because if the Juggernaut is able to hit that Mjolnir timing, then that TA just cannot stand and feel safe, because that Juggernaut bought a blink dagger recently. I thought that he was gonna go for the shot or maybe even finish the Mjolnir before, but he instead went for the blink, and that's paid off rather handsomely for him. No
Yeah.
chance again. The smoke is gonna be dropped. The ward, well, it's gonna spot out Hated, and they're gonna go straight in towards the Lich, take him down. The ward will also be kept alive. And well, again, whoops, they're trying to move into Rosh. They're trying to find Aegis, but
Dire's bottom
Rosh
tower
is just
is under
not
attack.
respawn, and Neon Esports
Dire are
really
scanning.
must be thanking their stars at this point, because had Rosh been up, there was nothing they could have done to stop it.
Yeah, definitely. And I think it's been super unlucky for the side of Whoops. They never seem to be getting the
Dire's
Roshan
bottom
as soon
tower
as they
is
win a
under
team fight.
attack.
And this, I think, even
Dire's
at
bottom
this
tower
point, they
has
are
fallen.
fine with it because they will
Radiant's
be able to
courier
secure the
has been
Roshan, I guess,
killed.
because Neon Esports is not really ready, I think, right now to take a fight back
Radiant's top
against
tower
Neon
is under
Esports.
attack.
And if they're able to
Yep.
get this T1 on top lane, which I think they're disengaging from, not sure why, they are looking for
Oh,
another engagement in
Sukimoto
the lane.
moves forward on the Monkey King. Yeah, he's able to catch out Krish, but at what cost? He's just gonna get cleaned up by CJ. Blinks in with the Blade Fury. He is able to find him, and Azure is gonna force out the BKB from Fortune Soul, forced to back off. And looks like the Lich is going to end up dropping as well. A buyback coming through from the Monkey King. As CJ, he just cannot be stopped. He's straight onto Enryu, and Enryu dropping low as well. As Azure, he's managed to find Valky on the side. Valky is going to pop the BKB, try and get the hell out of this. Sukimoto trying to secure the retreat, but he's not going to succeed. A triple kill here for CJ, and they're not stopping just yet. The Ember Spirit is
Oh,
going to be
great.
found as well. Azure moves in on the Tiny. That's 4 dropping here from the side of Neon Esports as
Radiant
Whoops.
structures
They
are
turn around that
fortified.
fight, and finally Rosha is going to be available, and I think Whoops
Radiant's
will
middle
thank
tower
their
is
stars
under
that they're going to
attack.
be able to pick up the Aegis of the Immortal right after they claim
Yeah.
this tier.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Yeah, and I think picking up this Blink Dagger for the Juggernaut has been paying him pretty good dividends. Now, as they enter into the Rosh Pit and securing the Aegis will enable them to push the top towers pretty easily, or maybe even the second tier 2 tower in the bot lane. So, securing all these towers and maybe even trying to engage onto the high
Oh,
ground on this side of
yeah. Just look at that Azure. Just spots the Monkey King under vision, blinks in on the Tiny. He's got that Aghanim Scepter as well as the Crystallis. I think he might have even finished the Daedalus on the back of that previous fight. And yeah, he's just able to take that Monkey King down all by himself. Well, that's going to be the Aegis going the way of Whoops. The shot picked up as well, which means the Juggernaut does not need to invest that 1.4k gold towards it. Can instead just focus on picking up the Skadi next. And yeah, no chance. Also very, very close to finishing his Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, and if we look at CJ, he has that Mjolnir finished and he is going for a Skadi. And I think Skadi is a really, really good item here, slowing down a lot of these heroes coming out from the side of Neon. And not just that, the extra bonus stats is never a problem when it's on a Juggernaut because you're not going to be getting him down anywhere easily. So it's going to be a really good item for him to secure. And he is, I think, halfway there. So just another 2 to 3 minutes and he will have that Skadi as well. So it's going to be pretty hard for Neon to defend their high ground when a Juggernaut is coming at you with the Mjolnir and Skadi. So it's going to be interesting to see how the TA, even though she is really, really farmed with the Deso, the Hurricane Pike, and the Blink, it's going to be interesting to see how she deals with this Juggernaut who does a lot of damage with that Mjolnir and having that increased attack speed. It gives 70 attack speed from the side of the Mjolnir. So it's going to be interesting to see how the TA handles this and if she will be able to ignore him completely, jump into the backlines, get the pickoffs off onto Parasite and the Tusk. And if they will be able to secure the next team fight, will let us know if Neon Esports can come back into this game or Whoops with this 9k net worth lead. will be taking this game to in this best of five series.
Yeah, I mean, Whoops have earned quite the net worth lead over here against Neon Esports, and with this Aegis, there's no reason why they can't just run down these lanes and claim a tier 3. The healing ward is going to be especially hard to take down, even though you've got multiple range heroes on the side of Neon Esports. No one really wants to go out of position to kill that healing ward, as it could very easily mean their death. Because there's a walrus punch, there's an avatos from the tiny, a freezing field to follow up as well. So yeah, Neon Esports going to be a little bit hard pressed to deal with this push here, but they could just pretty much wait out the Ioskadi for the jug. And once they have that item, going high ground is going to be a lot easier than it is going to be
Yeah.
forcing it right now with the Aegis. So,
Radiant's
whoops,
top tower
just
is
gonna
under
relax,
attack.
just gonna finish up some of their items here. Pick up whatever they like. Daedalus should be finished for the Tiny fairly soon. The Tusk should
Yeah.
also have his Aghanim
Radiant's top
Scepter.
tower is under
And
attack.
Krish on the Mirana, who didn't really have a very fantastic early game, has also recovered rather nicely here. 15k net worth lead
Yeah.
for him. A little bit above the Tiny in terms of farm. And yeah, I mean, he should also be pumping out the damage soon enough, considering the amount of gold that he's amassed. Hated, just acting like a human observer bot, does spot out the Tiny. And yeah, I mean, that's the best he can really hope to do at this point. There's
Oh
not really a
no,
play on
Ember
the
comes
map.
crumbling.
Okay, I'm not too sure what happened, but Fortune Soul ends up falling. That's a
Radiant's
big
bottom
pick off
tower
here.
is under attack.
For the side of
Dire's bottom
Whoops
tower
as
is under
oh no, it looks like Fortune Soul. He overestimated his survivability as No Chance was just able to blink in,
And now
get that
TA.
punch going. And the follow comes from Tiny and Valky also gonna get caught out. Neon just just got napping on the
They're falling apart.
steering wheel over here. This is devastating here. Whoops are gonna be able to find those two picks. And with the creep wave pushing in,
Yeah.
there's no buyback on Valky. This should pretty much be a free tier 3 for the side of Whoops. Maybe even more.
Yeah, definitely. They might be able to secure even two sets of racks if the
Radiant
timing is right.
structures are
Okay, they do
fortified.
have the glyphs though, and again, once the
Radiant's middle tower is
T3
under
falls, they
attack.
will have another glyph again. So they might be able to just secure only this set of racks with the tower. Again, the damage output coming in from these heroes is quite a lot. The Mjolnir, the Tiny having the Crystallis. Yeah, it's going to be
Yeah.
pretty easy to get
Radiant's
this
middle
tower down.
tower
But the
is under
back
attack.
door is keeping it
Radiant's
alive for
middle
quite a
tower
while.
has fallen.
Yeah, it's gonna go down soon enough though. Azure is gonna get caught out. The BKB will be forced. There's the kickback coming through from No Chance. He eats the arrow on the way as well. The Lich is gonna get taken down here. Valky is still not available for this fight. Fortune Soul of the BKB is trying to fight, but is not able to succeed. No Chance has fallen, but Envy is gonna fall in turn. So it's a positive trade for the side of Whoops. And in fact, Fortune Soul's gonna end up dropping as well as CJ cleans up onto the members of Neon Esports. 17k net worth lead here for the side of Whoops, as Azure eating a fair bit of magic damage, getting pissed out by the Aghanim Scepter from Andrew. He's gonna get, he's gonna be forced to TP out. CJ also gonna TP out. So, Whoops, they do lose the Tiny, but they get so much more. They force out the buyback from Andrew. They force out the buyback from Fortune Soul. And those were BKBs
Yeah.
committed as well from Neon Esports. So, a very, very good trade for the side of Whoops.
Yeah, and the tree volley, man, the Aghanim Scepter pickup on the Tiny along with the Chrysalis, I think, is letting him do a lot of damage in these team fights. And we'll have to keep an eye out once he is, getting as the game extends longer and longer, the Tiny is going to be dealing more and more damage along with the Juggernaut, the heroes that scale really, really well. Whereas Ember again comes down to his playstyle. If he gets the Aghanim Scepter and if he is running around a lot, not getting caught from the side of Team Whoops, he will be causing quite a bit of problem. But then again, I'm not really sure how Neon Esports tend to defend this second push that will be coming in as soon as they take down the Roshan for the second time, which may
Dire's
respawn
bottom
in the next
tower
4 minutes.
is under
So
attack.
there's still 4 minutes of space. And on the side of Whoops, I don't really see them taking advantage of the map control that they have. They need to be doing what they're doing right now, TPing to this bot jungle and securing as much of the map as they can towards their side. Meanwhile, Neon Esports are doing a really good job of getting the farm that they need. They are splitting up through the top area of the map, trying to get as much farm as they can for
Oh,
all their cores.
CJ Yeah, he spotted out Henry over here, and Azure's also going to be going in with the help of that tree wall. Yes, Henry ends up going rather low. Sukimoto is also going to end up dropping. The frost shield keeps him alive, but not for long. CJ continues to fight into Valky. Valky does not have the refraction anymore. He's popped the BKB, but he's not all that survival. He tries to turn around with the Melt Strike, but is not going to be able to find much. The Chain Frost, though, does rip through the side of Whoops,
Yeah.
but still is not going to be helping them find any kills. In Neon, they lose 4 of their heroes as they tried to make a play as CJ's
Radiant's
Ace was
courier
timing
has
out, but
been
Whoops were aware of
killed.
the possibility. They just clean up shop against Neon Esports,
Radiant's
and
top
that
tower
should
is under
be
attack.
the middle racks going the way of Whoops.
Yeah. And CJ does have the Skadi done. He's going
Radiant's
for
middle
a
barracks are under
butterfly. I
attack.
think he is 300 gold away from the butterfly. So after that, I don't really think Neon
Radiant's
Esports have
middle
an answer. They
barracks
might be
has
looking to
fallen.
just push the
Oh,
T4 here
okay.
and end the
Radiant's
game.
middle barracks are under
Yeah,
attack.
well, I mean, this is
Radiant's
certainly
structures are
something. They are
fortified.
trying to force out some more buybacks coming through from the side of Neon Esports. The glyph will be forced, but guess what? There's a healing ward available on the jug, so everyone on Whoops is going to be able to heal back up
Radiant's
to
middle
full and go for a
barracks
round
has
2 if the
fallen.
buybacks do come through. No chance. Is going to go forward. Is going to be able to find the Lich and with hated down for the count. Well, it looks like that might just be game here as Neon
Radiant's
Esports
middle tower
are
has
going to end up
fallen.
losing game 2. Whoops are going to be able to claim the
Massive.
second
GG.
game, and GG is called. That's it. Whoops. They will even up the series 1-1 in the
Radiant's
BO5
ancient is
against
under
Neon
attack.
Esports, showing signs of life. Well, looks like we might just have a very close BO5 on our hands here, Lama.
Yeah, definitely. I think Whoops played this game around much better than they played the first game. And looking at the result, we see that the drafting has been effective in this second game. Again, winners of this second game in the BO5 are Team Whoops against Neon Esports. Again, I think Neon Esports are looking to change out their drafting a bit, not being very focused on their core. Did not help them really well in this game because the Juggernaut just came in with the damage, came in with a lot of team fight potential with the Omni Slash. He was able to get his items right on time. Having a good lane in the top lane definitely enabled him to have that, getting a lot of early kills onto Andrew with the root coming in from Parasite. So, yeah, I think really well played from Team Whoops. And it's not going to be a easy 3-0 for Neon Esports. They are going to have to fight their way if they want to secure themselves. Uh, a slot in the grand finals in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, Neon Esports, they certainly got their hands full as Whoops. That was a shellacking towards the later stages. I mean, the side of Neon Esports, they did have a lead. They were doing quite well for
Yeah.
themselves.
Mhm.
Up until that first fight around the tier 2 with the Aegis, where they ended up losing Valky, who might have overextended just a bit. And without his allies around, they ended up losing the Aegis and lost 4 in that fight. And then things just started falling apart like a house of cards ever since. Fortune Soul got caught out mid. Valky ended up getting caught at the Ancients with the Aegis still intact for the side of Whoops, and then Whoops was just able to capitalize and end the game. And it
Yeah.
seems like yeah, Neon Esports, they are starting to show signs of weakness here, as they're not as strong as people might have suspected they were earlier in
Yeah.
this tournament. They were definitely the team to look out for, but seems like Whoops, slowly but surely over time, has learned from their mistakes and the mistakes of other teams, and observed Neon long enough to understand what is it that they like to pick and play.
Yeah, definitely. And I think it comes down to the group stage run that Neon Esports had, where they were really dominant against all the teams present there, losing only one game in all their series they had. So I think coming down to that is the main thing that we find Neon Esports to be such a dominant team. And obviously having the history of a team like Neon Esports with a lot of experience on all these
Mhm.
players, it has been you know really entertaining to see that they're not just this dominant force that nobody can get down. Reaper hashtag, we
Yeah.
saw them take down Neon Esports from the upper bracket with a 3-2 victory over them. And now in the lower bracket finals, we see even Team Whoops take a game away from them. So, yeah, it's a super entertaining series, not one-sided dominating victory over another. So, I'd like to see what happens in the upcoming games.
Yeah, Neon Esports. Well, it looks like they certainly bleed, and Whoops. have made those first few cuts here. Hopefully, if they keep the space up, we're going to have a very interesting BO5 on our hands as the score has evened up 1-1. And now, well, both of these teams can pretty much treat it like a regular and a standard best of three. Except
Yeah.
that both sides have a lot more information on each other. So it's going to be interesting to see how the drafts and the meta develops here in these upcoming games. There's at least going to be two more of them, as either side needs to advance to the grand finals. And let's not forget, you are going to be facing hashtag Reaper in the grand finals, a team that has shown that they're much more capable of, they're much more stronger and more capable than anyone thought them to be. So, yeah, whoever
Yeah.
makes it there is going to have an interesting time on their hands. But for the time being, we're going to cut to a short break before we come back with the next game. So until then, you're watching the AMD Sky Esports Championship 4.0 with a gaming partner Logitech and our official fantasy partner Fanclash. We'll be back in just a bit.
You will make a nice snow angel.
Yes! I have punching for No!
Radiant should look to their middle tower.
Fight fair!
Have to keep fighting.
Bullseye!
Chilled. Dire should look to their top tower.
Juggernaut!
What's the opposite of regicide? There's no it's just a fairy tale. There will be another coming through.
Let's see if they can hit it. Stay silent and move quickly.
Coming through.
I knew it.
Pay for this.
30 seconds to battle.
We fall. Once more.
You will make a nice snow angel.
Yes!
I have punching foot.
Radiant should look to their middle tower.
Fight fair.
We have to keep fighting. Bullseye!
Dire should look to their top tower.
Juggernaut!
What's the opposite of regicide?
There's no honor.
Steamed in searing heat.
I have angles.
But it's just a fairy tale. There will be another coming through.
Let's see if they can hit it. Stay silent and move quickly.
Yeah. Um, guys, I think we'll be right back. We're having some technical difficulties. Yeah. uh, yeah. Okay. I can't hear anything. What Floki is saying.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the AMD Sky Esports Championship
10
4.0.
seconds
We
remaining.
fixed the technical hiccups and yeah, we've got the draft underway so far.
5 seconds remaining.
Lama, we've got two interesting bans coming out from Neon Esports, two heroes that are somewhat popular but have been ignored to an extent in this tournament, which is the Primal Beast. So
Radiant
Neon
team
Esports
pick.
banning it
Dire
out this
team
time
pick.
around. What do you think they want to do
In the
differently?
spirit.
I think they did pretty well in the previous game as well. As we saw in the early game, they were doing all right. They did have even certain advantages at certain places as well. So they were on the right path. But again, I think it's going to be the laning
10
stage that
seconds
they need to
remaining.
focus on more. Because in the last game, Neon Esports didn't really fare well against
5 seconds
many of the
remaining.
heroes from
Dire
Whoops,
team
especially in
pick.
the laning phase.
Here I
And
am.
they were able to get a
Radiant
huge
team
lead
pick.
later on as the game went. So
Dusk.
Whoops, again, if it's not broken, don't fix it. They go in with the Mirana Tusk as their first pick. Neon Esports still sticking to their Ember as their first pick because they're pretty confident on that Ember. And again, we have seen what the Ember is capable of. So it is definitely a good pick.
10
But
seconds
this time around, I
remaining.
think Neon Esports will have to focus more on their laning stages,
5
get a
seconds
early team
remaining.
fight potential hero, have a lot of
Radiant team ban.
early engagements take place, so they are able to use their
Mhm.
momentum to focus
Dire
on the
team ban.
objectives and on the Roshan as well, because we know Neon Esports are capable of doing that. We have seen them do it quite well. So I think they play really well. They just need to focus a bit more on the laning stage, I think, even through the drafting phase right now, and they'll be doing pretty well.
Yeah, certainly. I mean,
10
Neon
seconds
Esports,
remaining.
they this time around have picked up the hoodwink. I believe this is going to be
5
Tsukimoto's
seconds
hero
remaining.
on the position 4. A hero that's capable of setting
Radiant
up
team
lots of good
ban.
fights and has some good follow up as well on the chains with the sharpshooter. So
Dire
not a
team
big
ban.
surprise here that Neon Esports would go for this. The bans coming out are rather interesting though. So Neon Esports are going to ban out the Naga Siren and the Pangolier. I think what
Hmm.
they're trying to do is trying to make sure that the side of Whoops aren't really able to outscale them because Neon
Okay.
Esports want to have
Radiance
the better
ban.
late game. They've often relied on Fortune Soul to carry them when they felt like the zoo isn't working out and they aren't really able to outplay the enemy team in the early to mid game without a draft advantage. So it's in their best bet to just
10
secure
seconds
Fortune Soul's
remain.
game, pick him up
Yeah.
a hero that is hard to counter, and just hope that he carries
Hmm.
you. You provide enough space for him, and then he's going to start joining fights when he feels comfortable. And then with the second or
Yeah.
third ages, you look to close out the game. So whoops. Uh, I think they might not be
10
aware of that because
seconds.
they have just focused on every single hero that can create
5
summons and just spammed
seconds
it out. I
remain.
mean, Enigma's still in the pool, and it is going to be Whoops' pick next. So Whoops need to decide if they want to ban it out or if they want to leave it in the open and instead ban out silencer so that they can pick up the enigma for themselves, which all in all is not a bad pick if Neon Esports are trying to rely on Fortune Soul as the hard carry. The enigma
Yeah.
can create a lot of problems, but the issue right now with picking up enigma for Whoops is going to be that Gyro is still in the pool. So yeah, that flak cannon and something like a crystal maiden pickup from Neon Esports is going to be very, very
Dire's
effective at dealing with
jewels.
those eidolons.
Yeah, and I think Whoops have decided to ban out Morphling this time around because usually Neon Esports have been banning out the Morph, not wanting to play against it, and they let it pass through in this phase of the ban. So Neon Esports could have been looking to pick up
10
Morphling for
seconds
themselves.
remain.
And also, I'd like to say, I think Neon Esports is using this best of five
5
against Whoops
seconds.
as a testing ground as well, because their usual strategy is, I mean, was always to have a carry focused drafting phase. Whereas in the first two games coming out from Neon Esports, we
Radiant's
have seen them switch it
jewels.
around, picking heroes
Oh
like
wow.
Shadow Fiend and Ember Spirit to be their cores. I mean, to be their carries and be engaged in the team fights early on. So I think Neon Esports is trying out other drafting styles as well to see something that might work against, maybe a Reaper hashtag, which their usual
10
lineup didn't work out
seconds.
against. So they might be doing that, picking different varieties of
5
heroes. But now again, I
seconds
think they might go
remain.
back to what they usually do, picking a core that is dependent on farm, and the rest of the heroes coming out from Neon Esports enabling that hero to farm. Whereas on the side of Whoops, we see a
Radiant's
Shadow
turn
Fiend
to
being picked up. What do you think about that? It's
Yep.
probably going to be a safe lane Shadow Fiend, right?
Yeah, I like the Shadow Fiend pickup. I mean, it's I wouldn't say it's an insurance policy, but it's a way of addressing some of the greedier heroes that are picked in the game. The Shadow Fiend
Yeah.
doesn't really need a crap ton of farm to be
10
effective.
seconds
He
remaining.
just needs the Aegis and that level 15 talent. So once he has that,
5
Yeah.
he's going to start running at your
seconds.
towers and taking them down. So Neon Esports, if they want to pick up a hard carry, they're really going to have to do so cleverly. They have lots of issues that they need to address at the moment. Whoops, they've got all their options open with that Mirana and Tusk pick. They can both be played as cores or both be played as supports. And yeah, Whoops still have two more picks and another round and another set of bans to work with. So whatever Neon Esports try to throw at them right now, Whoops are going
Hmm.
to be able to deal with it and have a decent reply. So what Neon Esports need to do is throw some sort of curveball here towards Whoops, some sort of cheese pick
Dire's
that
turn
could
to
catch them
pick.
off guard. Maybe, uh, well, I was gonna say that something like a Huskar last pick could be on the cards because you've seen that Fortune Soul can play that Ember, but instead Neon
Hmm.
Esports are gonna pick up the Snapfire for themselves, which is not a bad hero and is
Radiant's
very good at
turn
dealing
to
with the
bat.
SF from long range. And whoops, well, speaking of
Hmm.
curveballs, there's the life stealer. They see the Snapfire, they have no hesitation whatsoever, and they're like, you know what, we just gonna pick up the life stealer for CJ instead.
Yeah.
And it can be Azur who plays that
10
Shadow Fiend
seconds
against the Ember
remaining.
Spirit in the mid lane. So you've got that Snapfire and Dawnbreaker who are very
5
very good at
seconds
engaging with the
remaining.
Shadow Fiend,
Dire
and
team
you've got
ban.
that
Uh-huh.
covered. But where's the answer for the life stealer? And so far, it doesn't exist.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, it comes on. I think it becomes somewhat of a pressure right now for Neon Esports to focus their last pick countering the lifestealer. Because again, as you said, Dawnbreaker Snapfire deal really well with Shadow Fiend, and
10
Neon
seconds
Esports thinking
remaining.
probably that the Shadow Fiend might be
Radiant
going safe
team
lane and
ban.
possibly, picked up these really good counters. And now that Shadow Fiend goes mid, his entire playstyle changes. I think he has the capacity
Dire
to
team
either
ban.
go right click in the mid lane, which he probably might not, and will look to go for a more magical build coming around this time. Then again, if we look at the bans come out from Neon Esports, they are afraid of the Timber and the Doom, who will be performing really well against the heroes coming out from Neon Esports.
10
The
seconds
Timber
remaining.
has a lot of potential to cover gaps and deal a lot of damage to the
5
Dawnbreaker and
seconds
Snapfire, so they don't
remaining.
want anything to do with him. And Doom having that capacity to shut down an entire hero for a long duration of time enables Whoops to counter the Ember and the Dawnbreaker pretty
Radiant
easily.
team
So
pick.
Doom is a really good ban coming out from the side of Neon Esports, whereas on the side of Whoops, they ban out the Slark and the Void, who are again really good counters against the Life Stealer.
Dire
If
team
the
pick.
Slarks are hitting you, stealing stats, you're not going to be able to do anything. And the
Oh
last
wow.
pick coming out as a Terror
Yep.
Blade, I did not expect that to be the last pick coming out from Neon Esports. But again, nevertheless, Terrorblade is a really good hero. Comes down to how Neon Esports are able to play around the Terrorblade.
10
If
seconds
he will be able to
remaining.
get the farm that he needs to be active in this
5
game
seconds
or not
remaining.
depends on the rest of the heroes. And I think Neon Esports, all the players are familiar with each other, and they do trust each other enough to let Terrorblade be their carry, and him to get the farm that he needs to carry on in the mid to late game.
Yeah, I mean, whoops, they've really got to find a solid answer for this Terrorblade here. The Shadow Fiend is not all that bad with the Arcane Blink and the Requiem and the magic damage build. It's actually very, very strong against Terrorblade. But this game, I was thinking that maybe the Shadow Fiend wanted to go for that more synergistic build with the right clicks. You go for the Dragon Lance, Mask of Madness, maybe a BKB, and you go for that Presence Armor
Hmm.
build, which enables you to take down these towers. And because Lifestealer naturally likes to curve into a Desolate as one of his items, you can take down
Yeah,
towers rather easily. But with the Terrorblade thrown into the mix, that plan is sort of gone for a toss. And whoops, they need to find an answer for this hero. I,
yeah,
I mean, I'm gonna say something unorthodox here. I think the Pudge could have been a decent pick had they some room for it, but it doesn't seem like that's the case here because they've already picked up Lifestealer and Shadow Fiend, two extremely greedy cores. picking up a Pudge might just be suicide. So I'm curious to
You may
see
now
what they do.
select your
The Bat
heroes.
Rider is a very solid answer, though. The Bat Rider, all
Yeah.
magic damage, very sustained magic damage as well, where you can keep throwing that
Hmm.
napalm, those flame breaks as well as your Firefly and deal a lot of damage. Plus, you've also got some infest potential with the life stealer, so you can set up a lot of plays in the mid game. And
Yeah.
wow, Valky, he is, yeah,
He's
he
very.
was really thinking or putting his head to the test there for a second, as he was a little surprised by what was picked up, but whoops, uh, not too sure what they're feeling like at the moment. Seems like they
Mhm.
are calm, collected. They know that this is going to be a difficult game, but it's not an impossible game, and it's very certainly manageable given the heroes.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, as you said, I like the bat rider pick. He also has the capacity to keep Terrorblade occupied with his lasso for quite a bit of time. Again, I like what you said about Shadowfiend going for the right click build, really effective against the Ember, the Dawnbreaker, and the Terrorblade as well. So we'll have to see, we'll have to wait and watch what actually Azora wants to do in this game, whether he goes for the magic build or the right click build. Right click builds have been popular recently in the recent patches, and from the side of Team Neon, I think a lot of pressure comes down to the Ember Spirit right now, because again they picked up a last pick Terrorblade, who is quite a bit farm dependent, and as long as he does not have the metamorphosis, he's not going to be very effective in team fights as well. So Neon Esports a lot of pressure onto the Ember to
Prepare
secure
for
his
battle.
lane, and not just that, he will have to make rotations onto the other lanes and secure other lanes for his team as well, especially towards the side of the Terrorblades lane. Again, we'll have to wait and watch as time goes what happens and how both these teams decide to play this game.
Yeah, whoops. They've got a very clear cut draft here. I mean, they know what is it that they need to achieve. The win condition for Neon Esports, though, is also very clear, but a little bit harder to reach given all the tempo that's going to be coming out from Whoops heroes. They've got the synergy where all five heroes like to run at the enemy team together as a ball and hit them hard, and Neon might not have the best answer for it given their picks here. But that remains to be seen,
Yeah.
and seems like
30
are they
seconds to
changing
battle.
things up here? Is Krish going to be going mid against the Ember Spirit? I don't think that's the case. He's picked up the mantle as well as the circlet, which usually suggests that you want to build a null talisman, and that's not really the item that mid bat riders go for. But if he does go mid, that's going to be interesting to see.
Yeah, definitely. And he probably will not be. And I think this rune fight is just going to be left behind. Both teams looking to just secure the two runes for each of them and just disengage from that entire battle. So, yeah,
Yeah.
overall, lane wise, looking at lanes, mid lane, it's going to be the Shadow Fiend in the end. Facing off against the Ember
Mhm.
again, Ember will have to look out on using his Flame Guard early on, because again, with the shadow raises, the flame guard does not last very long, just two raises and it's out, but it does mitigate quite a bit of damage coming in from Azora. So we'll have to wait and watch how the difference in both their play styles and how they are able to control their laning stage enables them to play. Azora does not get the last hit onto the range creep, but then again, it's not a big problem right now, as he still gets the experience. So we'll have to wait and watch how the mid lane goes as it gets longer and longer into the lane.
Yeah, it was a really cute attempt there by Azura. He, tried to land the melee raise while securing the last hit, but Valky just pulled aggro twice. So, and then he just ends up right-clicking the creep. But a a very important thing that you need to do on SF in order to win
Dyer's
these
turret
lanes
has
is
been
get
killed.
some denies going and make sure that you're able to get to those, necromastery numbers. Uh, I mean, so that you can be that strong
You
right-click
have
presence in
been
that lane that
denied.
can threaten denies, because otherwise the game can get super hard for the SF. It's very easy to get lost in trying to zone out a melee hero, throwing out suboptimal raises, which even though they connect, don't last long enough for you to chain your future raises. And yeah, that's really when the SF is able to zone out heroes. So Azul, recognizing that, is doing a decent job of just making sure that he doesn't commit too many raises. Instead, just trying to get those necromastery numbers up. And once he's got enough points in that, the lane is going to become very difficult for the Ember Spirit.
Yeah, and also, pop faking those raises also makes the Ember use a sleight of fist. So I think Azura is making really good use of that, getting pretty good denies as well. He's 7-3, whereas the Ember is 8-1. Still one last hit ahead of the Shadow Fiend. However, I think both of them will be doing pretty well now that the Ember has his bottle. He does not have to get worried about the damage coming in
Mhm.
from the SF, as he is able to heal through most of it. And again, putting 2 points into the Flame Guard, he is able to mitigate more of the Shadow Raises coming in, and pretty uh, good zoning out Azora until the 3 minute mark.
Yeah. And Azur, he's got his own bottle flying out on the courier as well. Bottom lane, lots of right lanes being traded back and forth. The Cookie is going to be there on the Terror Blade, and looks like no chance. He's going to keep himself alive with a snowball. Tsukimoto in the top lane draws first blood as he manages to take down, well, the Mirana, but in the bottom lane, Fortune Soul's going to be just fine. He got a full fat wand, and as a result, he finds a kill. And top lane, the Lifestealer also ends up dropping as Neon Esports
Yeah.
outplay them across both side lanes and find 3 kills.
In the top lane, they are trying to look to engage onto Parasite, but I don't think that's going to be a possibility right now. Again, Dawnbreaker is quite low. He might have to use up this Tango, and if it's still not enough, he might have to walk back to base, which will not be ideal for him since the lifesteal is back. However, in the bot lane, both teams are duking it out, getting a lot of damage onto each other, not letting Fortune Soul farm freely as he wants to. And yeah, but again, having the early magic wand did enable him to secure a kill there and survive through the damage output coming out from the Batrider. So again, I personally hate leaning against a Batrider because he is able to do so much of this
Oh,
early game damage, and the roll coming
yeah,
in.
that is a very good shot block from the Dusk, and hated. The wand keeps him alive, and unfortunately, Krish does not have the XP to dive through. He's still going forward, though, with the Napalm. Should be able to get the kill on Snapeye, but the raindrops come in time from the courier. It does not matter, though. The right click from Krish will finish the job. What the hell is No Chance doing here? Okay,
Oh.
well, never mind.
Down for the count.
Gonna be confused because No Chance goes on a sliver of HP, and they're gonna be able to secure the kill on the Terror Blade as well. As No Chance just waiting to die to the tower. Fortune Soul, sure, he gets a little bit of gold, but the Tusk is gonna come back with full HP and mana. And again,
Yeah.
Fortune Soul's lane is gonna be in trouble down bottom.
Yeah, and I think that was totally worth it. We did not expect No Chance to survive through all of that. I think if Fortune Soul had shifted his target around to the Tusk, I think he could have killed, he maybe could have killed both of them. But again, in that situation, it's really hard to macro yourself. So yeah, I think well played by No Chance, able to secure the kill onto two of them. So I think it's going pretty well for both the sides. Neon Esports with a little bit of gold advantage.
Yep. And it does seem like that even though Neon Esports, even though Whoops were able to get all of those picks, it's not really resulted in a significant change in terms of gold and XP, like you mentioned. Maybe with this wave, it's going to make a difference. But overall, the gold does favor Neon Esports a little bit, and that's partly because of what happened in the top lane. Both CJ as well as Parasite ended up losing their life top a while
Yeah.
back. And Azura in the mid lane, he's done a good job on the SF, ramping up those last hits and denies. 29 to 11 compared to Valky sitting on 23 to 1 on the Ember Spirit. So yeah, I mean, the Shadow Fiend just doing a lot of work, and it does seem like he's gonna go for that magic build. Second race did not connect though on Valky, so Valky is gonna be fine for the time being. In fact, he hits level 6, and guess what? Tsukimoto is gonna make the rotation just in time. Azur, he has leveled up the Requiem. He's gonna be able to land 2 races. Can he find the third one? Oh, he misses! Azur is not able to land that final race onto Valky, and Valky will survive.
Radiant's
Live to
middle
tell the
tower
tale.
is under
Parasite, that
attack.
was a very good arrow coming in from the Mirana, but unfortunately, just a little shy of the range of the third raise there. So yeah, he couldn't follow it up with that final raise, and instead had to guess it's gonna be a misplay. But down bottom, it looks like Fortune Soul is gonna be in trouble. He's got a full wand to work with here. He's trying to bait them deeper into the tower. He will be able to survive a little while, long enough for Security to come through, and actually Chris is gonna end up dropping the filled napalm stacks. I'm not too sure what they're gonna do when you don't really have a hero to capitalize on it. Batrider is dead,
Yeah.
so Azur is also getting caught out here. The Scatterblast comes through from the Grandma as Hated is gonna be there to secure or help secure the kill onto Azur. It was a cool attempt by Azur to break that tree with that tango,
Radiant's
but
middle tower is
yeah,
under
apart from
attack.
looking cute, it really did save him there. So it's gonna be a 3 quick kills going the way of Neon Esports, and they keep the Terrorblade alive. They enable the Ember to come back in the game, and they shut down the Shadow Fiend in just one single stroke. So really, really good there for Neon Esports. Andrew, though,
Yeah.
I mean, I like the little play he is making. He's just cut the trees on the right side, and he's constantly pulling the creep wave, trying to make sure that he's able to get these creeps. And yeah, whoops. I mean, don't really have a punish for it. Andrew, very aware that the Tusk was there and could have TP'd top, makes it back to the safety of his tower, and is going to be fine. But as mid game rolls around, Lama, this game is going to get a little bit harder for Neon Esports.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, I totally agree. Especially, when the Terrorblade cannot be involved in the fights in the early mid game or the early game as well. So it's going to be problematic. But looking at how the laning phases are going, I think they should do fine. The Ember is having a really, really good game. So it's him who's going to be dictating the pace of how Neon Esports are going to be playing. If he is able to make these rotations, secure some kills, like for example in the mid lane, the Parasite and No Chance are here. If he is able to survive through ganks that are made onto him, like they're probably trying to get him down as many times as possible just because he has this early game advantage. So I think it's going to be pretty well for the side of Neon as long as they keep their early game momentum going and not die a lot on any of the heroes.
Yeah, Krish gonna get gone upon again. 3 heroes converge on him, and that's gonna be the death of the Batrider, as he's been left all alone down bottom. No Chance made an appearance in the top lane, so Neon pretty much aware that he's not gonna have any backup. And Krish, I mean, that's just the hand he's been dealt in life. That's just what he has to play with. He's at level 6 though, so there is gonna be some kill potential for him towards the mid lane. Parasite will end up dropping as double damage rune from Valky. This proves to be a bit too much for the Mirana to handle, but now that he does not have any mana remaining, well, never mind, he's still got a full fat wand, and in fact, Valky might have just turned this fight around. His zone is going to pop the Requiem, but it's not going to find anything because the Mortimer's Kiss has come through, and Henry gets the credit for that kill as well, a double kill for the Dawnbreaker. As they try to make a play on a DD Ember Spirit, they pay the price. That was not too sure what that was about. I mean, Whoop should have known that Valky had a full wand there, and No Chance just went in thinking that they could have found the kill, but yeah, no such luck. Valky turns that around rather easily. Arrow coming through from Parasite. It's gonna scout out the rune. Oh no, Parasite, does he not have any more leaf charges? No, he doesn't, but he's still gonna be able to stay alive thanks to the magic stick. No Chance gonna take the rune away from the Ember Spirit at least, though, so there's a win, but Parasite gonna be walking back to base as soon as he TP'd mid, as yeah, he's just level 4 on the Mirana, not having a very good time here.
And if you look at Valky, he is having the game of his life. Like, he's really happy at where he is right now. Being able to secure these early kills, he has 2 kills, 2 assists already. And I think at this point, he will be looking to, get rid of this mid tower as soon as possible and start forcing rotations to other towers, where he's going to be posing quite a bit of a problem, especially if he has the, Maelstrom ready in the next 3 minutes. It's going to be causing problems. Weird arrow coming
was that
out
intentional from Valky?
Oh yeah, that was intentional actually, to save the siege creep.
Yeah, there you go. Now you're thinking properly, and Parasite is gonna make it away, but yeah, Valky. That was a cute little play. I mean, keeping that siege creep alive, and that's actually gonna enable them to find this tier 1 tower mid. It's gonna be in deny range now, so it remains to be seen if Moose will deny the tower, but yeah, Valky, that singular play might just cause the side of Whoops to lose
Oh
some heroes, and
my.
in fact that is what's going to happen because the Mortimer's Kisses is back off cooldown again. CJ, he's made it to this fight, but I mean, I'm not sure if he can take down Valky. Valky does not have any remnants remaining. He just gets one, but it's a bit too late as he's going to end up dropping. And Neon, they'll find 2 kills in turn. I mean, they take down Parasite as well along with the Shadow Fiend, Azure, and that's gonna be a 2-for-1 trade along with the mid-tier 1 going down. So not all that bad for the side of Neon. But
Yeah, I
bottom
think
lane,
he's
Krish,
happy with the outcome.
yeah, Krish is becoming a menace here down bottom. He's finished that Boots of Travel on the Batrider, and at this point, anyone that walks into his lane is gonna be in a world of trouble, to say the least, as Krish, well, looks like there's gonna be an attempt made towards his life, but a great lasso coming through from Krish is actually gonna stun up the Ember Spirit. There's gonna be the damage coming through from the Shadow Fiend as well, and that's gonna be Valky dropping a second time. As elsewhere on the map, it also seems like the Hoodwink ended up dropping. I'm not too sure what the hell happened there, but yeah, whoops. Well, they answer back and how, and again, it seems like despite that top lane not going well, CJ, he's contributed meaningfully to this game. Going bottom, securing that tower, going mid, getting that kill onto Valky as well. So, yeah, whoops. Despite being dealt a rough hand in lane, slowly clawing their way back into this one.
Yeah, definitely. I think that did change around their tides in this game because, again, securing these kills are really important, especially onto a hero like Ember, slowing down his farm, slowing down his potential to get pickoffs. All really important for Whoops. Meanwhile, the whole time, they have to also focus on this Terrorblade, who is on in his own world getting all the farm that he actually wants. He already has a Yasha finish, probably going to be finishing with the Manta pretty soon, and it's going to be hard to kill him after that. They're looking to engage on to hate it here, but the roll coming in from the Tusk does not connect. Meanwhile, they try to turn around now.
Oh, no chance. He doesn't have the snowball at the ready. He's gonna get the punch through on Valky, but there's no follow-up whatsoever. Krish does not feel comfortable going into the middle of 3 heroes, especially with no lasso, and that's gonna be a free pick-off onto the no chance Tusk. But Azure, he's finished up his Yule Scepter. Oh, and he just picked up the Illusion Rune as well, but again, so many ultimates being committed, so much hate for the Shadow Fiend, as he's gonna get cleaned up, and Azure, I'm sure he's gonna be a little bit unhappy and displeased about that he's had to bear so many ganks, and there's been no real response from Whoops to get some revenge on any part of the map. You know, it's okay to lose your Shadow Fiend like this. I mean, when so many ults are committed, but if you don't find any pickoffs in turn, or if you don't get any significant advantage on the map either, then it just doesn't make any sense. You don't get a tier 1 tower out of this in the mid lane. You're not really able to find a kill towards top. So that kill just ends up being a freebie that Neon Esports work with. And Whoops, they kind of need to force the issue here. But again, Neon Esports, I think being aware of that possibility, they've already smoked up, and Tsukimoto waiting around in the trees as the courier will come under the Observer Ward. And that's going to be a dead courier for Parasite. Just drawing the short end of the stick here today.
Yeah. And I think both the carries are trying their best to get as much farm as they can in this early stages of the game. But again, I think Whoops need to be focusing more on trying to get more pickoffs here, because then it makes a lot of space for the lifestealer. If they are able to get some smoke kills.
Okay,
meanwhile,
Azure. Well, that was a cute attempt, and Valky, he is still standing there. He's actually eaten the Requiem. He's actually gonna stand and fight the Shadow Fiend as he gets cleaned up.
Okay.
And Azure not gonna be too pleased about that. I mean, Tsukimoto, he was just waiting for that SF to make a move, and well, he ends up getting that kill down bottom, though they are trying to find hate here. A position 5 Snapfire will be cleaned up, and Krish teeping in on that C streak as well. Looks like they should be able to pick up Andrew too. He's gonna get cleaned up, and that's gonna be 2 quick kills going the way of Whoops. As this time around, the SF's death, even though he died in the mid lane, it still results in something positive for Whoops, and that's just what they need to do. You know, it's this SF, he's still going to be relevant in the late game. He's still going to be a very strong AoE control hero, but I'm going to have to hold on to that thought because Parasite has been caught. in the mid lane.
Radiant's bottom tower
And
is under
yeah,
attack.
another free kill going the way of Tsukimoto. But coming back to the point I was making, even though SF is dying all this much, he can still farm. He can still get that blink BKB at a fairly decent timing, as long as he's just able to hit creeps for a while. And whoops, as long as they're able to get these revenge kills in turn across the map, then they should be good. But this is not that great, as
You
Krish
been schooled.
gets caught out in his own triangle farming away. And
Yeah.
it's
Dire's
cleaned up here from
courier
the
has
side
been
of
killed.
Neon. Rage TP available for CJ, so he can make his way out if need be, but he doesn't even need to TP out of there. Just Rage is going to be enough for Neon Esports to disengage.
Yeah, and again, I think in the middle, when SF died, they really didn't have any vision onto him. The Moonlight Shadow was on him, and he could have just walked it off. I don't know why exactly he tried to stand and fight into the Ember and the Hoodwink. So that was pretty much, he could have lived through that, but he decided to die. Meanwhile, they go onto him
Oh
again.
no, not again. The snowball save being attempted from no chance. He's not going to find it in time. There was a range creep available, but no chance. Just unable to see it between the Mortimer's kisses. That's going to be the death of the Shadow Fiend, but now Krish, he's looking to find some revenge, but he's not going to get anything as hated. Able to get the kill onto Parasite with the help of that Fire Snap Cookie. And whoops, lose 2. Fortune Soul, he's here. He's popped the Metamorphosis and he's got the Mantis Style. So yeah, this tier 2 tower could go down. The only unfortunate part for Neon Esports' lineup is that they aren't the best at taking Roshan. So this is the only other way that they can find anything significant out of these pickoffs that they're able to find here in this mid game.
Yeah. And again, if you look at the Shadow Fiend, he's struggling quite a bit, just having only 7,000 net worth, whereas the Ember, okay, there's another engagement.
It seems like they have been able to clean up Tsukimoto on that Hoodwink and as well as the Snapfire. It gets taken down and whoops,
Yeah.
they lose nothing in turn. So yeah, 2 freebies going their way as Neon Esports, not the cleanest engagements there. And now immediate smoke up by Whoops. They want to find some revenge. They've got the Requiem on the Shadow Fiend. Unfortunately, he only has 15 souls, so that fear is not going to last as long as they would like. But Neon Esports, they've got a read on this. They know that this has happened.
Yeah.
The scan, it's going to be on the other part of the map, but Fortune Soul is still aware of the possibility that they could have entered their triangle. So yeah, he's just going to stay alive for the time being, and no chance is going to walk to the other part and see if he's going to be able to pick up the Ember Spirit. They see him under the Observer Ward, and Valky, he's going to be able to pop the BKB. The Chain Stones aren't perfect, and now the turnaround's going to come through with that with the Searing Change as well as the Dawnbreaker ultimate. They will clean up the Tusk and the Mirana. CJ to be next. Does not have the Infest at the ready, and Krish, save your body syndrome at its finest. Is he also going to end up dropping? No, he's actually trying to go back in. He wanted to get the Ember Spirit, but he does not succeed. Gets baited by Valky, and that's going to be 4 kills going the way of Neon Esports. Oh
Okay.
man.
Wow.
Whoops. Played like a fiddle.
Yeah, the Solar Guardian, man. I've been telling you, like, this hero on the Dawnbreaker, just with that one ability, the Solar Guardian, is able to provide so much, not just engagements into team fights, but again, to help out an Ember who was ganked by 3 people, keeping him alive throughout that entire phase, and able to turn it around once he's there, securing 4 kills towards the side of Neon Esports. And now they go right into the Rosh Pit. All they don't have a lot against him, only the little shredders, armor loss. That's the only thing they have, but still they are able to secure the Roshan. And now it's gonna be objectives on the side of Neon Esports. We've seen this play come out from them multiple times. They get this Aegis, they focus on the towers, they try to engage into team fights. As soon as the Aegis comes to an end, they focus back into get their farm, and once they're back farm, go to the jungle, get a pick off, go to the Roshan pit, and go back into their objectives. So very textbook plays coming out from them.
Well, this is a bit of an unexpected play. The root comes in though from the Snapfire, and my god, that burst damage from that Sharpshooter and the Ember Spirit deletes Krish off the map. And there's Parasite as well to be picked up as a sweet cherry on top. They're able to find themselves 2 quick pickoffs. The top tier to fall next as well as Whoops. Just yeah, I mean, it seems like they aren't respecting Neon Esports enough, and Neon Esports are always punishing them for overextending.
Yeah. And if you look at the net worth now, it's at a comfortable 11K net worth lead. Looks like
Dire's top
Fortune
tower
Soul does
is
not
under
want to give
attack.
any time to Whoops.
Radiant's
Already
middle
getting into the
tower
high
is under
ground here.
attack.
He still has the metamorphosis to
Dire
pop if he wants
structures
to
are
engage into a team
fortified.
fight. So again, it's going to come down to how Whoops will be able to handle this high ground defense and push them back. Yeah, it looks like Neon do not want to risk anything. They still have the ages. They can secure more towers and they want to just back off,
Radiant's
get into
bottom
the mid
tower
lane,
is
push it
under
off.
attack.
TB, on the other hand, TPs to the bot lane where the Lifestealer has been consistently pushing it out. They'll probably
Yeah.
secure T2 mid after this and probably look to get engaged into a team fight right after.
Yeah, I mean, CJ has done a good job of pulling Fortune Soul away from that top part of the map, so Whoops are able to get some control of their jungle back. Now going to be able to farm up, but then again, it is going to come at a cost. They will lose their bottom tier 1 given the way Neon Esports are moving on the map right now. Uh, CJ, he has had an okay game so far. It's not been the best, nothing to write home about, and looks like it might just get a little bit worse. But this time around, the snowball save is going to be there. But look at that cute Lotus Orb coming through from Tsukimoto. Valky, the BKB is going to be there. The Requiem, well, it gets pump baked, so that BKB might have just been baited. The Tusk is going to end up dropping, and Krish might just die as collateral damage here. He's forced to pop the BKB. The Infest is going to come through, and now they turn their attention towards the Dawnbreaker, who's got the BKB still keeping herself alive. Azure, well, he's going to be able to get that Requiem off, and that's going to be the death of the Ember Spirit, but they've got nothing in the tank to deal with Fortune Soul. The big bad Terrorblade's here to play. There's no answer whatsoever. Tusk, he's bought back, but what the hell can he do? There's no ults remaining on the side of Whoops.
Dire's
It
middle
looks like
tower
that's going to be
is
the
under
tier 2
attack.
tower mid falling as Fortune Soul. Well, he's turning his attention towards no chance. He's going to pick up the freebie first.
Dire's
In
bottom
fact, he's not
tower
even going
is
to find it
under attack.
himself. It's just going to be Hated who takes it. And the mid tier 2
Yeah.
should fall. It's Neon Esports. Well, they take a decent engagement there, and that all started with a cute play from No Chance, where he got the snowball save off with
Dire's middle
Tsukimoto.
tower has fallen.
Just a little bit ahead of the curve, notices himself at the last second, keeps himself alive long enough for
Yeah.
backup to come.
And for Dota being such a violent game, you do use cute a lot, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, there are certain plays that are cute, but they don't really result in much. And then there are plays that go unnoticed and do a whole lot. So, yeah, so my tendency to use cute comes from. But Trish, this is cute. He goes to the bottom lane, pushes
Yeah.
it out, and dodges that bushwhack. He's making some space for his team. He's not just sitting there and willingly being rolled over from the side of Neon Esports, because it can be a tendency. Players, they do tend to become defensive when there's a severe advantage on the enemy team, but that's not the right play to pick. You need to open up the map. You need to take smart risks, calculated risks, and when you do that, you're able to find your way back into a game if the enemy team makes mistakes. And whoops, well, Parasite nearly ends up dropping, but yeah, they should lose this bottom tier 2 tower as well. I think Fortune Soul is strong enough, even if the Aegis might be expiring in a bit.
Yeah. But then again, I think this is really one of the the best ideal times to engage onto Fortune. It's about to expire and he does not have metamorphosis. Yes, he just wants to back off.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, the problem is that there's no real instant stun available, but I'm gonna have to hold on to that thought, because towards the top lane, they've used the lasso to try and find Henry on the Dawnbreaker, who's popped the BKB, because most of the damage coming off from Whoops at this point is magical. They're not able to finish off that kill, and in fact, No Chance is gonna drop. Valky able to get, are they gonna find the return kill? No! The Invis, it comes back up in time. That Tsukimoto could not connect with that bushwhack. And Krish makes it back to safety. Lives to tell the tale. Whoops. I mean, that's the issue when you're playing against a lineup like Neons and they've got BKBs. That all your magic damage is just never going to come through if you don't have a good way to start the fight. I mean, sure, you've got No Chance, but going in with the Walrus Punch, but all your magic damage really comes from one particular source, being the Shadow Fiend with his Requiem. You've got some magic damage from Batrider, but he needs extended fights to really deal that damage. And Fortune Soul looks like he's managed to find CJ over here. CJ, he does not have the Infest remaining. He might just end up dropping, but no, the Tusk. you will be able to save him with the help of those shards, and Tsukimoto will fall in turn instead.
Yeah, another cute play coming out from No Chance. So if you look at if you look at Fortune Soul, he has popped the metamorphosis already, so he is going to be trying to secure this tier 2, just letting his illusions do all the work. They do get the glyph off, a smoke coming out from 3-man from the side of Whoops. Will they be able to catch the entire side of Neon Esports? Not the entire side, only 3 of them are present here. Will they be able to catch them out? Lifestealer infested inside, No Chance do come into play right now.
And looks like Hayden is going to be deleted right off the bat, but so is No Chance. Valky on the Ember Spirit, just destroying the members of Whoops, and well, Fortune Soul is going to be forced to pop the BKB himself. Valky, though, on that Ember is going to be able to clean up Azure, finds himself a kill, and even though they're out of the metamorphosis on the Terrorblade, looks like it's going to be enough to win them the fight. The Reflection with the last right click is going to secure that kill. And well, Whoops, they overextend, they lose 3 heroes. Not really a worthwhile trade for them, as the Shadow Fiend has died one too many times this game. Lower in net worth than the Ember, and that's gotta hurt if you're Whoops.
Yeah, and again, if you look at the net worth and the XP chart, it's favoring Neon Esports quite a bit right now, because again, 15k net worth lead at 27 minutes into the game. Beautiful lasso coming in with the BKB, but there is nothing to convert it into.
Fortune Soul, though, he might just end up dropping over here. The chain starts. Oh no, he's gone on the wrong side of the shards, and the Sunder is gonna go through. Fortune Soul, no metamorphosis just yet, though, so he can't really punish that. But maybe Valky can. He's dropped a Remnant, but he's going back to base. Okay, that's a little bit confusing. CJ has been dusted up, and now the Dawnbreaker ultimate is gonna come through on the illusion, but Endu is gonna be forced to pop his own BKB to try and live. Infest available onto CJ. He's trying to find a valid target. He's gonna find a Radiant Creep, but that's not gonna keep him alive long enough. That's gonna be the death of the carry on the side of Whoops, and No Chance also just caught in the Radiant jungle will be going down. Valky comes forth from the Ember Spirit, cleans him up, sends him home packing. Whoops again lose 3 heroes and find nothing in turn.
Yeah, and then again, Valky with the Aghanim Scepter right now is super mobile, so he will be zapping around through the entire map. If you are trying to run away, you are not going to live for much longer, because guess what? Valky is there with the Fire Remnant that travels at light speed towards you, so it's going to be pretty hard for Whoops to capture, capture their side of the map back to themselves. BKB being popped by Valky.
Yes, sir. Yeah, he's gonna be forced to pop his own BKB as well, and Valky, he's got that haste rune along with him. Requiem forced out from Azure. That is absolutely worth it if you're Neon Esports. That's the only AoE control ability you have against the side of Neon, and yeah, I mean, with Requiem down, that should be Roshan picked up for free here by Neon Esports. I don't think they're aware that it's been a fast respawn though, so it might be some time before they check it. But yeah, Whoops really just I mean, they dropped the ball heavily in this game. It just doesn't seem like they had the right tempo. They made some cute plays towards bottom. You know, they killed the Terrorblade a couple of times, but the top lane just didn't go their way. The Dawnbreaker got a lot more out of the lane than she should have. And its effects are showing now. You know, she's higher in net worth compared to the Lifestealer. In fact, all 3 cores from Neon Esports have higher net worth than all 3 cores on the side of Whoops. And CJ, he went for the armlet on that Lifestealer, but that item, it's only good if you're able to get a lot of early fights. That arrow from Parasite, I mean, sure, it tells them that they're doing Roshan, but can Whoops even contest this? I mean, I don't think they've got the Requiem of Souls and the BKB at the ready here. Best they can do is attempt some sort of steal, and Moon is already, or sorry, Krish is already blinked out, so yeah, that's gonna be problematic as another arrow lands on Valky's head. Well, that should be the Aegis going the way of Neon Esports as Fortune Soul is able to find the second one. And the Aghanim Shard as well, so he's got that Demon Zeal to work with.
Yeah, again, I think we have all seen Neon Esports doing this focus objectives: get the rush down, get a smoke down, and try to find the enemies. Once they find the enemies, it's gonna be pretty much on their side because they have the Aegis again. So as long as they play this really smart, they will be winning the next team fight, and then they'll be getting straight onto the objectives again. This Ember with the Aghanim Scepter is gonna be really speedy.
Tusk with the snowball, try to stay alive, but not going to be too successful. The SF gets cleaned up in the meantime by Tsukimoto and Fortune Soul.
Flames will
That's
spread
two quick
bright.
kills going the way of Neon
Radiant's
Esports.
bottom tower
Everybody
is
else
under
from
attack.
Whoops was not even close. I mean, Krish was already farming that top part of the map, and Parasite TP'd out towards base. So a little unfortunate
Yeah.
that Whoops are just bleeding out more and more kills across the map here.
Yeah, I think it's looking really good for the side of Neon right now at 31 minutes, having the 17k net worth with the ages. They will be having a pretty uncontested push towards the
Dire's
high
middle
ground as the
tower is under
Metamorphosis is
attack.
being popped. It's going to be
Dire's
really hard
structures
for
are
Team
fortified.
Whoops to even try and defend, especially without having the Shadow Fiend up for the next 21 seconds. It's going to be a pretty easy secure on these towers. CJ does try
And
to.
oh, okay, yeah, no, CJ, he cannot just do that. Is he just gonna die to right clicks? Oh
Dire's
my
middle tower
god, that was
is under
close.
attack.
Krish comes in for a clutch infest, and Fortune Soul drops low, and he's gonna get lassoed back into the tier 4s. There might be some hope if they can take him down here once. He's still got the BKB though, so it's not gonna be as easy. Valkyrie jumps in, he's gonna be able to clean up the Mirana, gets back out towards safety, forces out the Moonlight Shadow, creates enough space for the Terrorblade to get back towards his team as well. But Tsukimoto is gonna end up dropping, not for free though, because they have managed to find Azure. Well, with the Aegis down, that might be the end of the push, but whoops, that cost them an arm and a leg.
Yeah, it's not looking really great for them now. And now Krish is going to get caught. He pops the BKB, but
Oh
is the right
my
click enough to get him
God.
down?
Almost,
Holy.
yeah, he got cleaned up there almost. That Terrorblade deals way too much damage, and I mean, this is sort of the issue right now if you are Whoops, because you had all these greedy heroes who needed good lanes, and you were able to have some good laning phase, but when that Shadow Fiend was dying 4 to 5 times mid, you really weren't finding anything else across the map, and yeah, I mean, I'm not even sure if that's Whoops' fault. Maybe the SF just needed to be a bit more defensive, as
Yeah.
yeah, Whoops just. I mean, the comeback in this game is still possible. It's just that it's not in Whoops' hand anymore. It has to be some sort of error, some sort of misplay coming out from Neon Esports if Whoops want to make it back into this game. And I know that sounds very pessimistic, but that's the truth here. You can't really come back in a game when there's a 20k net worth deficit unless you know something about Dota that your opponents don't. And it doesn't seem like that's the case here with Whoops.
Oh,
Well,
he loses the courier and his life as well. So, again, man, Whoops seem to be really struggling through this game, and there's
oh
no
no.
space.
Yeah, and that's the Mindbreaker coming in handy for Andrew there as the Dawnbreaker. Just able to prevent Parasite from leaping away back towards safety. That's going to be another freebie, but I mean, the one thing that has been going good is Krish's game. Even though he didn't have the best start early on, he's still competitively doing okay for an offlane bat rider. He's finished up the Octarine core, he's got the Blink BKB, he's got the Boots of Travel, he's been dewarding enemy wards any chance he gets with Gem. So there's that, but when you can't really fight the enemy team head on, what use is even buying space? Because it's just going to get taken back so quickly.
Yeah. And I think this next high ground push could be resulting in the final battle we see if they are able to secure kills from the side of Whoops. I think they still have a chance to come back, but again, the next fight is probably going to be a deciding fight. And I think Neon Esports would like to play the safest, to just stick around, try to get the towers, get
Yeah.
the racks down as low as possible, especially with Fortune Soul
Oh,
and
Valky,
his.
yep, he spots out no chance. He cleans him up with the double damage and the remnants, and yeah, whoops, they just lose no chance as he was caught destroying the sentry ward, I believe. Fortune Soul, knowing that whoops are not in their base, is gonna be able to clean up on. Oh my god, the burst damage! It is insane coming through from the side of whoops. They instantly clean up Fortune Soul. The lasso and the Requiem of Souls is too much to deal with, as they managed to take down the Dawnbreaker as well. Tsukimoto might just be next here. He's trying to go into the trees and stay alive, but no chance has fought back. And with the help from the Tusk, they're able to secure the kill on the Hoodwink as the Tusk just gave a few words of encouragement to his battery. That was enough. However, Valky, he is hell-bent on finding revenge. He is not at all happy with what happened there. The flame guard will not take him down. It's actually going to be destroyed by the Firefly coming through from the Batrider along with the sticky napalm. The Slider Fist misses, and Valky unable to find any revenge kills. As whoops, they get away with murder.
And I think that's a step in the right direction for Team Whoops, because this is what they need to be doing: get as many kills as possible with the least amount of deaths. And looks like that one team fight enabled them to get back 3k worth of 3k worth of net worth lead. So I
Oh yeah.
think that was a good engagement for Whoops. They did come out on top in that fight, but again, man, it's really hard to play against Metamorphosis, Terrorblade, but I think they handled it perfectly last time, where they were able to burst him down so quickly. The arcane blink coming out from the SF was able to secure that kill, I think, just because of how fast the Requiem of Souls will be casted because of the arcane blink.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and whoops, credit where credit is due. That was a very short window where the Lotus Orb was not there on the TV. Had they, just been late by a second or two, that fight would have gone completely differently. And now Neon, I mean, they might end up finding Parasite over here as the Observer scouts them out, but Krish, he's got hated on the Snapfire. Blink, along with the Requiem coming through from Azure, that's going to be a very long period duration as they manage to clean up 2 heroes on the side of Neon. The Dawnbreaker goes down, and so does the Snapfire. What else can they find though? That's the question. No Chance ends up biting the dust, and so does Parasite. And now Valky's Ember Spirit, he's free to do as he pleases. Is he going to find someone? Does he see anyone in vision? Looks like the answer is going to be no.
Yeah, again, another good engagement for the side of Whoops. I think the game's finally started to head in their direction. If they're able to keep this up for the next 5 minutes, I think all the gold advantage will be cleared out from the side of Neon Esports. Whereas on the side of Neon Esports, they need to start focusing more on to getting these gangs and these skills onto Team Whoops. Otherwise, if you let Team Whoops dictate the pace of the game, it's going to get harder as it goes longer and longer, because the Life Stealer, I think, scales as much or even better than the Terrorblade. So it comes down to how they will be dealing with all the
Oh
heroes
no,
coming back.
CJ, he's
For
actually
example,
taking a lot of damage. Is he going to be able to TP out? Yes, he is. Holy moly. That was close.
that is close.
Yeah, for sure. But CJ does, take that tier 1 tower down to like 10% HP. And yeah, with that, there's... I mean, now Neon Esports, like, the only access they're going to have to Roshan after that tier 1 falls is going to be the tier 2 mid, which is still not good because Dire have an outpost right next to Roshan and Radiant don't. So, yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
CJ, that play might seem insignificant now, but had he taken that tier 1 tower, it would have made a huge difference coming up for this next Roche fight.
Now, 5-man smoke coming out from side of Neon. Will they be able to catch someone important? And they might as
that-
well.
Yeah, that was interesting. The Snapfire with the axe gobbles up and spits out Valky on the Ember Spirit straight onto CJ. Oh, Krish, he tried to go in for the lasso. He fails. The Lincoln Spear was there to protect Andrew. That was deployed by Valky. Oh, man, what a sick play coming out from the Ember Spirit. And whoops. Yep, that's going to be the lasso down for 60 seconds. 60 seconds with a Terrorblade is free to beat into the tier 3s and their structures. But they might not even go for that. Instead, just pick up the free ages that they should be able to get. Instant smoke up by Whoops, so just 4 members standing. The Hex revealed from Azura coming through. There's going to be the damage, and that's going to be the death of the Dawnbreaker as Neon Esports. Well, again, it seems like they were caught napping. CJ on the Lifestealer. He pops the rage. He's got the best. No, he does not. He's trying to bad fight Fortune Soul, but he does not succeed. Azure trying to get out with the BKB TP. He will succeed. But Whoops, they bite off more than they can chew. They wanted to find more after taking down Endry, and they get punished by Fortune Soul. And that's going to be Roche going the way of Neon Esports.
Yeah, that's a free Roche for them, and they will be heading into the high ground after that. So again, although Wolves did try to make a comeback, they did get their net worth down by quite a bit. But with the last few fights and the Roshan being secure right now, Neon Esports at a comfortable 17k net worth lead will be looking to possibly get into the high ground here. The Metamorphosis will run out in a while, so Yeah, it's out. I think they might wait for the metamorphosis to come back online in the next 96 minutes, or just try to right click the tower down just by what they have. Even without the metamorphosis, they are still able to do
Oh
it. So
my god, what the hell? Sukimoto, he
that was
blinked
a fast
forward
blink.
on the hoodwink, chopped the tree, tried to get the bushwhack, but yeah, the Shadow Fiend was just a bit too quick.
Yeah. And again,
Well,
having this arcane blink does help them a lot. But again, will you be able to survive after using your Requiem of Souls? That also matters, because if you just jump in and you're able to get one kill, there's no point with the, even with the arcane blink. If you're able to get the Requiem of Souls onto a single target, get him down really quickly, it's still using an entire ultimate just to secure a kill onto one person. So only if it's worth it, he probably must do it. And I think again that this top tier one
yeah.
has, I mean, top tier three has fallen, middle racks and tier three have fallen. Only the bottom lane surviving for the moment.
Never
And
refuse to
let's see what they decide on doing. Whether they want to wait for the Roshan that will probably come back in another 6 minutes, or just get that. I mean, they
I
already
doubt
have the
that.
Aegis on the. Yeah.
Yeah, they have these. I don't think they're gonna wait for the next rush. I think they're just waiting for the metamorphosis, like you had said earlier. And once they have that, then they can go high ground and claim that set of racks up top. But CJ on this lifestealer, I don't think he's strong enough to man fight this Terrorblade and his army of illusions right now. He's just been getting devoured by the Terrorblade in those one-on-one engagements, and yeah, there's a reason why he is one of the hardest carries in the game. Just insane agility gain on him. Oh, looks like Chris is going to be caught out on the backtrack of the snowball save, keeping him alive for a little while longer. The Moonlight Shadow actually ensures that he can stay alive, but two BKBs come through very, very quickly from the side of Neon Esports, rendering that Arcane Blink Requiem ineffective. And that's going to be all the fuel in the tank of Whoops as, yeah, that's well, that's BKB committed from the SF. That's Requiem down as well, and no kills found. And with the Aegis Neon Esports, they're gonna go marching straight to Whoops' high ground.
Yeah. And also, what do you think about this Abyssal Blade on the Dawnbreaker? Do you think that's a new style? Is that a good item on him? Obviously, it will
Uh,
enable him to get quite a bit of stuns, but is it worth it?
yeah, definitely worth it against the Lifestealer because you don't really have that lockdown on Neon Esports. You don't have BKB piercing. The Sabers are gonna have to hold on to that thought because Valky's actually been hexed up. He goes in a bit too deep. The Mortimer's kisses are great. They're on to 4 heroes, but where's the follow-up? It's just not there. Fortune Soul looks at his teammates get slaughtered, says, I'm not having any of this. None of that, Valky. That's all on you. And he just tucks his tails and runs. And Krish, he's
Yeah.
on the hunt now. He's trying to look for a big off, and he's gonna find it. The Snapfire is gonna be another casualty of war as Neon Esports, they lose too. Valky overextending on that Ember Spirit, and Krish, he is not done yet. He really wants to punish the side of Neon Esports over here. He's got that level 25. So he's got the Flame Break, applies a sticky napalm. The Lotus Orb was gonna be there. And yeah, Valky just doesn't press the BKB in time, and that's just sort of costing him many of these fights here. He went in, he wanted to bait out a couple of spells, but the Hex came out instantly from the Shadow Fiend. Rish?
Yeah, and also it was not him
Yep,
who
go on.
went in, and he was gobbled up by the Snapfire and thrown into that fight. So he didn't. I don't think he even remanented back. He didn't throw a remnant back, so he could go back to it. Nor did he pop his BKB. So yeah, a little
Yeah.
questionable play from him. But still, I think it does swing quite a bit of favor towards the side of Whoops now.
Yeah, and I think this Shadow Fiend, he's made a full recovery after those two fights. I mean, he's 26k net
Yeah.
worth, second in on the net worth charts. I mean, it's not all that bad when you consider that he pretty much got slaughtered in the early game. So whoops, they've got a fighting chance here. And this Terrorblade,
Yeah.
he is about as powerful as he can be. He's 6 slotted. He's got that Lincoln Sphere to swap out for the Aegis when it runs out. At best, he can bind Consume an Axe and pick up a Moonshot, and that's all the items he's gonna find. And after that, the next
Yeah.
power spike for this hero is gonna come at around 60 minutes when the tier 6 items spawn. That, or he's gonna have to find a Swift Blink along with money for buyback, and that could probably take good 5 to 6 minutes if your Fortune Soul.
Yeah, and there goes the Aegis, not really making the full use of it this time around. So I think we might be looking for them to go for another Roshan in the next 3 minutes, which
Dire's
it might
bottom
come
tower
or
is under
might not.
attack.
However, in the top lane, we do see the top tower being pushed, and the T3 is being
Radiant's
pushed by
top
the
tower
illusions.
is under attack.
Uh, but I think they just want to disperse from this engagement. I don't think they are really looking for an engagement right now because again, even with the metamorphosis on the Terrorblade, it's going to be pretty hard for them to get into the high ground because they already lost a
Radiant's
high ground
top
engagement
tower is
with
under
the Aegis on
attack.
the Terrorblade just because the Ember was not able to survive for long enough. So we'll have to see now how they
Oh,
will
Jungle
be.
well, speaking of the Ember Spirit, the BKB is gonna get popped, but the Linkers was popped too, so the Lasso is gonna be there. Do they have enough damage to take him down? No, they do not. That's the rage used from CJ. He has gonna have to be careful with where he goes, but he's got the BKB to work with. He picked it up after that last fight. Does he have the Infest? No, he does not, but the Moonlight Shadow keeps him alive. A great flank in from Azura. He's managed to catch on Fortune Soul with the Requiem. That's going to be 3 heroes going down for the side of Neon Esports. And the only one losing their life on Whoops is going to be No Chance on the Tusk. And Krish moving forward on that Batrider. Just a flying napalm oiling up Grandma.
my.
And that's going to be a triple kill for the Batrider as Whoops wipe the floor with Neon Esports.
Wow, I
Oh my
think
god.
now finally is they've cleared enough gap between both the teams that they're on back to equal standings. Because even if you look at the damage output coming out from these heroes, especially after the Shadow Fiend was able to pick that arcane blink, he is doing quite a bit of damage. And
Radiant's
now
middle tower is under
securing these
attack.
towers is not going to be a problem for the side of Team Books as well as he has not
Radiant's
gone for the
middle
presence
tower
or
has
FX
fallen.
buildings, but I still think he does quite a bit
Yep.
of damage,
Radiant's
to the
middle tower
towers.
is under attack.
I mean,
Radiant
he's
structures are
about to
fortified.
hit level 27 and 28, and he's gonna unlock that talent actually soon enough. So things might go from bad to worse here for the side of Neon Esports. Now, all 4 of the members have buybacks, but popping your buybacks now would mean that you're at a huge net worth disadvantage, and you potentially have to give up next Rosh because if that buyback doesn't result in you
Radiant's
finding
middle tower
kills
is under
or in
attack.
you forcing some buybacks on the side of Wolves itself,
Radiant's
it just
middle
means you're gonna be on the
tower
back
has
foot.
fallen.
So very hard
Radiant
situation here for
structures are
Neon Esports.
fortified.
They might be able to save
Radiant's
this
middle
Rax,
barracks
but
are
Whoops
under
are
attack.
adamant. I mean, they smell blood in the water. They sense weakness and they want to punish the
Radiant's
side
middle
of Neon
barracks
Esports. Oh, well, Krish, he's gonna move in. He's gonna find the Hoodwink with the help of the Lasso. And the Dawnbreaker does not pop the BKB. She's gonna get cleaned up as well as a buyback falls out both from Endio as well as Tsuchimoto. No chance. He's carrying Caesar within him. He's got the movement speed to work with it. Azure is going to blink in, Yule up the Ember Spirit by his tusk, trying to get back towards safety. And whoops, are they even going to lose a single member? They might. Krish is going to go down, but that's okay. He still got buyback. Neon Esports,
Yeah.
they commit 2 buybacks and whoops. Well, they punish them left, right, and center.
Yeah, Parasite has been playing really well until now, but again, man, this high ground push is gonna be the deciding factor, and
Are scattered.
there is still a cheese inside, by the way. Hello, Fortune Soul picks up the
Okay.
cheese from the last Roshan.
Yeah, that was interesting. Nobody noticed that. Nobody knew that there was a cheese lying on the ground from Neon Esports. Well, that's good. I mean, now you've got a cheese to work with. And you could actually get a second cheese from the next Rosh if you do stick around on Neon Esports. You know, it's going to spawn in 49 seconds, and that just might be the power spike you need to
Yeah.
take this engagement against Whoops.
Yeah, and if you look at Team Neon, they are sticking around the Roshan pit. They want this Rosh to come back as soon as possible, so they are able to end the game before Whoops are able to get the farm that they need, especially on the Shadow Fiend and the Lysander. They can be a problematic threat after a certain point where they have like most of their items ready. So yeah, the next Rosh fight is probably going to be interesting if Whoops try to come and counter it.
Oh yeah, and I mean, Whoops, they've got so much more map control now. Now that they've taken the melee racks, they've almost nearly evened up, the map disadvantage that they were working with earlier. It's only one set of range racks that Neon Esports have over Whoops that's going to pose some troubles, and even that can be dealt with rather easily. The Shadow Fiend doing a very good job of making sure that none of the lanes get too pushed in. And yeah, I mean, with this, it's really hard for Neon Esports to spread out and try and find some sort of pick off. Hated, He's trying to make a cute play. He sat himself in the trees with an observer board out there to scout if Whoops make any map movements, but the smoke did not break. So far, Neon Esports have no idea where Whoops are playing. The creep wave pushing up top, though, it does give them an idea because it's not being pushed out. And Neon Esports, yeah, they're gonna know that Whoops are smoked up, so Whoops don't get much out of this smoke. But
Dire are
maybe there's an
scanning.
opportunity for counterplay here if you're Neon Esports.
Yeah. And if we look
Units
at
are scanning.
the side of Team Whoops right now, I think if you look at, especially if you look at the net worth, the
Dire's
entire
middle tower is under attack.
graph has fallen. Like it has fallen quite a lot towards the side of Team Whoops now, and making a comeback happen is always interesting to look in on the side of Team Whoops, and especially for us viewers, looking at a comeback happen is really really fun to watch. And 5-man smoke coming out from the side of Neon. The next battle is going to be
Mm-hmm.
over the Roshan. So this is going to be interesting as both teams do not want to engage each other first.
Oh,
But again, here,
yeah, Valky, he has spotted out Parasite, who has been hexed up. Azure blinked in to try and save his buddy. Lincoln's was pop, but refresher up is available onto Valky. Valky is keen on finding the Mirana, and guess what? In the meantime, they have sorted Enry. Enry does not have buyback on the Dawnbreaker. So that's going to be Enry down for 120 seconds, and there's Azura going in with the BKB. Requiem Fortune Souls cleaned up as this BKB was popped. Tsukimoto is going to be next. That's 3 heroes down with no buyback whatsoever on the side of Neon Esports as Wolves. That float this game wide open, and the arrow from Parasite also connected on Valky, and that's going to be the death of the Ember Spirit, who also doesn't have buyback. Whoops, blow this game wide open, and Roshan is theirs for the
wow.
taking.
Oh, what a beautiful play coming out from the side of Team Whoops, being able to focus down the heroes. I think Ember committed too much onto this Mirana, using most of his remnants,
Radiant's
trying to
middle
get the kill
barracks
down
are
using the
under attack.
BKB as well. Whereas they call
What?
GG on the side of Neon.
That's it, GG scored. I mean, Whoops
Radiant's
didn't
top
know
tower
that they didn't
is
have
under
buybacks.
attack. Victory.
It was just a Tusk and the Batrider in their base, but Neon Esports, they just GG out. Oh
Yeah,
my god, that's a harrowing loss if you're a Neon Esports fan. What the hell was
yeah,
that? I mean,
definitely.
they could have held
I
on for
don't
like
know.
I have nothing to say. Well, Neon Esports, they are gonna drop another game to Whoops here in this best of 5 lower bracket final as Whoops pull ahead in the series 2-1, but I have no clue what that GG was. Neon Esports, I mean, there was a
Yeah,
chance, they could have just waited it out, maybe given it a few more seconds, but I guess that was too tilting, I mean, sometimes you just lose your mental balance. You just want to move on with that game and just, put it out of your memory. And yeah, Neon
yeah,
Esports, those are the kind of losses that will, test how strong the bonds are between your teammates. Because that was a game that should have been Neon Esports', but Whoops somehow pulled it back. Man,
yeah.
what
I
a
mean,
beautiful game of Dota.
amazing plays. Yeah, amazing plays coming out from the side of Team Whoops. Again, as I said, we the viewers like to watch a comeback happen, and I think this was one of the best comebacks that I've seen. Like, I don't think I even had enough time to process what happened, how the comeback even happened, because slowly Neon Esports let go of their advantage little by little. But then again, Whoops played it so well; they were able to focus the Terror Blade really, really well, getting down the Dawnbreaker as well. And overall, that last fight turned the game upside down. All the net worth started going towards Whoops, and I'm not really sure if Neon Esports could have defended there, but again, giving it a try was not a problem. But they decided to call GG and
Yeah, they just tilted
let the
out.
next two games decide their fate. Yeah. And again, if you look at the damage outputs from both the teams, again, there was a lot of damage coming in from the Terrorblade, the Ember, and the Dawnbreaker. All of them having really nice damage. But again, this Ember having 65k damage output, and this graph, man, this graph is just disappointing to see. I mean, not disappointing; it hurts to look at it.
This is painful. I mean, these are the sorts of Dota games that you just want to wipe out from your memory, but like from a player perspective, this is just such a harrowing loss. I mean, sure, it's great for the
Yeah,
viewers. I mean, I'm more than happy to see that a comeback like this. I mean, this is what Dota is all about as a spectator. But to be in the shoes of Neon Esports at the moment, I mean, they have got to be seething with anger in just a bit. And I mean, right now, and I don't know how you come back from this mentally. I think Neon Esports just need to
Yeah,
reset and
yeah.
forget that this game even happened, because yeah, whoops, they're going to be riding on a high after winning that game. That was not an easy game to win by any stretch of the imagination, and everybody on whoops did their part. They played well, they contributed to the comeback, and eventually, Neon Esports, they just GG'd out. I mean, there's not very often that you play or that you get to witness such games, but when they just happen, they just leave you with that faint sense. I mean, that similar feeling that you had when you first started playing Dota, that anything is possible and that you can make a comeback. And yeah, I mean, I also have some of those romantic feelings coming back up for myself, but we're gonna have to wait to find out what happens in this series as Whoops takes the lead 2-1 in this best of 5 against Neon Esports. So don't go anywhere. You're watching the AMD Sky Esports Championship 4.0 with our gaming partner Logitech and our official fantasy partner Fanclash. We'll be back with game number 4 in just a bit.
down. It's a material world. Show me what you got. I hope you came prepared right there. If you give me the thing that I want, wanna get that thing, that X that makes me cool like crazy. That bad inside, that's lit. No if, no buts, no maybes. It's what I want. This is what I want. This is what I want. What I want. This is what I want. That thing, that thing, that thing that makes me cool like crazy.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the AMD Sky Esports Championship 4.0 with our gaming partner Logitech and our official fantasy partner Fanclash. My name is Loki. Joining me for this one is going to be Lama. We're 3 games deep into the best of 5 between Whoops and Neon Esports, and Whoops have pulled ahead with a 2-2-1 scoreline, now just 1 game away from securing the slot in the grand finals. Yeah, Neon Esports, they've got a long ways about if they want to make it to the grand finals. They need to even up the series and win one more to confirm their slot in the grand finals here. But yeah, after watching that last game, I am not too sure if Neon Esports are going to be able to reset mentally, because that was a horrible loss.
Yeah, definitely. And also, I think it shows where their mental state is at when they call that GG as well. Because I'm really not sure. They are really experienced players and they have a lot of veterans as well. And that might help with them, especially Chuan being their coach, will be able to pep
Mhm.
talk them into, calming down, getting a better mental state. Definitely, they have a chance to come back here. But again, what a play from Whoops. I really did not expect this series to go as it's going right now. And again, Whoops have been playing amazingly well throughout the entire tournament, and this just shows how much they have learned over the phase of this last 1 week. So yeah, definitely going to be a really interesting last 2 games. And here, I think
Yep.
as we head into the MVP, we'll find out who it's going to be, and it's going to be Krish with the Bat
Yeah.
Rider. I really saw some good plays coming out from this guy. He was able to pick off the Terrorblade quite a few times. He was able to lasso him perfectly, get him into the rest of the team, and was able to secure the kill onto him. So, yeah, very well worth it to Krish on this Bat Rider. Really good itemization as well. When you're playing against Terrorblade, having the refresher and the purple ball, keeping the cooldown on the lasso as low as possible,
Mhm.
did definitely enable them to, get the kills onto the Terrorblade.
Yeah, but that's all about the last match. We have
10 seconds
potentially the
remaining.
final match on our hands here, the draft for which is live now. So let's just jump straight into
Five
that.
seconds
Whoops
remaining.
versus Neon Esports, and Whoops. Well, they banned out all the zoo
Dire
heroes
team ban.
against Neon Esports last
Radiant
time
team
around with the
ban.
Beastmaster, the Broodmother, Visage, Lycan, whatever they could
Dire
think of.
team ban.
Any hero that had
Radiant
summons, it
team
got banned.
pick.
And Neon Esports, it seems like they are very, very certain as to what they want to pick up here. They banned out the Leshrac and the Primal Beast. I think they're going to go for some sort of zoo pickup, because that is what those 2 bans indicate. I mean, Visage was
Dire
also banned
team
out by the
pick.
side of Whoops, even though it's not the
Mirana.
strongest hero. And Whoops are going to pick up the Mirana, a hero that Tsukimoto has, pretty much played this entire tournament on. He's been a stellar Mirana through and through, across multiple games. It's not just the arrows that he's managed to
Dire
land
team
off
pick.
of setup with the searing chains and
Tusker.
whatnot, but the return kills that he
Radiant
often
team
finds
pick.
when he finds the enemy team
Skyrath
overextending.
Mage.
Oh,
Yeah,
Radiant
and I
team
think
ban.
Whoops really comfortable with that Mirana pick. A Naga Siren being picked up from the side of Whoops. Yeah, letting go of the Naga Siren through the first phase of bans.
Dire team
Definitely
ban.
lets Whoops pick it up right now. And if you look at the side of Neon Esports, they go in with a Skyrath Mage, which I don't think we've seen
Radiant
quite a
team
lot in
ban.
this tournament.
Dire team
So
ban.
yeah, I
Radiant
think
team
both
ban.
teams are okay. Okay, whoa, just calm down. The bans are going so
wow.
fast and the picks are going so fast. I think both teams
Dire
definitely
team
know
ban.
what they are looking for in this game. And again, No Tail once said it. Like I always like to repeat this: when you push a animal against a corner, it's gonna try and fight back. It's gonna come biting at you. So you need to be prepared for that. And Whoops need to know that Neon Esports will be trying their hardest this game. And
10
going in with
Dire
the Naga
shall
side and pick on
reach
their
to
side definitely enables them to,
Lion.
have a really
Hmm.
good early game fight, and enables them into the mid late game where the Naga Siren becomes quite a bit of a threat for Neon Esports. So, what do you think about this Skyrath Mage being picked on the side of Neon Esports?
An interesting pickup, but it
10
works really, really well
seconds.
with the Tusk. You know, the Tusk provides ample of disable and ways to prevent enemy
5
movement. So the
seconds.
Skyrat Mage just get off those arcane bolts and concussive shots and land a very good Mystic Flare as well with the help of the Tusk, right? Because you've got nearly 3 seconds of lockdown on that Tusk when you max out the Snowball and the Walrus Punch along with that talent. So the Mystic Flare gets pretty much the entire duration off. Also, you end up amping the Tusk's damage with the Ancient Seal. So, yeah, it seems like a very decent pick here for Neon Esports. They pick up the lion count. They pick up the Naga counter and the lion as well. The shard enables you to just destroy Naga signs and illusions quickly. And whoops, they're gonna
Mm-hmm.
take a bit of a breather here. They're gonna try and think about how to respond to this pick. They know that this is a weird opening from the side of Neon Esports, and in my opinion, a very punishable one too,
Radiant
because they've just
withdraw
picked two
shadows.
backline supports, and if they're able to pick
Yeah,
two heroes that can sort of take advantage of that, take advantage of the fact that these are two very squishy int heroes, then yeah, their game could get a whole lot easier. And the Clockwork is a step in that direction.
yeah, I think it's a really good pick against the
10
Skyrath and the
seconds
Lion.
remain.
Really answers a lot of problems because Clockwork is just a
5
hero who is
seconds
able to
remain.
lock down one target and get him down really, really quickly. And especially in the
Time
early
must
game, laning
choose.
with either the Lion or the Skyrath is going to be in the side of Clockwork's favor because he's going to be dealing a lot of damage to these supports and will be able to get them down really, really quickly. And whoops, picking up a Mars actually secures them a lot of team fight potential now, especially with the Naga song
10
into the Mars ult,
seconds.
and the this just the ability to have that arena
5
being one of the
seconds.
main initiators of a team fight enables Whoops to be very, very, free to pick their carry who's gonna, I mean, free to pick their mid laner who will have lesser work just because the Mars is really good at
It is
initiating team
Radiant's
fights. Whereas on the
turn.
side of Neon Esports, they go in with a Timber pick. Okay, I do see what they're going for. Mars, Clockwork, Naga, all really bad against the Timber Saw, and he's really good at
Hmm.
dealing with the illusions coming out from the Naga as well. But then again, I'm not really sure how this
10
plays into
seconds
Neon
remaining.
Esports drafting. Do you have any thoughts on this?
5 seconds remaining.
The Timbersaw pickup is good. It's a way
Dire
to sort
team
of
ban.
secure the
Radiant
backline
team
for your
ban.
heroes by having an annoying frontline presence, right? When you got a Timbersaw running at your Naga, is hookshotting a Skyrat Mage or Lion really going to win you the fight? Because your carry's just going to die to the Timbersaw. So, it's an interesting way to deal with what Whips are trying to do. But I mean, it's not
10
impossible
seconds
to deal with
remaining.
this hero because there are lots of issues that the Timbersaw can face, and,
5
and
seconds
part of those
remaining.
Yeah.
issues is just,
Dire
the
team
Mate
ban.
Slayer. I'm sorry, not the Mate Slayer, but the
Radiant
Spirit
team
Vessel
pick.
is a very potent item against that hero. 4 stars are really, really good. You can even pick up something like, the Glimmer Cape just to prevent the Timbersaw from seeing where you're going to go next and dodge all of his damage because almost all of his abilities are skill shots except for the
Yeah.
Whirling Death, for
10
which you need to have to
seconds
be in range.
remaining.
So
Hmm.
there's a lots of things that can enable them to
5
deal with
seconds
the
remaining.
Timbersaw, but their last pick needs to be a core that can synergize well with the Mars, can sort of jump the backlines and also be an answer to Timbersaw. There's only one hero in my
Hmm.
mind that does all three. It's the Void Spirit, but I'm
Yeah.
not too sure how that matchup plays out against the Tusk in the mid lane. So yeah, I'm a little bit worried if they do pick up the Void Spirit on the side of Whoops.
Yeah, and I think he'll be doing just fine against the Tusk. The more concerning problems will be the Skyrath Mage and the Lion, who do have instant silences or instant hexes that can stop him from doing what he likes to do. That is, jump around a lot and try to get pickoffs onto the back line. So, yeah, I think Void would have been a good option. But again, Lion, Tusk, and Skyrath do pose quite a bit of threat towards him. So, uh, they do have it as an open option. Whereas on the side of Neon Esports, they're probably looking for a carry who can deal with the Naga Siren and the Mars. So I think they do have the last pick, so they will have an advantage over knowing who the last pick is from the side of Team Whoops and maybe countering that as well. They do have a lot of options open for them as well. Only a few of the major carries have been banned this game, so I think we'll just have to wait. Whoops taking their all the time that they can, going into the last 10 seconds into their reserve pool of time to pick this final hero for themselves, and let's see who it's gonna be.
Dire team pick.
And
Zeus.
okay, yeah, this was another hero that I wanted to talk about potentially. The Zeus is also very, very strong against the Timbersaw. The issue with picking up the
Yeah.
Void Spirit, right, is that if the Timbersaw ends up mid, then the Void Spirit can just get destroyed by that hero because Timbersaw is just way too tanky in the mid lane with
10 seconds
max
remaining.
reactive armor. He just has tons and tons of HP, and
5
once he picks up
seconds
something
remaining.
like a magic wand and a vanguard, he's just not going down early on, and that is bad news for your towers if you whoops. So Zeus, on the other hand, he has a very decent matchup against Timbersaw. He's pretty much all magic damage. All the items he buys are just amping up his damage and enabling him to deal damage in different ways. And yeah, you get some very cool ways as well of dealing with the tusk, where if the tusk does end up snowballing onto you, you can just heavenly jump out. So the blink dagger is going to be another key item that the tusk needs to pick up this game if he wants to deal with the Zeus. And for Neon
Yeah.
Esports, they now need a hero in the carry role that jumps backlines and is going to be a threat to the Zeus. There is one hero that I like here. It's not particularly good against the Naga or the Brana, but the Lifestealer is a very good
Choose your
option.
hero.
And yes, gentlemen, I
Mm.
will I accept PayPal, I accept credit card, whatever you want, Neon Esports. Just call me after the game. I'll let you know what my bank account details are and we can figure out the payment method. But yeah, it is going to be the life stealer pickup for the side of Neon Esports. Not the greatest, but not the worst either. It's going to come down to how well CJ's lane goes on the Naga Siren, and if he's able to hit his timings with the Orchid and the Manta. Because if the Naga has a free game past the laning phase, then this life stealer's in a world of trouble. The Axe
Yeah.
pierces, BKB with the ensnare on Naga, so that's going to be a key item. And there's no real counter for it if you're life stealer. You can just build a Lincoln sphere and just hope that that's gonna be enough. But Lifestealer really doesn't like buying defensive items, so not too sure if that's going to be something that Fortune Soul looks to do this game. But interesting drafts by both sides. I mean, both sides have answers, both sides have issues, and it's going to come down to who makes the better moves in the mid game. The early game might tilt one way or the other, but that more or less doesn't make that much of a difference when you've got a lineup who can just pump out damage, right? On Whoops, you've got Zeus, you've got Parasite as well on the Mirana, just throwing out arrows from afar. You got no chance in the Clockwork who can catch heroes. So yeah, Whoops just have lots of great ways to engage, and Neon Esports, they just kind of want to stay ahead, group up, and just create
Fight.
problems for their lineup. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think again, as long as you keep the Naga under wraps, if you keep the Naga in check from the side of Neon Esports, they'll be doing pretty well for themselves, especially having this Life Stealer, who is naturally a Deso builder, but we haven't seen Desos coming out from Life Stealers recently. But again, I think getting this early game lead, it's all going to depend on the laning stage. I've said
Prepare
this
for
100 times.
battle.
I know I sound like a broken record, but again, the laning stage is one of the most important stage in the entire game, and it creates a lot of momentum towards one of the teams. If one team wins two lanes, they're going to have slight bit of advantage over the other, and especially the mid lane is going to be pretty hard, I think. But both teams have a lot of experience, so let's see how they decide to
Oh,
play against each other.
yeah, well, I mean, Neon Esports, they are out for blood, man. They spot Krish with the help of that Observer Ward. They're gonna take him down.
Oh,
Are they even? No, they're not gonna be able to. Krish survives somehow
40
with a
HP.
cute tango and a sidestep. Yeah, 14 HP. That's all he needs to live. And now, I mean, whoops, they also know that there's an Observer Ward on the dire high ground.
30
So, yeah,
seconds
that
to
ward will
battle.
also eventually be dewarded. As Neon.
Yeah.
Yeah, not sure what that was all about.
Yeah, but Neon's out for blood this game. They are not gonna sit back and watch and think about what happened in the last game. They just want to get you down. And looks like they're being super aggressive, and I think it might be in favor of them just because of the lineup they're gone for. A really aggressive plays coming out from them will do them good. So yeah, I think as we lead into this laning phase, both teams I think will be securing 2 runes each, or a
Mm-hmm.
deny coming out from
Uh,
CJ. So
wow. Yeah, well, that's as effective as securing 3 runes for your side. So that's 40 less gold that each member of Neon Esports will be working with. Cute plays coming out from the Naga. And this is sort of the issue, right? You keep your head about yourself if you're whoops, and soon enough, Neon Esports, those misplays, they're gonna start to add up and really ruin your mental balance. But yeah, I mean, let's hope that Neon is above that, because then we're gonna have a very interesting BO5 on our hands and potentially a game 5 as well.
Dire's bottom tower
As towards
is
the
under
mid lane,
attack.
first wave going rather well for Azur on the Zeus. He's gotten a deny. He's gonna get the D ward as well on the Observer ward, and yeah, he should be flying out the bottle soon enough.
yeah. And I think, yeah, mid lane Zeus obviously has a more favorable lane just because he's a ranged hero. And with the Arc Lightning and Lightning Bolt, he's going to be causing quite a bit of problems to Valky. But then again, once Valky hits that level 6, he's able to pretty much easily kill the Zeus out with the tag team and the Walrus Punch coming into place. So we'll have to see how that plays around the 5 to 6 minute mark, where they both will be, pretty aggressive against each other, and rotations coming in will probably help secure one side a kill at least. So we'll have to wait for that. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, I think the lineup here favors slightly towards the side of Neon Esports, having that Timber who deals a lot of damage with that Whirling Death. Not going to be an easy lane for Parasite and CJ, and Sukimoto sucking all the mana out of CJ is going to cause problems as well. So I think it's a little favored on the Neon side in the bot lane.
Yes, certainly. I mean, this lane just gets better for Neon as time goes on. The only way you really beat this, if your whoops, is if you somehow manage to, you know, cause Endryu to be zone. I mean, you zone out Endryu from the wave, which is going to be unlikely against the Naga Siren, who doesn't really have good ways of zoning you out. I mean, sure, you've got the Riptide and the Mirror Image, but the Timbersaw is not that, I mean, he's not that bothered by that. So it's going to
Yeah,
be okay. As Azur towards the mid lane, making the most out of his bottle, spends all his mana before picking up the Water Rune. Extra efficiency for him, and when playing the mid lane, stuff like this is also super important. It starts to add up. If you're able to cast an extra spell, if you're able to cast 2 extra spells, that's some extra damage that we get to pump out. Maybe force out a salve from Valky, and things, they just tend to start to stack up and snowball into greater wins if
yeah,
you are the Dire. So you got to look for every little efficiency, every little bit of efficiency that you can find in the mid lane.
yeah. And again, if we look at the bot lane, the Lion's gonna be, the one who's supposed to be making the plays, because the Timber does not need a lot of assistance in this lane. He's gonna be pretty happy just being by himself. Like, if you look, even all this damage coming out from both the heroes might not be enough to kill him as he just walks back to his base. Yeah. So he does not really require a lot. So he goes to the mid lane.
Uh-oh. Yeah, and Azur might end up dropping here. One more right click, but no, the Fairy Fire is going to come through. Azur is going to end up surviving. The Lion hell-bent on finding this kill. Azur is now starting to put the circlet in, juking around the trees, dodges the Earth Spike. The right click's coming through from Sukimoto, but they're not going to be able to clean up Azur, as Azur baits out that rotation, lives to tell the tale. That is time wasted on the Lion. And, well, that's going to be a kill down bottom, as
First blood.
there it is. I
Yeah.
mean,
This
the
is why
price
I came to the surface.
will be paid. You show your line towards the mid lane, and that gives CJ an opening down bottom, and with Parasite's help, that's a kill going the way of Whoops. First blood gets
Yeah.
drawn, and remember, Timbersaw is the hero that is supposed to be dealing with the Naga Siren.
Yeah, yeah. But again, Timber does not really need the Lion around. But again, in this early stages of the game, he is pretty squishy compared to the Naga and the Mirana, who deal out a lot of damage onto him. So yeah, I think until around level 5 to 6, it's better for the Lion to be there in that lane. But again, he's still able to manage himself without the Lion. And if the Lion not securing the kill in the mid lane was a slight bit of a problem. And also, I think mainly because of the shards coming out from the Tusk, the Zeus was able to get out mainly. So if they were able to secure the kill onto the Zeus, I think it would have been a much favorable exchange for the side of Neon. But I think they're going
Yep.
to be doing fine in the mid lane. Zeus is pretty happy, although he had to walk back to base. He's going to be slightly behind the Tusk in net worth as well. So let's see how he
Radiant
decides
are
to deal with this
scanning.
Tusk as it goes to the 5 to 6 minute mark, where both of them will be hitting level 6 soon. Looks like the Tusk is slightly ahead in XP compared to the Zeus.
Yeah, and I mean, we're gonna see Azur going back to the base. It's pretty standard Zeus gameplay where once you run out of mana, there's really nothing for you to do in the lane. So it's gonna get that boots, walk back to base, come back with full HP, full mana. And while this might delay his levels by a little bit, the extra denies he's got makes up for it. And it seems like no chance ends up giving up a kill to the Skyrath maze. He tried to stop a pull from happening, but Hated was able to pick up a kill. And I like the metagame coming from Hated. He's trying to cause no chance to make some sort of misplay, and he's always just watching, waiting for the perfect chat wheel opportunity, and then he just throws it out. I mean, little things, but he's trying his hardest to try and maybe throw no chance off kill to a little bit. Let's see if that does happen. The top lane not going all that bad for the Mars. Oh, mid lane though, going from bad to worse for the Zeus. He just TP'd back towards the mid lane. And Valky found level 6 on the Tusk, made the most of it, and with 2 heroes, it's going to be the death of the Zeus. In fact, I don't think Valky actually hit 6. I could have been wrong about that one. That might have just been him getting the kill at level 5 and then getting
Yeah, no.
6 after the Zeus.
No, he already had level 6 when they were going
Oh,
on to the
okay.
Zeus. He already used the Walrus Punch onto the Zeus, and that's why he was so low and almost escaped. But Lion coming in along with the Skyrath, they were able to secure the kill onto him.
Dire
And
are
now
scanning.
Tusk with this Arcane Rune will be looking for rotations going to the top lane. Mars falling really low, and with the Walrus Punch and right clicking him down, they are able to secure the
Radiant's
kill
middle
onto him.
tower is under
So again,
attack.
yeah, this is one of the important things, like Zeus, although has this global presence with his ult, if he's doing performing so bad in the lane, where he just hits level 6 and gets Thunder
Radiant's
God's
middle
Wrath, it's going to
tower
be
is under
pretty
attack.
hard for him. Whereas if you look at the side of Neon, they are doing pretty well, and Valky already being level 6 had and finishing up one rotation with that Arcane
Mm-hmm.
Rune. He's going to be pretty happy, and a lot of stacks as well coming out from the side of Neon. So the life sealer or the timber will get that farm and will get a spike in their net worth as well. We'll have to now wait and watch what happens to Azora on this Zeus, if he's able to catch up with the Tusk, or if Tusk will keep snowballing his way into Neon getting into victory
And Krish top lane dropping low once again.
Radiant's top
again.
tower
Valky
is
is going
under
to be able to
attack.
secure that kill. There's no chance he's managed to catch out Hatel inside the cogs, but not going to be able to find the kill. Parasite comes in with a Star Storm, but doesn't nearly have enough damage to take him down. Well,
Yeah.
it looks like that's going to be the end of the aggression on the top lane from Whoops as a significant net worth lead for Neon Esports. 3K, 8 minutes in, and CJ, he's already been sent to the jungle by this Timber
Radiant's bottom
Survey.
tower
He
is
no
under
longer
attack.
feels comfortable laning up against him, and so he's just going to be staying there. And Sugimoto, being a good support, is preventing him from getting all that solo XP. He's actually making sure that
Uh-oh.
Naga has a hard time. Valky, he really wants to take down the Zeus, but he's only going to be content with a clockwork pickup. He's, manages to get that kill. Azur just did not
Yeah.
want to die once again. We saw what happened to his
Dire's
Shadow
top
Fiend in the
tower
previous
is under
game, and
attack.
I don't think he needs a repeat at this point.
Yeah, and I think it's a total night and day difference between the last match to this match, where Neon Esports are literally not giving any space for Team Whoops to even get the farm or try to get pickoffs onto their side. Because this Tusk, as soon as he hit level 6, started making rotations,
Radiant's
got the
bottom
kill onto the
tower is
Mars
under
twice,
attack.
and in the mid lane, killed Zeus multiple times, killed the clock. So this Tusk is going to be, making the pace of the game.
I could do
And
with
we
more
have
of
seen
that.
games before where Tusk, with this early boost that he gets with the items, uh, causes
Radiant's
quite a bit of
bottom
problem
tower
for
is
the
under
opponent
attack.
team. So we'll have to watch how Valky plays with this Tusk. Oh, they're going back into the top lane, probably gonna try and get the
Uh-huh.
kill onto Krish, but Clock is there
Oh,
to
wait.
stop them.
And yeah, that's a little bit surprising. Hated manages to
Dire's
find no
middle tower
chance.
is
And
under attack.
well, Valky tried to make a play towards Krish, but Krish was quick with the
Radiant's
TP out
bottom
towards the
tower
mid
is
tier
under
2. So he's
attack.
going to keep himself alive for now.
Radiant structures are
As
fortified.
Azure, he's got the level 6 now on Zeus with the Thunder God's Wrath. So there is potential to kill on the side lanes. But the issue right now for Whoops is who do you even go on? The Timbersaw is too tanky. The Dusk is too tanky. The Lifesteal is too tanky. Every hero that he decides to
Dire's
go on
middle
is just a
tower
bit
is
too
under
tanky at
attack.
this point. All Whoops can really
Yeah.
do is hope to sit back and farm, and maybe a misplay is going to come out from Neon Esports, but that's unlikely as Valky, he's gone in on that task. He doesn't finish off Parasite, and in fact, he's going to have to back off, and now Azur, with the help of the Heavenly Jump, is going to be able to pick up the Skywrath Mage. No chance is going to take that kill away from him. What a steal. But
Yeah.
looks like Tsukimoto, he's managed to catch out CJ over here. Arrow flying through, will not connect. The Naga illusions also gonna get popped with the Whirling Death, and CJ doesn't have the Song of the Siren over here. The Naga should certainly end up dropping. That Chakram will secure the kill. Nendryu, he's not done yet. He wants to take down Parasite, but Parasite
Dire's middle
is
tower
gonna be
is
okay.
under attack.
And just to get back towards safety while Neon Esports get a 1-for-1 trade. Now, arguably a better one because they got the Naga Siren and all they lost was a Skywrath Mage.
Yeah. So far, so good for Neon Esports. 4K net worth lead at 11 minutes into the game. I think that's quite a bit of a difference. If you look at the net worth, the Timbersaw, as I told you, he is happy to be by himself. He's already at 5.5K net worth. With the Soul Ring and the Arcane Boots, he has a lot of mana pool to secure a lot of farm for himself. Oh no,
Oh
the arena!
no! Yeah, a bit of a
Not
misplay coming
able
out
to
here
catch.
from
Dire's
Krish as
structures are fortified.
yeah, he thought the arena would form perfectly on the edge, but Valky just walks it off with the phase boost, and that's no arena for the next 90 seconds. Whoops. Gonna be in a bit of a precarious
Radiant's
situation
bottom
here.
tower is under attack.
They don't have arguably the biggest team fight spell at the moment after the Thunder God's Wrath, and with these
Radiant's
supports
bottom tower
being
has fallen.
as underleveled as they are, it's unlikely they're going to be able to set up for a kill anytime soon. Mystic Fleck comes through from
Dire's
Hated. That's
turret
not
has
really
been
going to
killed.
kill off Azur. He's got the raindrops protecting him, so he's going to be fine. But no chance. He's going to go in on that Clockwork, and with the Thunder God's Wrath, they're going to secure the kill. Skywrath Mage ends up getting taken down here. They'll even find a ward for their troubles, as that Thunder God's Wrath ended up revealing the Observer planted right next to Hated. However, no chance. He's gonna pay for it with his life, so it doesn't come for free, but definitely a worthwhile trade from the side of Whoops.
Yeah. Again, if we take a look at the net worth right now, Timbersaw and
Dire's top
Lifesteal are
tower
doing
is under
really
attack.
well for them, sitting on top. Naga, on the other hand, struggling quite a bit, especially dealing with the Timber and get dying once has caused her to go down slightly in the net worth with only having 5,500 in net worth. But if we take a look at the graph, the swing is quite heavy towards the side of Neon right now, and it's going to take them a while to even, make a comeback in this graph.
Dire's
Whoops
bottom
are
tower
not
is under
really
attack.
ready to face the lineup coming out from Neon with the
Radiant's
super
top tower
aggressive
is under attack.
attack coming out from Valky in at like 13
Yep.
minutes into the game. He has most of the items that he needs to secure kills. Getting that blink really good on him, as he'll be able to jump onto the Zeus's face and not
Dire's
really
bottom
get any
tower is
retaliation
under
from the Zeus,
attack.
because what are you going to do when there's a Tusk smacking you
Dire
in the
are
face right in
scanning.
front of you? So it's going to be pretty hard to deal with Valky once he gets the blink and maybe follows it up with the Desolator. It's going to be pretty hard for the side
Oh
of
no.
Whoops looking at the game.
Krish.
No.
Yeah, he's
Dire's
gonna
middle
pop the
tower
arena
is
to
under
try and
attack.
save himself, but he's gonna end up dropping here, unfortunately. There's not much he can do about this. He ends up tanking the gank. However, they do see 4 heroes towards this bottom lane, so that's gonna count for
Dire's
something.
middle
The
tower
Naga
is
Siren
under
continues
attack.
to farm, and if given time, I mean, this Naga Siren can make up for all of these kills that whoops up leading out courtesy of those smokes. I mean, as long as they don't give up too many unnecessary kills, this Naga's going to be able to come back at around the 24 to 25 minute mark. And yeah, that's when Neon Esports, they're going to start to have some trouble unless the Timbersaw, he's
Radiant's
decently
top
farmed and is in a
tower
good
is under
position.
attack.
So far, he's done
Yeah.
a good job. CJ, gonna pop the Song of the Siren and try and TP out. Will be
Radiant's
successful.
bottom tower
There
is under
was no
attack.
Tusk in the vicinity to cancel that, and I doubt he would have been able to do that too, even with the blink. It's just not possible. There's no spell that you can cast before the song hits you.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's that.
Oh
But
no.
oh my God, that is
Uh,
a prediction and a half coming in from Neon Esports as they figure out that CJ, he's probably going to be in his triangle after that gank attempt failed, and after he has no song at the side, and he's just going to walk back towards his own triangle. They pick up that kill, and they also find no chance towards the Radiant jungle, where Azure could be next, but no, Parasite's going to be the one
oh
who gets
my
cleaned up
God.
instead. Gives up his life to
Yeah.
make sure that the Zeus gets back out towards safety. And Neon Esports, sizable net worth lead at this point. 5k
Radiant's
at
middle
15
tower
minutes
is
in.
under attack.
They're hammering down this mid tier
Yeah.
1.
Money
Yeah,
changes
and it does not look any better for the side of Whoops
Radiant's
as
top
time
tower
goes
is
by
under
more and
attack.
more. It's
Dire's
looking more and
bottom
more
tower
favorable
is
for
under
Neon
attack.
Esports to come out on top in this game. And again, as long as
Radiant's middle tower
they
is
are
under
able to keep
attack.
this
Radiant's
momentum, they
middle
are able
tower
to
has
keep the
fallen.
objectives in mind, focus their team fights around the objectives. I think they have this game in the bag. As long as they don't make a lot of mistakes, they should be doing fine. TN's
Oh
Krish
no.
and Parasite.
Yeah. Well, Parasite's gonna be spotted out underneath that Dire Observer ward, and Krish, he's just gonna be happy that he's not the one tanking the gank here on
Dire's
the Mars,
bottom
because
tower
that could have
is
gone a
under
whole
attack.
lot worse. Whoops, slowly but surely, it's starting to run out of space on the map, and the Zeus does need some space to be effective in this game. He prefers to have at least one lane where he can just sit and not be under threat of dying for him to be fully effective. I'm gonna have to hold on to that thought because no chance misses the hook shot, but a great arena coming through from Krish. He's gonna find the Skywrath mage right off the bat, and Tsukimoto is gonna get cogged up as well by no chance. Valky has to sit and watch as he ends up losing his line, but the Zeus might be next over here. Zur is gonna end up dropping the arrow, not there to get the return kill. And it's going to be a 2-for-1 trade, and a trade that Neon will take any day of the week and twice on a Sunday. Just so happens to be today. Krish, oh no, he blinked into the tree, so he's unfortunately going to get caught here by the snowball as he didn't have enough range on that. And that's going to be another kill going their way. In fact, no chance is going to be next as Henryu is going to get the credit for that. 3 kills going the way of Whoops. And even though that was a
Yeah,
good
and
arena, in the end, it's going to be Neon Esports who get that, win that fight.
yeah, I think Whoops underestimated the power of the Timber and the Tusk right there, because
Radiant's
as
middle
as soon as
tower
they
is
saw
under
they
attack.
were able to secure 2 kills
Dire
onto the
are
supports,
scanning.
they expected them to back off. But in the bot lane, Parasite gets caught off guard again by Valky and will be able to secure the kill with the
my
ice
own
shards.
strength.
This
Yeah.
Valky is not gonna be letting
Dire's
anyone
top
from the side
tower
of
is
Team
under
Whoops get
attack.
ahead in the game. So yeah, as I was saying, they under valued the power that these two had, and they still stayed in the mid lane even after they killed 2 of the supports. They probably had to disengage, but they did not expect
Yeah.
so much damage output coming in from Engu and Valky, so they
Oh,
stayed around. And
CJ. Yeah, well, he's gonna have the Song of the Siren available over here, but no chance he actually hook
no
shot it in.
TP.
He's gonna have to get to help back towards safety himself as yes, slight miscoordination there coming through from the side of Whoops. No chance. Too eager to save his Darker Side and forgot that there was a Song of the Siren available, and that's gonna be him
Dire's middle
falling
tower
over
is under
here.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate here if you're Whoops.
Radiant's
But
top tower is
Neon
under
Esports,
attack.
they've got themselves a 6k net worth lead. They could look to take the tier 1 tower top or move into Rosh. The only issue is that their lineup is a little bit slower at doing Rosh than average, and
Radiant's courier
Mars has got the playing, so there's opportunity for counter play. Speaking of which, the Mars is going to get gone on the arena, gets dropped, the spear goes completely wide, though Tsukimoto does not get clipped, and that's going to be the death of the Mars over here as Whoops. Just bleeding out kills now, left, right, and center, and CJ could be next. He doesn't have the Song of the Siren at the ready. The Timbersaw did spot him, but yeah, they're not going to chase him any further. The Naka Siren has
Yeah.
been trying, CJ has been trying to send illusions out to cut waves, but there's only so much that he can do when
Dire's top
all
tower
of his
is
teammates
under
are just
attack.
dying at various parts of the map. You had no chance dying towards the Dire side, then you have Krish dying in the triangle, and now in the bottom lane, looks like CJ is gonna end up dropping as they have TPs at the ready to punish him. CJ makes himself known, and that's gonna be his
Dire's
death.
middle tower has fallen.
And Neon
Oh
Esports.
wow.
Radiant's top tower is under
The
Yeah,
attack.
there was
gameplay
just
coming out from Neon Esports is completely opposite to last time. Meanwhile, Clockwork does go on to Tsukimoto, and with that cogs, he will be able to secure the kill onto him.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, they're able to get something in turn at least. They're able to find the Lion. Has no chance. He's gonna get the credit for that kill, but it's gonna come at a cost as Azure gonna get cleaned up here by the blink picked up from Valky. Fortune Soul's there as well, and he's got that Lance of Pursuit, so he's got that extra slow to work with. Nothing that Parasite can do to escape the clutches of the Lifestealer. And that's an 8k net worth lead. Neon Esports
Dire's
looking
top tower
very, very
is under
dominant here in
attack.
this game 4.
Yeah, if you look at the net worth
Dire's
chart as well,
structures
it's
are fortified.
just going down and down towards the side of Team Neon. Uh,
Dire's
Again,
top tower
Whoops
is
do
under
still
attack.
have a chance to win this game, but again, it should go to the like super late game. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Krish
Yeah,
engages
I
on to the
mean,
Tusk.
yeah, and Krish, I mean, that ulti really did not result in anything. He's
Radiant's bottom
kind of
tower is under
link
attack.
further in, a little bit deeper towards the Dire's part of the map, and stay here looking for an opportunity to clean someone up. But Tsukimoto ends up falling here. CJ is going to be able to pick up that kill, and Azure tries to TP and see if he can find anything else, but he's not going to find anything. CJ looking for a TP out, should be successful as Fortune Soul doesn't really have the Skull Basher to stop him from doing that. And, well, whoops. I mean, they're getting a few freebies across the map, but it's still not enough to make a comeback over here. Oh, wait, never mind. Looks like Andrew, he's going to overextend here with the help of the arrow. That's going to be the death of the Timbersaw. No chance, misses the hook shot, goes wide, gets punished. And that's going to be the 1-for-1 exchange. They're able to pick up a core for the position 4 as Krish with a bit of a BM tip towards no chance. Yikes.
Yeah, now I think it comes down to playing with their minds as well, and Krish giving that tip out. There's probably tilt the no chance a little. I mean, they're on the same team. They're really in high spirits, and yeah, that was a pretty bad hook shot, I'd say. But in the end, anyway, coming down to looking at how the
A
teams are
fitting
performing, a
bounty.
7k net worth lead onto the side of Neon does really enable them to do quite a lot. But again, the BKB timing onto the Valky is pretty important. CJ getting caught by the roll.
Oh, CJ, he's actually managed to catch on Valky, and with the Orchid reveal, that's going to be Valky going down. He has no way of dispelling that Orchid, and a free kill going the way of Whoops. Or is it? Because they've managed to catch on Azure with the Earth Spike and the Finger of Death. That's going to be the death of Zeus. But look at Krish, he's actually gone in. But Fortune Soul getting so many heals. The Guardian Grease keeps him alive. The no chance commits the hook shot. They're finally going to be able to pick up the Lion. But at what cost? CJ is going to end up dropping as well. And it costed them Arena. Whoops. They commit. They find another kill to work with. But I'm not too sure if... that kill was worth it, as no chance. Soon to be next on the list. Doesn't really have a TP out. Dies a slow and painful death at the hands of this Lifestealer. Does he get the deny? No, he does not. He shot right there.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah. Well, looks like Neon Esports, they managed to get themselves some control back in this game
Radiant's
after Whoops
middle
made a
tower
couple of
is under
cheeky plays
attack.
around the map. Parasite dodges the snowball just barely, forces out the ice shots, but he's all out of leap charges, and that's going to be the death
Dire's
of
top tower
Parasite.
is under attack.
As Enridu gets the credit for that kill. Krish, not too sure what happened there, but there was an ancient seal on top of his head. I don't think I need to hear the rest of the story. I know what happened there, but yeah, Whoops. I mean, this is sort of the price you have to pay, right? When you have 3 cores who just cannot fight into the 3 cores of the enemy team. This is all you can do is really play Rat Dota. You can try to force out some TPs. You can maybe catch a straggler here and there. Some suboptimal plays, but eventually Neon Esports, they're just going to be able to group up, claim Roshan, or even force out an
Dire's
engagement
bottom tower
and
has
take the
fallen.
win. Thundergod's Rat popped here by the Zeus. I'm not too sure who it was for. Line is rather low and no chance. He's gone all the way onto the high ground. Can he find the kill? Yes, he can. He finds it with the rocket flare, but Not sure if that was worth it. Krish on the other side, though, he's managed to catch Andrew, and with the help of that arrow, looks like the Timbersaw is going to end up dropping. So, whoops, with a bit of a hit and run here towards the top part of the map, and with Fortune Soul showing mid, there's really no threat that
Dire's bottom
the side of
tower
Whoops
is
need to
under
worry
attack.
about. So, sure, they lost those shots across the map, but the fact that they found the Timbersaw makes it a bit more worthwhile.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Well,
Dire's
mean,
bottom tower is under attack.
Now I don't want to say it again, but it seems that Whoops, they are
Dire's
still
top
keeping
tower
themselves
is under
in this
attack.
game. Although this time around it's a little bit harder. There's a snowball coming through the Naga Siren.
Dire's top tower
Doesn't even get the
has
chance
fallen.
to pop a Mantis style. Song of the Siren.
Yeah.
Bit of a
Dire's
far cry there,
middle
and that's
tower is
gonna
under
be the
attack.
Naga Siren being taken down. As Neon Esports, again, I mean, just shutting down CJ, just eyes on the prize. He
Dire's
is
top tower is
the
under
most
attack.
valuable hero to find, but if they're not able to convert these into objectives, this could get problematic. Hated gonna get caught out by the hook shot, and Azur's gonna get that cleanup. As Krish, along with Parasite. What's the other part of the map? There's no Thunder God's Wrath, so they can't really make this move on the Timbersaw. I think they might have spotted out Valky as well, and looks like they're just gonna have to cut their losses short and get back, because there's not much that they can do to these two extremely tanky cores, especially when the Zeus does not have Wrath. So, yeah, Neon Esports, I mean, while the net worth lead may be dwindling a little bit, they are starting to get more map control, and against the Naga side, and that, I mean, that's all you really need. I mean, if you can take down some of the towers, force the creep waves inside their part of the map, then the game gets a lot easier for you to play. So yeah.
Radiant's bottom
I
tower
definitely
is
agree with
under
that. And
attack.
now that they are focusing more onto the objectives, I think it favors them a lot more, because all their objective has to be is getting rid of the CJ as soon as possible.
Oh wow, that
Jeez.
is gonna be the death of Hated there. Oh, Krish! He went in with the arena, but Tsukimoto just a bit too quick on his fingers. Gets the blink out, and he's gonna survive now. Valky looking for the return kill. He spots out Parasite. There's the Walrus Punch along with the shots to come through, and Endry is gonna get the credit for that kill. Even CJ dropping low as Fortune Soul was able to make a go on him. And Neon Esports, I mean, yeah, they've been skirting around these arenas ever since the start of the game, and Krish just cannot seem to catch a break here.
Yeah, but then again, CJ is not doing half bad for himself, even with so much pressure and such a lot of deaths on his side. He's still able to maintain quite a bit of farm. So again, no chance, just slipping through the entire side of Neon Esports. Scouted them all out, giving out a lot of information for the rest of his team to back out. I think now it's just going to be an objective game. Roche into towers, towers into Roche is all Neon has to be focused on, because they can't give a lot of time for this Naga Siren. Once Naga Siren hits her item times, it's going to be really, really hard to deal with her. So,
yeah, top lane, no chance he's gonna get caught. He is gonna be able to clear out most of the creep wave though, so I mean, he gets something out of it as he delays the side of Neon Esports from taking any further objectives. You could see Fortune Soul was waiting for that creep wave to arrive towards that top tier 2, but with that creep wave being cut, might be able to buy themselves some more time. Tsukimoto is gonna get caught out again, and Krish actually able to pick up the kill with the God's Rebuke.
yeah.
Now, with the Moonlight Shadow, they actually don't see him. Krish is gonna be able to make his way back towards safety. And well, it wouldn't be a Southeast Asian match if a core wasn't carrying detection. Uh-oh, it looks like the Skyrath Mage is also gonna end up dropping over here. Parasite,
Radiant
acting like a
are
human
scanning.
observer ward for a while, is gonna be able to force stuff himself back towards safety, but Andrew, hot on his tail, will be able to pick up that kill. But Whoops still doing a very good job of playing around the edges of Fortune Soul and just keeping the side of Neon on their toes. I mean, it seems that
Yeah.
they finally hit their stride here.
Yeah, definitely. And if you look at the net worth chart, it's slowly swinging back towards the side of Whoops. And as I said, if time keeps going on and Naga is not kept under the wraps, it's going to be a problem. She is going to go for the butterfly next item, and already having the heart of
Radiant's
Taras
middle tower has
already
fallen.
makes her a bit more unkillable than she is. Now they're trying to go engage on
Oh.
maybe able to get a kill.
Yeah, CJ,
Oh.
well, he's... Okay, looks like the line is gonna get blown up, but so is CJ, and Azur is gonna be able to TP out back towards safety, but yeah, that's gonna be a kill going the way of Neon
Dire's
Esports.
top tower
The
is
Aegis
under
gets
attack.
reclaimed, So that's
Yeah.
something, but the Naga Siren dying isn't really all that good. Smoke up by Whoops here.
Players here.
Definitely agree with that. But then again, Zeus has a E-Blade. I'm not really sure that's the best item to go for because I understand it's easy to kill a single target with it, but when the entire team of Neon Esports is running at you, I'm not sure how effective an E-Blade is gonna be. Now again, the smoke
Gonna have to
here
hold
from
on to that thought. Great spear coming in through from Krish. Can they find the burst damage? They take down Fortune Soul rather low, but they cannot kill him from 100 to 0. Krish is gonna pop the BKB, try to get out as he gets caught up by no chance here. Eats a Mystic Flag. Krish is gonna end up falling in. Fortune Soul, still healthy as a horse, charging forward. He wants to find more heroes on the side of Whoops, punish them for their insolence over here. As Parasite with the Ancient Seal on top of his head. There's not much that he can do as he gets chopped down by Entry on the Timbersaw. That's 3 kills going the way of Neon Esports as they try and make their way towards the high ground and lay claim to a set of racks.
Radiant's middle tower
Yeah.
is under attack.
and having such a low cooldown mana drain with the
Radiant
shards that's
structures are
able to
fortified.
take care of these Naga illusions so quickly, I think causes a lot of problems towards the side of Naga Siren because as soon as she pops mirror image, it's all gonna be gone. So and with that in mind,
Radiant's middle
T3s
tower
are already
Radiant's
falling
middle
down on the
tower
side
has
of
fallen.
Team Whoops. It's 30 minutes into the game, and
Radiant
Neon
structures
Esports
are
are
fortified.
pushing the high ground towards the
Oh,
side of Team
Radiant's
Whoops,
middle
and
barracks are under attack.
Yeah, well, that E-Blade looks like it
Dire's courier
put
has
Valky
been killed.
below 50% health, so
Dire's middle tower
Zeus able
is
to
under
get some
attack.
good damage out, but it's gonna come at a cost. The racks will be lost. Oh my god, no shot. That's actually a very good hook shot. They're gonna be able to stun Fortune Soul, and that's gonna be the death of the Life Stealer. Valky now snowballing in into his own death. He's got that BKB, and he might be able to stay alive, but not for long. The God's Rebuke, it goes through Magic Immunity, and with the Thunder God's Wrath, they're chasing for more. The Ethereal Blade gonna slow down the Lion while the Timbersaw slides his way back towards safety, and they've even found the Skywrath mage sleeping out in the trees. Parasite has his number. That's 4 heroes being cleaned up on the side of Neon Esports as Woods. They're gonna punish them for making that high ground play. Rish,
yeah.
that's gonna be the Desolator complete for him, and that's a very, very important fight for Whoops to win.
Yeah, and as time keeps going, it looks like Whoops might be able to secure themselves a
middle tower
spot
is under
in the
attack.
grand finals. If the game keeps going in at this pace, CJ has been making really effective work of playing this Naga Siren. Even though he's been focused down a lot, he's still getting the farm
Dire's
that he
middle
needs.
tower has
Now
fallen.
hitting the next itemization timings is going to be really important
Dire's
for him, and
bottom
once he
tower is
has
under
the
attack.
items, it's pretty hard to take down Naga Siren with a heart and a butterfly. So it's going to be
Yeah.
interesting to see what happens from here on. The Roshan is up. I think Whoops are in a place where they can take the Roshan down pretty quickly if they are not countered by Neon Esports. So maybe getting a pick off onto the side of
Dire's top
Neon
tower is
Esports,
under
and then
attack.
going into the Roshan pit will definitely not be a bad idea. And a DD, if they are able to pick that up as well, it's going to be in their favor quite a bit. Let's just wait and watch what happens as the net worth keeps going down towards the side of Whoops.
Yeah, I mean, Whoops, this is sort of the good things about having a Naga is that the moment you win a team fight, you get all your map control back. Look at all of the waves. They're all shoved in. CJ's towards the bottom lane where he's going to cut this creep wave. And the mid creep wave, I think, has already been cleaned up. So there's no real creep wave that's pushing into the side of Whoops. And
Dire's
CJ
bottom tower is under
sliding
attack.
through the members of Neon Esports. He
Dire
goes
are scanning.
undetected and he makes it back out towards safety. Finally, they spot him under an observer ward, and CJ might have a false sense of security here. Oh, wait, never mind. They actually did not see him. They know that he's around the corner, but he's gonna pop the song off the side and TP out. And well, that's
Yeah.
gonna be another creep wave being cut as Neon Esports unable to find those heroes. And the net worth advantage starts to dwindle.
Radiant's middle barracks are
Oh,
under
wait,
attack.
they might be able to find Parasite. Parasite commits all of his leaps, tries to make it back towards safety. The spear comes through, but it does not connect onto anyone. Krish, forced to pop the BKB, has got the arena at the ready, pops it in a very interesting way, actually captures Fortune Soul inside of it. Can they clean him up though? Doesn't look like the answer is going to be yes. Parasite tried to get some follow-up going, but there's only so much that he could do. The Aghanim Scepter from Skyrath allows for the cleanup, and now the Lion tries to jump in a bit too far. He thought he'd caught out the Zeus, but instead gets shield bashed to the face with the God's Rebuke. And now Andrew,
Radiant's courier
trying to
has
find
been
some
killed.
semblance of revenge,
Radiant's courier has
isn't really
been
going to
killed.
get much. And CJ, well, he loses his courier, but not before he finishes the butterfly. So, yeah, there's gonna be nothing of value lost here for the Naga Siren.
Yeah.
Dire's middle tower
If he's
Oh,
is
able
under
to get
Fortune
a
attack.
kill out
Soul.
of this.
Yeah, he's gonna spot out the Naga Siren, and CJ, well, he's gonna have to get the hell out of here. He's got the Song of the Siren coming back up, so that shouldn't be much of a problem. As oh wait, never mind, Fortune Soul. He's got the BKB at the ready. He's gonna pop it, keep chasing the Naga Siren, and that is a little unfortunate. I'm not too sure what's going on here, but looks like CJ has finally been caught up. And with the Mystic Flare, he should be going down, trying to TP out. Is he gonna make it? The 4-star from Parasite. He survives through it all, and now Fortune Soul. He's just gonna have to be happy that he's picked up Mirana in turn, and he might not even be able to make it out of this one alive. I'm fumbling my words here. As Fortune Soul, he's gonna be able to get inside Hated, not fumbling on the keys. Makes it back towards safety. But man, oh man, whoops. They keep their Naga Siren alive. And no chance, he might be dropping over here, but it's gonna be well worth it. 2 supports for the life of a Naga. No question whatsoever. Whoops will take that trade any day of the week.
Yeah. I mean, that was super unexpected. I thought the Naga would not survive that, but again, a hook shot missing from the clockwork. I really expected the Naga to die there, but he somehow survived. And Krish is here for the backup for
Oh.
Naga.
And they managed to find Valky. Valky is gonna get taken down. The
Wow.
right clicks are gonna be there. As Neon Esports again, I mean, they make a few. I mean, they make some interesting TPs here and there, and they get caught out. Again, Neon
Yeah.
Esports just caught sleeping at the wheel. As Krish, he's managed to find Andrew. Andrew, he's got the BKB. The arena will force it out from him, and now he's gonna try to get a return kill onto Krish. Krish, though, still alive, still has the spear, and is looking to find that Timbersaw. But no, there's something else happening on the sidelines. They've managed to find the supports on Neon Esports. The Skyesports Mage and the Lion both are going to get caught out, and that's going to be 2 kills going the way of Whoops. Immediate buyback though from the Lion as CJ gonna try to pop the song, but he's gonna get stunned up, and now the mana drain comes through. The BKB is gonna be there though, and this time around Fortune Soul is gonna be able to beat into CJ. Or is he? Uh-oh, the 4-star keeping him alive. There's gonna be the Ethereal Blade. The open wounds to slow down the Naga side.
Another force.
Make it back out. Another 4-star for another Cox. He's controlling the lifestealer, making sure that the Naga is able to walk the hell out of there. And whoops, they've managed to keep the Naga Siren alive. No chance. I mean, he's probably gonna end up dropping over here, but again, it's gonna have been well worth it as they managed to take down Tsukimoto, who fought back into this fight. And again, Krish with the plays might just be able to stay alive. No, the Chakram's gonna find him. That's gonna be the death of the Mars. And whoops, in the end, they will lose one of their core heroes, but man, do they make the side of Neon Esports work for it.
Oh my god, what is happening right now? I think Whoops, I've never seen Whoops play this amazing, especially keeping the Naga alive for so long. They used 2 4-star, got her out of the team fight. They were able to keep her alive, I think, throughout that entire thing. And all the BKBs being used from the side of Neon is just gonna keep decreasing the timer down to 6 seconds. So again, the Naga, as the game carries on, is gonna be causing problems just because of her capacity to be an overwhelming
Dire's
force
bottom
with
tower
all the
is under
items that
attack.
she has. Even right now, having the Heart of Taras, the Bloodthorn, and the Butterfly, if she's able to get into a really good engagement, she will deal a lot of damage. They go onto the Roche Pit, but meanwhile, Naga is pushing the bot tower, which is coming down to
Yeah.
1/10 its HP, and it
Dire's bottom
probably will go
tower
down
is
here.
under attack.
And it's getting rather low. Well, looks like the Mirana is going to be losing her life. They know for a fact that the side of Neon Esports are inside Roche, so I mean, Whoops are aware of what's happening, but they've lost a tier 3 down bottom. Neon Esports, they yet to finish Roshan. The Naga could theoretically still join this fight, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen. Instead, CJ, he's going to try and claim this range racks, and he will succeed in getting that. But Lion, he's keen on catching the Naga Siren now. The Hex comes through. Where's the Earth Spike? It's going to be there for a follow-up as well. Valky has also made his way there. He's trying to commit the Song of the Siren, the Timbersaw, and the Lifestealer. Everyone TP, but the Lifestealer's TP has been cancelled. CJ gonna pop the Song of the Siren. He's gonna be able to TP out. The hook shot from No Chance was there. The Lifestealer was prevented from joining his teammates, but no! Naga Siren not able to make it back up towards safety. The Hex comes through from Tsukimoto, and that's gonna be CJ falling as Neon Esports. There's a glimmer of hope yet for them. They get caught in the arena, but they've already lost the clockwork. But Whoops have lost their clockwork and their Naga Silence, so that's going to be 2 kills going the way of Neon Esports. And again, it seems like Neon Esports, they're finally getting some control back in this game.
Yeah, I mean this game is going back and forth quite a bit. I mean, I'm not really sure why Naga stuck around so long, because as soon as she had illusion, she could have just popped her illusion, sent it in, and gotten out of there, because she knew the lion was around, and with the instant hex ability, he is able to keep her under check for quite a bit, following it up with the earth spike. So I'm not sure why he decided to stay around for that much longer, or he could have even tried to kill the lion, but staying around there for that long, he had to give his life up. Meanwhile, now that the Aegis has been secured on the side of Neon, they will be able to push aggressively into the towers of Whoops. And 14 seconds on the Naga side, and they will be able to
Radiant's
secure
bottom
maybe
tower is under
another tower
attack.
and once one of the racks probably. But again, we'll have to wait and watch how Whoops will be defending against this, as Naga's timer comes down to 0. The entire side of Neon will decide to back off, which is the right choice for them. Getting a little more farm onto Fortune Soul is definitely necessary for this game.
Yeah, I mean, Fortune Soul, he's got the Aegis of Immortality, so Neon Esports really do want to take a fight right now, but they want to take a fight on their own terms, because if they lose their line like this at the start of the fight, that's going to be all the disable going down. Thankfully, he's got the Aeon Disc as well as the Shard, gives him magic immunity, so he's going to be able to stay alive for a little bit longer, but he's only going to go back to the waiting arms of Krish, who gets a 2-man spear in the arena, takes down both supports on the side of Neon Esports, and he might die, but it could have been well worth it. Uh-oh, Valky coming through with the snowball. He's caught out the Naga Siren. The Naga Siren might have been dropping over here. The Bloodthorn comes through, but the BKB is going to be there along with the Lotus Orb to ensure that the Lifestealer is able to pop that rage and take down CJ. Zeus gonna get caught out as well with the snowball. Andrew, godlike with a triple kill. Valky punches the Zeus, uppercuts him into outer space, and 4 buybacks committed from the side of Whoops. They want to try and find some revenge, but they are fighting into the Aegis. The Lion not there at the moment, down for the count for 14 seconds, but look at that, Andrew has been caught out. The arrow connects, and that might just be the death of the Timbersaw. No chance comes in with the hook shot as well, and that's going to be Andrew taken down. As Neon Esports, they're going to be happy with this outcome. They force out 4 buybacks from the side of Whoops, but they don't really lose all that much. It's only going to be Enryu dying and Tsukimoto. A buyback from Hater, yes, but that really doesn't make that much of a difference in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, 4 buybacks coming out from the side of Wolves, definitely not ideal for them. But then again, they were able to stop the push coming in from Neon Esports. All 4 buybacks expended. And even if they try to push into the high ground here right now, Andrew does still have his buyback, so he can just buy back into the team fight. And if we look at the net worth swing, it's pretty mixed. Like, it's going up and down towards the side of Neon. Whoops had it for a while, but now again Neon had a 6k net
Dire's
worth
top
lead,
tower is
but the
under
farm
attack.
coming in from the side of Whoops slowly dropping that down. Krish has with some really good arena into double spears, so I think he's having a lot of impact in this team fights, and I think with the overwhelming blink, he's going to cause more problems now. Let's see, as I told you, like, if the game goes longer, Naga is going to get more problematic, and Whoops are going to get stronger and stronger. So Neon will be facing a problem as this Naga is accumulating more and more farm. Even though she's already 5 slotted, she still wants
Yep.
at least another BKB if she wants to survive a bit longer, because
Ye-
she is getting shut down by the life sealer. So I think BKB might be necessary right here to deal with all the lockdowns coming in from the side of Neon Esports.
I, I mean, that's all well and good, but look at the buyback status right now,
Dire
Lama.
are scanning.
Literally
Yeah,
no one
yeah.
except the Timbersaw has a buyback. This is gonna be
Yeah.
it. I mean, whoever wins this next fight could potentially win the game. Thunder God's Wrath, it's gonna tell them where Neon Esports are, but they take absolutely no damage whatsoever. CJ, afraid for his life, is gonna go all the way back inside his base. He knows that if he dies here, it is gonna be game, and he's gonna instantly TP out, send his illusions on a fact-finding mission. Tsukimoto,
Yeah.
holding his ground in the mid lane, trying to see if there's any stray pick off from the side of Whoops to be had here, but no such luck for him. Well,
Yeah.
Krish, he's just pushing out the top lane consistently, so eventually Neon Esports are gonna have to go back and address that wave. And no chance to. Sitting in the trees, biding his time, waiting. for someone to show so that he can go and cut that creep wave. And yeah, a lot of patience being displayed by both sides. Yes, none of them want to overextend, knowing full well that they do not have buybacks. And you can see those graphs right here, win probability as well as net worth. Been a constant back and forth this game, but yeah, it seems like finally it's gonna start to tilt a bit more in favor of the Dio as Neon Esports. The win probability meter, it's moving towards them.
Yeah.
Valky, he's got the Octarine core on the Tusk, so he's gonna be a pain to deal with for the Naga once the Song of the Siren is down.
They will not see what
Yeah.
hit.
But also I was a little confused in the early game why the both the Tusk and the Lifestealer did not go for a Desolator. I think it would have helped them out quite a bit in the early game. But then again, right now they are going on to the Mirana, who is in the wrong side of the map for some reason, and she does come
Oh
crumbling
wait,
down. But
yeah, but
the steal,
saves the gem.
yeah,
No, not the steal. That was his own gem. He managed to save it. He is going to be able to get that back towards safety. So, whoops. I mean, not losing the gem, that is big because it means that the side of Neon are not going to be able to deward the vision that they've put up. Although, whoops,
Yeah.
they don't really have any observer wards out right now because Neon is just never given them an opportunity to go back out together. CJ just denies another bounty rune with the Naga illusion. And yeah, the game started to become harder for Neon Esports as they have lost the Aegis. They could just wait out buybacks on all their heroes and then look to re-engage, but then Whoops are going to be close to their own buybacks too.
yeah.
Neon Esports, well, they will be able to spot out Krish. Krish is going to pop the BKB. He's going to be able to blink out back towards safety, looking to TP out, but no, he's actually not going to do so. Oh, but never mind, he TPs out. He is a little bit afraid. Thunder God's Wrath is going to be popped too. And yeah, Whoops, they're going to know exactly when Neon Esports are on the map for the time being.
Yeah. Oh, DD coming into play though. He does get it inside the bottle, and I think this might be the thing that affects the next team fight. The DD might change the tide around towards the
Radiant's
side
top
of Neon
tower is
Esports,
under attack.
because the Lifestealer with the DD is going to do a lot of damage when it comes to dealing with the Naga, and he has a lot of magic immunity time. He has
Oh
his
no, Valky again. He's been caught out towards the mid lane. A stray arrow hits him in the face. That's going to be Valky dead for 120 seconds. Does have buyback though. Krish going to instantly pop the arena. The Song of the Siren coming through. But can it save the Mars? Yes, it can. The Lifestealer being slept up by the Song. As Valky and Tsukimoto both buyback. They both lost their lives in that previous engagement. And that's the DD being popped by Fortune Soul. They don't make anything of it now. They're going to lose the advantage that they have on the back of this rune. And oof, Parasite again almost connecting with that arrow on towards MD. As Neon Esports, I mean, you can see the effects of the last game starting to creep in. They're eating all these stray arrows. They are a little bit off kilter. And Neon Esports, I mean, this might just be the difference between them making it to the grand finals or them losing out the match and being eliminated from the tournament.
yeah. Meanwhile,
Well,
Lion
CJ.
gets CJ's stun.
Uh-oh. Yeah, he's gonna get caught out over here. He doesn't really have the Song on the side to save himself. Remember, the Naga side does not have buyback. They really need to help CJ stay alive over here, and he's gonna die 120 seconds without the Naga side, and that's gonna be him falling. But Neon Esports, they've lost the Skywrath Mage, they've lost the Lion. Fortune Soul blinking forward. He really wants to find Krish. Is the bash gonna be there?
No bash.
What? He does not get the bash. 4 hits in. Mars is gonna survive here, and so is No Chance. The man responsible for saving the Mars is Neon Esports. They get the Naga Siren, but they get robbed of another gold kill. And now Krish, he's actually gonna push the Timbersaw back into the tower. Oh no, but the Walrus kick coming through from Valky actually pushes him back towards safety.
Yeah.
A misplay from the side of Neon Esports. As I'm not too sure what's going on, but Neon Esports, they seem to be scared. They're backing off here.
Dire's bottom
And
barracks are
yeah,
under
I
attack.
mean, the side of Whoops
Shadows.
playing with their opponents here as this is a little bit dangerous. I mean, if that kick hadn't come
Radiant's
through, that
middle
could have been the
barracks are
game
under
right there.
attack.
But Krish somehow
Yeah.
survives. And yeah, Whoops, they will live to fight another day. CJ to spawn in 50 seconds, and Roshan spawning very, very soon. If Whoops are able to find this Aegis, Neon Esports could be in a world of trouble.
Yeah, and if I look at the net worth, it's 9K towards the side of Neon Esports, but the win probability, according to the game, says 65% towards Whoops. And meanwhile, in the top lane, however,
Uh-oh, Krish. Yeah, he's gonna get spotted out. He's gonna pop the BKB as well and expend the arena. But is he gonna be able to stay alive? There is a BKB on Fortune Soul, and Krish is gonna end up falling. Thankfully for him, he does have buyback, so it's not the end of
But-
the world here. But Roshan is up. That's
yeah.
the big problem. Well,
And once they secure this Roshan, I think it's going to be pretty much easy high ground push for them because again, the buybacks are back on the side of Team Whoops now though. So most of them will have their buybacks, but again, will they be strong enough to defend a push with an Aegis on this
no
life
chance.
stealer?
Yeah, Chance got spotted there and he got cleaned up by the Timbersaw. In fact, Lifesteal is going to blink forward as well. They want to try and find Parasite, and Parasite's also going to end up dropping here.
Oh no.
3 kills going the way of Neon Esports, although all 3 members have buyback at the ready. Valky to secure Roshan, and that's going to be just going the way of Fortune Soul. And well, Valky, he is going to take that Aghanim's Blessing, which is going to give him 4k gold to work with, so we'll see what he decides to buy next. But CJ, he's got the Hex completed. So now in the next fight, if the Lifestealer does get caught out, they could chase on him and get the kill. It's going to be very important for Fortune Soul to use his BKB correctly, because if he messes that up, that could be the game. There's no buyback on Tsukimoto for the moment, and there's no buyback on Hated either. And that's kind of what I want to see. I just want to see buyback status right now. So production, if you're hearing this and you could drop down buyback, that'd be great. But it looks like 2 buybacks will be committed from the side of Whoops. Azur is going to end up dropping 2-man spear coming in from the side of Krish, and Tsukimoto will fall. 80 seconds, no buyback available for the Lion. But it looks like Neon Esports, they will disengage as 2 Thunder God's Wrath have been popped by Zeus. Can they find the Timbersaw? Well, he is being stunned up. Fortune Soul is actually going to go all the way back towards the space, towards the bottom tier 3 tower, and Timbersaw might be able to TP out back towards safety, but Valky has been left behind by his teammates, and that's going to be the death of the Tusk, who is also down for 120 seconds with no buyback available.
I don't know if you noticed that, but No Chance came in with a brilliant stun onto Valky. He was able to get the hook shot onto him and cancel the TP. So really, really well played from No Chance as well. They were able to catch out the Tusk, who does not have a buyback, and securing that kill just might have helped them secure a set of racks, or maybe even 2. Let's wait and find out how this high ground push goes on from the side of Team Whoops. A lot of resistance will be coming on from the side of Neon, especially with the Timber and Hated on their side.
Yeah, I mean, sure, but CJ, I mean, this is just free tower damage that he's gonna get here. 80 seconds without Valky, who doesn't have buyback for 3 minutes. Lion is spawning in 8. That's when they can maybe try to make a play for the Naga's life, but the Naga's got a heart. So all of this chip damage, it's bringing the Naga down low, but can you actually kill her off? BKB popped by the Naga Siren is gonna keep her alive, and No Chance. He's managed to cog up Fortune Soul, but Fortune Soul will quickly devour the power cogs away. Lifestealer, with all that attack speed, is gonna be able to make sure that he doesn't get caught out. And full retreat from Whoops. They pop the Moonlight Shadow, they get back. They know that they don't have buybacks over here, so any death could mean the end of the game. And Neon Esports, they will conserve a 25k net worth lead as they wait for Valky to respawn and try and make a play. But look at Whoops. They are not done yet. Tsukimoto going in. Is there a hook shot available? The arrow. Oh my god, what a brilliant play from the Lion. He was actually giving mana drain back towards Fortune Soul, providing him the magic immunity. And he does not get stunned up. No Chance is dead, but no buyback. Krish forced to pop the BKB. CJ gonna pop the ultimate. Try and get the hell out back towards safety. But he's going to be left behind by his teammates. Azur going forward. He's actually managed to clean up this guy that makes it. Krish comes in from the backline. A 2-man spear again as Fortune Soul and Henry both get caught out. But Krish is going to be taken down over here. Can CJ survive? Yes, he can. He makes it back out towards safety again. And Neon Esports, they're going to be forced to buy back as Hayden makes it back towards this fight. Tsukimoto falls, but still. The Mirana dead for 100 seconds, the Mars dead for 100 seconds. This is about as good of a window as you'll get for Neon Esports. And No Chance also down for the count.
Yeah, without any buybacks, this is their chance to push the high ground. And the only person missing from Neon Esports is Lion, and he does not even matter when it comes to pushing towers. So they have to push as soon as possible. Only a small window of 85 seconds. I mean, in Dota, that is not a small window, but 85 seconds is really good to
Radiant's
get
courier
that
has been
towers
killed.
down, get that damage in, and maybe even try to get the game right here and right now. They will be going straight for the T4s. And is the damage output enough coming out from the side of Team Neon? Will they be able to secure these T4s and get into
Well,
the
Radiant's top
ancient?
okay.
is under
Valky,
attack.
he's actually snowballed all the way
Radiant
back in
structures
towards
are
their base,
fortified.
and that's going to be the Aeon just popping for the Tusk. And now the Song of the Siren, CJ, he's going to hold on to his structures for a little while longer as Hayden makes a snarky remark in all chat, tells Krish to stop watching Tundra. Chris replies with a smiley face, but no, the Lifestealer, he's been hexed up. He's got the Aegis though, so he's going to be fine for the time being. Endu is weakened, he has been
Radiant's
forced out
middle
as well.
tower has
It's the
fallen.
Lifestealer pummeling this tier 4 tower down, but the AoE Lightning Bolt coming through from the Zeus is going to make him reconsider his options as Tsukimoto just intent on giving Endry all his mana back so he doesn't have to go back to base. A walking fountain, that's what the line is. But Azul, he's been caught out. That's his buyback. He's going to end up dropping no Zeus for 120 seconds. That might just be the game. The Naga Siren getting caught, getting smacked around, thrown around, and that is it.
GG.
Whoops. They will lose all 5 heroes, and we are going to a game 5 between Neon Esports
Radiant's
and
courier
Whoops
has
in the
been
Sky
killed.
Esports Championship 4.0
Dire
lower
victory.
bracket finals. Neon Esports. It was long, it was hard, but in the end, they won this game. And boy, oh boy, did Whoops have a hard time.
Oh,
Oh man,
whoa.
yeah.
I
I
think you
mean,
must be tired after that game.
yeah. I mean, they think I might have an extra white hair here or two, but that's okay. I mean, that's all worth it for these kind of games of Dota. Oh
Yeah.
boy, Neon
I mean,
Esports, what a game.
yeah, really well played from both the teams, trying to keep it and on their side as much as possible. But in the end, I just think that CJ was not effective enough when it comes to dealing with all the heroes from Neon Esports, having really, really tanky heroes on their side. And if you look at Neon Esports, they all seem to be really, really happy with that outcome. They did win that game, although it drew out quite a long time for, I think, almost an hour, but still a really
Yep.
good outcome for Neon Esports. They were able to come out on top finally, going into Game 5. This is the second time that Neon Esports have been going into Game 5. First one, they lost against Reaper hashtag in Game 5 and were kicked down to the lower bracket. What do you think might happen in the next game? I know there's no draft, there's nothing right now, but what do
Yep.
you think will happen in the final game of this best of 5 series between Neon versus Whoops?
I mean, that's a very hard ask, to be honest. I have no idea what is going to happen. But if I were to make a prediction, I think it's going to be one epic game of Dota. Both of these teams are going
Yeah.
to make it to the grand finals. Both of these teams have taken 2 games off of each other. They're just 1 game away from making it. And I think at this point, it's fair to say that Whoops, they stand a chance of just making it to the grand finals. They've been no slouches either in this tournament. When he first started off, we saw that that the SEA teams were clearly outclassing Whoops and Ragnarok, some of the Indian teams here. But then Ragnarok, they might not have won against the side of Neon, but they played a decent early game. And now Whoops having taken off 2 games against the side of Neon Esports. I mean, this is some very promising stuff. So if you're an Indian esports fan, I would suggest you stay tuned in because the next match is about to be insane. But
Yeah.
yeah, I think I think this match in particular showcased that Neon Esports, if they're just able to, just sort of relax, let the side of Whoops pile on to their mistakes and, just back off when they're feeling unsure, it works out for them, They made a
Yeah.
lot of tiny errors where they were giving away some crucial kills, where they were messing up certain TPs. And because of all that miscommunication, there were lots of tiny plays and lots of tiny things that were going wrong for the side of Neon. But the moment they saw the side of Whoops buyback towards the end there, they saw four
Mhm.
buybacks being committed, and Fortune so just got the hell out. That's when
Yeah.
Neon Esports were like, all right, you know what, we know how to play this game now. We've managed to force out all of these buybacks. All we need to do is force a fight, and Whoops, they will make mistakes. They will come tumbling down like a house of cards. All we need to do is be patient, and that's all they did. So yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, Neon. if they keep that up, Whoops are going to be having a hard time. But man, Whoops, they're resilient. I mean,
Yeah.
they've been a little bit scrappy. They've been a bit all over the place, but nonetheless, they've still shown that they're not going to go down so easy. And much like Rocky Balboa,
Yeah.
there's only
And
one quote that comes to mind, that it's doesn't matter how hard you hit, but just how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward. And Whoops, that's what they need to do right now. They need to go full Rocky mode, just accept the blows that are coming into the chin, get back up, and
Mhm.
go for that fifth game and try and close this one out. So yeah, both sides, a lot at stake here. I'm sorry to
Yeah,
cut you off, Lama, but
definitely.
I want to know from you what you think about the upcoming game and also what happened in this game.
Yeah, in this game, I think Whoops tried their level best, but again, as I told, that CJ was not as effective as he could have been, and the entire team surrounding CJ, like making their core the carry as their main objective, did not really pan well for them over the large scale. Because on the side of Neon, they had these heroes that were capable of sustaining themselves and were tanky enough to not die as soon as someone jumps onto them. So I think that was the main reason why this game went on for so long, because both teams were unsure of how to close the game down. But again, we'll make sure that the series comes to an amazing end in the next game. That is the final game between these two teams, and we will see you back in just some time. So again, Floki, if you have to say anything or close it out, back to you.
Yeah, I mean, not much to say except that stay tuned in because we'll be back very, very soon with Game 5 of this lower bracket best of 5, and we'll see which team makes it to the grand finals. Is it going to be Whoops? Is it going to be Neon? You're only going to find out after the break.
world. Show me what you got. I hope you came prepared right there. If you give me the thing that I wanna get that thing, that X that makes me cool like crazy. That bad desire, that's lit. No if, no buts, no maybes. It's what I want. This is what I want. This is what I want. What I want. This is what I want. That thing, that makes me cool like crazy.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the AMD Sky Esports Championship 4.0 with our gaming partner Logitech as well as our official fantasy partner Fanclash. My name is Floki. Joining me for this one is going to be Llama, and we have the final match between Neon Esports and Whoops in the lower bracket best of 5 finals today. And man, what a series it has been. From 3 very, very thrilling games to a 4th game that looked like it was almost going to end for the side of Neon, to Neon pulling it back and taking it to a game 5. We have got a game on our hands, Lama, and I just don't know what's going to happen here.
Neither do I, because both these teams are putting out great performances, and now that both of them have been pushed to a corner, it's a do or die game. We are gonna be seeing the best come out of both the teams, and this is gonna be one exciting match. And I can't wait to see what happens here, how the drafting phase goes, how the laning phase goes, and how if it gets over within the first 30 minutes or whether it goes on to another 60-minute game and this final match between these two juggernauts from Philippines and India.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a very, very close match to. I mean, it's not going to be. I'm not sure it's going to be a close match, but it's definitely going to be a match that everyone is going to keep their eyes peeled throughout. I mean, this is about as good as it gets. You've got a mix of Indian and SEA players on one team, and the other team is a full SEA. It's been quite a while since Indian Dota made a splash on the Southeast Asian scene, and if they're able to take this win, this might just be it. But Neon
Yeah.
Esports, well, they are definitely not going to roll over and die so easily. They have been the team to look out for in this tournament, and that is for a reason. And we'll see if Neon Esports are able to continue to establish why they're one of the most,
Radiant team
one of the
pick.
stronger teams here
Timber
in this
spirit.
tournament and also in SEA as well. The draft is
Mm.
live. Oops, they're gonna open up with Valky's Ember Spirit, just snatching it right out of his grasp.
Yeah, and I think Neon Esports do not want to do anything with the Mirana and ban it out
10
in the first
seconds
phase.
remaining.
And the Naga Siren did cause problems for them, so they do not want to face the Naga
5
Siren as
seconds
well.
remaining.
Whereas on the side of Whoops, they are still sticking to banning out these Zoo heroes coming out from the side of Neon Esports. Although Neon Esports, if they want to go for it, can pick up the Lycan in the first phase of picks. But I highly doubt that
Radiant
might
team,
happen. But if
dire
they really
team.
want to, that is a possibility for them. So they go along with Tiny for the first pick and Skyrath as their second pick. Skyrath did work out really well in the last game, dealing a lot of damage actually with the spells. And after having that level 25 talent as well, he was dealing quite a
10
bit of
seconds
damage towards the
remaining.
side of Team Whoops. So we'll see how now that Neon Esports
5
have
seconds
showed their
remaining.
possible core Tiny and Skyrath Mage. Let's see what Whoops are thinking and where their mindset is at right now, going into this last game between these two teams. They will be looking to get their best drafts on and get their players on the best heroes possible for them. So we'll have to wait and watch what Whoops go for here in the second pick of the first phase of picking.
Yeah, I mean, whoops, they've got a lot of choices. There is potentially the Dream Protector from Parasite, not that bad of a pick here. Not the greatest against all that magic damage, but if you do anticipate Neon pivoting
Dire
towards that
team
Zeus,
back.
something like a Lycan pick, it could be a strong hero. But instead, Whoops respond with the Snapfire, and this is something that Neon Esports like to do a lot. It is straight up a page out of their book where they pick up the Ember Spirit plus some follow up in terms of lockdown or damage. And since the Mirana is banned out, they pick up the Snapfire.
Radiant
So
team back.
they've got a
Dire
very easy
team
combo
back.
with the Searing Chains and the Mortimer's Kisses. whoever they manage to lock
Yeah.
down early on in the game, pre 20, 25 minutes, they're most likely going to
Mhm.
be dying.
Yeah, definitely. Like as long as you don't have that Yule Scepter or the BKB on the side of Neon Esports, or even maybe a four staff, any defensive items
10
coming out from
seconds
their side,
remaining,
as long as
Barracks.
they don't have any of those items, Whoops are
Dire
going to be
team
securing a
ban.
kill there. And Snapfire, I think, makes pretty good rotations towards the mid lane as well, securing more kills for the Ember Spirit. Whereas on the side of Whoops, they have finally banned out the Lycan, getting rid of most of the Zoo heroes coming out from the side of Neon Esports, and the next assassin ban as well,
10
who will
seconds
cause problems
remaining.
for the Ember Spirit, mainly
Oh,
with
yeah.
the Carapace, is going to
5
be a
seconds
bit
remaining.
annoying to deal with. So they don't want anything to do with that. And on the side of Neon Esports, it's going to be their uh, next course being shown probably. So Whoops will have to look out to ban that as well.
Radiant
They
team
ban
ban.
out the
Radiant
Dawnbreaker,
team
who
pick.
is a really good savior for the side of Neon
Dire
Esports.
team pick.
And they do not want to do anything with that. And a
Silencer.
silencer
Wow.
being picked for Neon Esports.
Yeah, now that's a very crucial pick to have against an Ember Spirit as well as a Snapfire. Just completely shuts both of those heroes down with one press of the ultimate. So the Ember Spirit and
10
Snapfire can have their
seconds
hands full
remaining.
trying to kill the Silencer off early on into fights. And that's sort of what the
5
Tiny and
seconds
Skyrath want,
remaining.
right? Because if you reach
Yeah.
out towards their backline, they just get to freely cast their spells and use their ults. I mean, not ults because Tiny doesn't have one, but I mean, he has one, but it's passive. But, ult on the Mystic Flare with the Skyrath mage. So it's gonna be a little bit hard for Whoops to just
Dire
get in and
team
burst
pick.
this silencer down. And with a Glimmer Cape and a four
Grimstroke.
staff, life could get difficult.
Yeah.
But a Grimstroke pickup by Whoops, this is extremely unusual. This is not a hero that has seen a lot of play competitively for a very good reason. And it's because this hero just, while
10
very
seconds
strong and very
remaining.
potent towards the mid to late
Radiant
game, he just
team
takes a
pick.
lot of time to be that relevant. And Whoops, seeing that the Doom has
Oh.
been left, unchecked, are going to pick it up. So, yeah, the Doom, a great response to some of these heroes, doesn't really care too much about what the Skyrath and the Silencer do. He's just going to be looking to pick up
10
that
seconds
BKB
remaining.
early on. And yeah, this is going to be problematic because you've
5
got the
seconds
Soul Bind
remaining.
into Doom. So, yeah, I mean, this is some very classic textbook Dota that Whoops are running here. And Neon Esports,
Mhm.
they essentially have two things to deal with now. One being the Ember Snapfire combo, and
Dire
also
team
some
ban.
way of
Wraith
dealing with
King.
this Doom and the Grimstroke. And they're going to pick up the Wraith King, which is a very fair response. I mean, Wraith
Yeah.
King doesn't care too much about being doomed, but
Hmm.
it's weird in a way because if Wraith King does get doomed, all your other allies are susceptible, right? So
10
maybe
Yeah.
seconds
your Wraith King
remaining.
gets doomed and he can't do all that much. But that opens up the Embers game. Now he can go
5
into the back
seconds
line,
remaining.
deal with the Sky, and deal with Tiny and Silencer. So yeah, there's a
Yeah.
lot of things that Whoops have going for them right now. And Neon Esports with the Wraith King, they do address that, but it's not as much of an answer as they think it is.
Yeah, definitely. Having that second life on the Wraith King will keep him alive for quite a while. But what happens when the rest of your team is missing? You're not going to survive for long without them. So if he does get doomed and he's zoned out, and the rest of Neon Esports
Radiant team
come
ban.
crumbling down to the Ember and the Snapfire, it's going to be a problem that the Wraith King cannot address. So
Dire
we'll
team
have to see
ban.
how the laning phase goes coming into this. Obviously, Neon Esports will be looking to ban out. Heroes like PL who are really good against the Wraith King. Any natural diffusal heroes are good at keeping Wraith King in check until that 15-minute mark where he's able to buy the
10
shard and
seconds
survive for
remaining.
much longer. So it's going to be interesting going into
5
the
seconds
laning phases.
remaining.
We'll have to see what heroes are being played where to get an exact idea. But again, on the side of Whoops, their draft seems to be pretty solid. The Grimstroke Doom combo is pretty effective and can zone out an entire team if you get the right heroes under it. So we'll have to
Yeah.
just wait and watch, look out
Radiant
for these
team
last
ban.
two picks coming out from both the teams, and decide on who might have a chance to enter the grand finals and who will be leaving us today.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be Neon Esports who've got the last pick here, so they can answer whatever is it
10
that Whoops
seconds
decide to pick
remaining.
up. So they've got that going for them, but
5
I'm
seconds
not too sure
remaining.
which hero pairs up well with the Grimstroke in lane, because the Grimstroke is not the best lane support, although he can do well if the lane is more kill oriented. Alternatively, Whoops could run the Snapfire with the carry and pick something aggressive there. Just an example, not a hero that you would typically pick here, but something like a Swen, something who can kill early on and take advantage of all the disable that's coming out from the side of Whoops. Another hero that counters Wraith King that's still in the pool, by the way, that I just realized is the
Dire
Chaos Knight.
team pick.
And if the side of
Yeah.
Whoops do pick the Chaos Knight, then Neon can pick the Zeus. And again, we can have an interesting game on our hands where there's counters on both sides, but
Radiant team
it's going to come down to who ends up taking the
Oh,
win. It's going to be the Medusa coming out from Whoops. Yeah. Oh,
anti-mage.
choose your
what?
hero.
All right. Well,
What?
we've got a game on our hands, folks. This is going to be an offlane anti-mage, I believe, in the hands of Enryu. And that is going to be one hell of a game to
Wow.
see, as Valky is going to be playing that mid tiny. I mean, I've seen videos about this on YouTube. This is the kind of stuff that you usually see when people try to make content. But
Yeah.
yeah, I'm not sure if Andrew has seen those same videos, and he's just thinking to himself, man, you know what? Just screw all this. I just want to play anti-mage into this Medusa.
I mean, looking at his face, it does look like that. And again, anti-mage on an offlane, I have seen it being picked. I've seen it being played as well, and I've seen it work. And that's what scares me about this lineup coming from Neon Esports. Now that they have the anti-mage on the offlane, it's gonna make Medusa's life really, really difficult, especially going into the
Hmm.
mid-late game. The mana burn coming in from anti-mage is gonna destroy the Medusa, and it comes down to how Doom is able to keep the Medusa alive mainly through dooming out or zoning out. The anti mage now comes into play, and again, Ember Spirit, Snapfire, Grimstroke, Doom all will be looking to keep the Medusa alive and keeping this anti mage as far away from her as possible. So, this is going to be a super interesting game as we head into the final match between these two teams. And guys, you need to get your popcorns ready. Hang in there, cause
Oh
this
yeah.
one's gonna be an amazing game.
Yeah, we've got a banger of a game on our hands deciding who's going to make it to the grand finals here in the Sky Esports Championship 4.0. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in the final game between Neon
Prepare
Esports
for
and Whoops,
battle.
and only one of these teams is going to proceed. The other will be eliminated after a grueling best of 5 series here. Let's see
Yeah,
who ends up taking the win. Spoke up by both of these teams early on to try and get those wards out and maybe force out some sort of skirmish. Whoops is level 1, pretty strong, but Neon's not all that bad either. They've got the anti-mage who can, burn a lot of mana and deal a fair amount of damage. And it seems like both teams have the same idea. They're going to end up in the other's jungle, sitting up on their bounty rune with the high ground.
yeah.
So yeah, Whoops.
Oof.
They've got all this control on the map now, and as long as Neon don't play a bit too YOLO, I think it should be 2 bounty runes apiece here
30
for
seconds to
both of these
battle.
teams.
Yeah, and I think they don't want to be aggressive on both the sides. Just want to secure themselves a rune. But again, Whoops are looking to get a kill if someone walks towards the bot lane. Because again, Hated is around that corner. Just two more steps and he will get caught. So I think both the teams just disengage and look for that two rune each and
The battle
going into the
begins.
laning phase. This one's gonna be a real
Dyer's courier
fun
has
Uh,
laning
arrived.
phase because I want to see this Medusa. Okay,
yeah. Yeah, okay, that's a little bit interesting there. So Parasite actually flew out 2 sentries from the courier towards this lane. Oh, CJ, he's been spotted. Tsukimoto is gonna throw out that concussive shot, and CJ is gonna lose a little bit of mana, but he can just TP back to his safely in tier 1 tower and
lane.
be A-okay. Yeah, a little unfortunate that Parasite ends up losing out his courier, but nonetheless, uh, he does find a good trade against Tsukimoto, so it's not free by any stretch of the imagination. Bottom lane,
Yeah.
it's gonna be the Granny versus the man in purple. It's not the Faceless Void, it is the Silencer, and No Chance has to be careful about trading into him because, yeah, that hero can be deceptively strong and deal a fair amount of damage if you're not careful with your positioning. So yeah,
Yeah.
whoops.
And again, I'm super interested to see what happens in the top lane. What do you think goes down in the top lane? Do you think the Medusa will do fine, or is she going to struggle?
I think the Medusa should be okay. This matchup gets particularly difficult for Medusa when the anti-mage hits that first big item timing with something like
Radiant's
the
courier
Vanguard and
has
Power
been
Treads.
killed.
So until that happens, I think it should be an okay game for the Medusa here. But yeah, after that, it just becomes borderline unplayable because the
Yeah.
AM is just always going to blink into you and cause all sorts of issues. If you get the Stone Gaze off, it could work. But yeah, whoops, they're going to have to make a dedicated effort to shut down this anti-mage if he gets too big, and that could be problematic as Enryu walking forward on the anti-mage. CJ is gonna get caught out, and with that slow from the mana void, I mean
First blood.
mana break, sorry, that's gonna be first blood going the way of Enryu.
Yeah. And if we keep an eye out on this lane, I think Medusa will be struggling quite a bit just because of the mana burn coming out from anti-mage. And having a support like Skyrath again reduces the capacity at which Parasite will be able to assist the Medusa survive longer in the lane. So it's going to be an interesting lane there. However, in the mid lane, both these heroes are pretty aggressive against each other. But then again, I think Valky will have a slight advantage just because of how much damage he's able to do with his right click with the Avalanche Toss combo. So again, another lane that we'll have to keep an eye out for around that 6 minute mark where both the heroes will be hitting level 6 and starting to make rotations.
Yeah. And well, the top lane going a little bit awkwardly for the side of Whoops because the anti-mage has done a good job of keeping the creep equilibrium under his tier 1 tower, so Medusa struggling a little bit. And this is particularly problematic because if that anti-mage hits that item timing earlier and, gets that level advantage going, this Medusa is going to be in a world of trouble. Whoops.
Yeah.
They're going to have their work cut out for this game. As, yeah, it's a little bit hard to play into the heroes of Neon Esports.
Then again, in the bot lane, it's pretty on the side. It's pretty much on the side of team Whoops, I'd say. At least like in the earlier stages of the game. But as the game carries on and Wraith King is able to get his item timings pretty well, he's gonna be pretty
Oh,
much
wow.
comfortably getting his farm down as well.
Yeah, well,
Radiant's
that
top
balance on
tower
all
is under
things,
attack.
that's the Wild Wing Ripper bug being exploited by the Doom, where even though you stop moving around, that tornado persists even after that Wild Wing dies. Parasite's gonna end up dropping here towards the top lane, but CJ might be able to get a return kill. One more right click will do it, and he will find it, but at what cost? Centaur, well, that's going to be a brief intermission, and CJ, I think he's just given up. He's going to end up dropping here
Yeah,
as Enryu going to get the kill.
Radiant structures
Whoops.
are fortified.
yeah.
Just losing heroes left, right, and center. As even in the bottom lane, the Snapfire ends up dropping. Fish can't do much to save his granny friend, and that's going to be the death of no chance as Neon, across both side lanes, get off to a flying start.
Yeah, and I think it's definitely on the side of Neon in this laning, early laning. In the mid lane, however, they are engaging onto the Ember. Will they be able to secure a kill here, or is he fast enough to
Searing
get the hell out of there?
chains.
And with the searing chains, I think he is good in the mid lane. He survives, and Skyrath will have to move towards the top lane again. But again, man, CJ, I feel bad for him. It's really hard playing Medusa into this anti-mage, and already I'm pretty sure he'll max out mana break as soon as possible, and that will start causing problems to this Medusa, who so much depends on that mana shield and having a lot of mana. It's gonna be pretty hard.
Uh-huh. Oh, Parasite, that Inkswell is gonna keep him alive for a little bit longer, but unless he gets back to his tower reach soon enough, he's gonna end up
Oh,
dropping an Enryu with the level 2 mana break will actually get the kill as he's on a killing spree. 5.5 minutes into the game, this offlane anti-mage doing quite well. I think he's flying out
yeah.
the power treads on the courier too. I could be wrong about that, so his lane is going to get a lot better from here on out. Towards the mid lane, Valky doing a decent job against the Ember Spirit, 23 to 13 against
Yeah.
the 21 to 7 from Azur. So yeah, this has been a close affair as both mid laners 6 minutes in are yet to hit level 6. But with this wave, we should be seeing at least one of them get that ult point up and going, and yeah, this game's gonna get a little bit faster. Down in the bottom lane, though, it looks like Krish got caught out with that silencer, and the Wraith King catching him off guard as CJ getting dove under his own tower up top. There is nothing Parasite can do to help this Medusa, as that's going to be the death of CJ. Blink comes through from Enryu as he outplays Parasite again, and now Parasite could end up dropping, but no chance. Actually TP'd up top. This could be Enryu falling. One more right click will do the job, and Parasite gets the credit for that kill.
Yeah, well played. He hid in the forest long enough for AM to overcome it to get the kill onto this Grimstroke, and they were able to secure a kill onto him. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, realizing that the Snapfire is missing now, Fortune Soul can be more aggressive. But on the other hand, coming down to what he said, I don't think Anti-Mage goes for the boots right here. They always, whenever I've seen an Anti-Mage play offlane, they usually go for the Vanguard rush, and it does look like Andrew is doing that. He's almost at the Vitality booster to secure himself a Vanguard, and after that he's pretty much not going to be taking any damage physically or magically, because having that 15% magic resistance on the counter spell, and as it goes higher and higher, he's going to be taking lesser and lesser damage coming in from the Grimstroke and the Snapfire as well. So we'll have to see how much CJ is able to adapt to this AM counter pick, and if he will be getting enough farm just through jungling, or if he is going to come crumbling down as the pressure from this AM is too much. We see Azora, who has
Oh no, Azura's been
walked onto the
spotted.
top.
Yeah, I think the Observer caught him making this rotation, and now they're certainly gonna find him. In fact, the Science is gonna come through on the Ember Spirit, and Envy with the mana break is actually fighting Azure head on. He's gonna lose his entire mana void, but there's a sleight of fist chains coming through. He will be able to claim Tsukimoto. And Enryu, he's popped the mana void, and he's burnt Parasite's mana away as well, as even though Enryu might not... Wait, never mind, he's diving, he's got the Vanguard, he is not afraid, he is going ham, and Parasite can only try and stay alive a little bit longer as Enryu dives and gets the kill down bottom. Krish also ends up dropping his Neon Esports. They fire on all cylinders here in this game 5 against Whoops. Zur, he's here in top lane trying to get some revenge, but yeah, it's not that easy when that anti-mage has got a full Vanguard 8.5 minutes into the game.
Yeah. And now he will be going to finish up his boots, and after that, I'm pretty sure he's going to be unkillable for a while, because this early game anti-mage build is pretty strong. He has a lot of resistance, and he does not crumble as quickly as someone like the Doom would without items. So it's going to be interesting to see the outcome of this game. But then again, I'm really leaning towards Neon on this one, just because of that anti-mage and the potential that he has to carry this game. Even if the Wraith King does come falling to this Doom, I think anti-mage alone could be able to carry.
Gonna be the death of the Ember Spirit, I believe. Have they got enough damage? No, they actually... Never mind, they do. It's gonna be Hated who secures the kill with the help of the Arcane Curse, and that's gonna be the death of the Ember Spirit. Parasite might also go down here as Hated joins the party, is gonna leave with those +2 end points, and yep, it's gonna be 2 quick kills going the way of Neon Esports, as Enryu just has caused so much trouble here for the side of Whoops all over the map. Down bottom, Krish, he's got the Doom at the ready, but he really doesn't want to pop it for Fortune Soul. Wait, never mind, he's actually not even gone for the Doom. He's just maxing out the Scorched Earth, looking to farm up, looking to hit his item timings. With his Midas finished up, game gets easier for Doom, but yeah, Whoops, they're gonna have this constant problem of the anti-mage running at them, and man, Enryu, he's gonna cause all sorts of issues for Whoops just in a bit. Well, that might have been a bit of an overextension, but Valky walks forward with the Avalanche Toss, and that should be the death of the Snapfire, as no chance gets taken down. Oh, Azura, he's gonna be okay as Enryu blinks and reconsiders and backs off. Realize he might have go a bit too deep, but bottom lane, Fortune Soul is gonna be able to find that tower. And Krish, losing map control, is not really gonna have a lot of place to farm up here, as Fortune Soul just going ham. He's trying to take down Krish over here, but has to be careful himself, because if he dies once, then Krish, I think he was holding on to a skill point, maybe could have leveled up Doom and gotten the kill here, but CJ, his life, is going from bad to worse, because guess what? Fortune Soul and Henry have made their way over here, and it's going to be the death of the anti-mage. Sorry, death of the Medusa down in this bottom lane with the anti-mage rotation.
Dire's top tower is under
Yep.
attack.
It's looking pretty bad for the side of Whoops right now. And again, the Tiny going in onto the Grimstroke.
Yeah, it seems like he is going to be able to pop out the global silence hit, and that is going to save the life of the Tiny, but not for too long. He will still end up falling, but look at all these return kills that Neon are getting in turn. They're able to get the Doom, they're able to get the Ember. Grimstroke already fell, so
Dire's
Whoops
bottom tower is
just
under attack.
unable to get anything in turn. There's no chance. Even ended up popping the Mortimer's Kisses, but didn't find anything in turn.
I don't know, man. Like I can't like see myself in a position where Whoops come out on top in this game just because of that anti-mage. He is making the rotations. He's making so much happen. The bottom tower is already down. Wraith King onto the top. He has taken down the top tower, and now only the mid tower remains for Neon Esports to capture majority of the map towards their side. And CJ will not be having any space to farm as he gets gone on again by this anti-mage with this mana break. CJ might be having a bad time again.
Yeah, but this could get problematic because elsewhere on the map, it looks like Whoops have smoked up. They have managed to find Valky over here, and the Grimstroke still holding onto that Soulbind. Actually popped it just yet. Silencer might end up falling as well as Krish. As per a point into the Infernal Blade, Azura goes forward, and he's going to be able to pick up Hayden. So 2 kills going the way of Whoops. They're able to force the side of Neon back towards their own part of the map, but I'm not sure if that was worth it because Azur had to lose his life for it. Even though in the end they get Valky, they end up feeding the anti-mage, who's going to be a consistent thorn in the side for Whoops. It's just too good of an anti-mage game, playing up against a Medusa. Well, Whoops. They don't really have an answer.
Yeah, and also looking at not just how good of a game it is for him, even if he's getting all these skills, he can still be ineffective. But all that space he's making for this Wraith King just enables them to carry even harder. So he's almost close to the Desolator, which he will have in the next minute or so. So after that, pushing down towers is going to be the only duty that Fortune Soul has, and Anti-Mage is going to take full responsibility on getting the heroes down from the side of Team Whoops. And if you look at the map possession already, Neon Esports controls so much of the map. It's pretty hard to find a farm for the Ember and the Medusa and the Doom, who are all quite a bit farm dependent, especially when it comes to the Medusa and the Doom. They need a lot of farms, so it's going to be pretty hard for them to find the farm that they need. And as we talk about that, there's another engagement.
Oh no, CJ, he's gonna get gone on again. There's a global silence coming through.
Oh
Andrew's
my
gonna drop.
God.
There's the mana void, just deletes him from the game. Well, Azur, he's gonna get to his remnant, but is greeted with a Mystic Flare to his face. Can he get the stun? No, he cannot. So Andrew is able to walk out. But again, Whoops, they're gonna lose their tier 1 tower as the Wraith King rotates in. And this game going from bad to worse as Whoops, they've lost all their outer towers over here. The only thing that can save them is a good Soulbind and a Doom play. As Krish looking to farm up his BKB in the top lane. Just a little bit shy of it. And well, in the meantime, Parasite is going to end up dropping, and that's the power of the off-lane anti-mage. Especially against Whoops' lineup where, I mean, there's just no there's just no lineup that isn't dependent on mana, that isn't dependent on casting their spells. I mean, you can have heroes that don't mind having their mana burn, but it still sucks to play against offlane anti-mage because just what the hell are you gonna do if he blinks on top of you? You know, there's a global silence, there's an ancient seal, there's a concussive shot, and before you know it, you've just been mana voided and you're dead.
Fortune Soul.
Yeah, Whoops are gonna try over here, but it's extremely hard to take down this Wraith King. And in fact, Azur, if he's not careful, he could go down himself over here. He tries to go for the two-man Doom, will succeed in getting it. And there it is. They finally managed to get some semblance of control back into this game as the anti-mage will end up dropping. Trish will get the credit for that kill, but they've already lost Parasite. CJ is all out of mana. Fortune Soul going forward is going to be able to clean them up. Azur is nowhere to be found. He might be a little bit too late. Krish pops the BKB, but there's just too much physical damage coming through from the Wraith King as Whoops will lose 4. The Desolator completed on the Wraith King, and he's hunting for more. He wants to get the Ember Spirit. There's going to be the toss-up as well, and the physical damage. Will it take out Azura?
Oh
Yes,
my
it
God.
will. It's going to be a triple kill for Fortune Solar's Whoops. They tried to
Yeah.
pick up the Medusa in the last pick, but Neon, they just had the perfect answer for it. No hesitation whatsoever. Picked up the Anti-Mage. And well,
Yeah.
even though they win that fight to an extent, they managed to take out NDU and get that streak. Whoops, they still lose 4. I mean 5 in
Yeah.
fact, because the Ember Spirit also fell. So just not an engagement that was worth it for them.
And again, looking like as I was saying, right, this anti-mage not only gets these skills but also secures space for the Wraith King, and we just saw what happens when Wraith King is left alone to farm. Again, Valky going on to this Grimstroke will not have a chance to even survive or get a spell off, and now back up to the top lane. The anti-mage is again pushing this wave, getting more space in, and look at the Wraith King, he's happily farming. He has his Blink Dagger now, and nobody is there to stop him. What are you going to do against this Wraith King? Okay, you find items, you get items to deal with the anti-mage, but in the end, what do you do with this Wraith King who is going to be 6-slotted super soon because of how much space the AM is making?
Oh man, that's a blade mill purchase from your Ember Spirit, and when you see that, you know things have gone south. Azure spinning swelled up. They might be able to get the anti-mage over here as he's dove a bit too deep under the tower, but he's still standing strong courtesy of that Vanguard. Doesn't take all that much magic damage as well. And there's a soul bind coming through. Krish, he's got the BKB, but he does not have the Doom. How can they find these kills? He's just trying to go forward, but looks like the anti-mage will be able to blink away, and Krish just gets half of his HP deleted with a crit coming through from the Wraith King, and this might be the death of the Doom as he gets cleaned up. 3 heroes dead on the side of Whoops and Neon Esports. And they have just gone in full throttle. Whoops, just not being given any space on the map to work with. These skeletons, they're gonna march forward and start pounding away against the tier 2 tower. There's a full creep wave to boot as well. Whoops. This is not the way they imagine game 5 to go down. After such a close game, I mean after such a close series of 4 games, you'd expect there'd be more of a fight, but instead it's no chance going down in the top lane. Getting wrecked beneath his own tier 2 tower, but Azure will be able to get the kill in turn. So it's a lot of gold going the way of the Ember Spirit, but elsewhere, no chance he's dropped. He's gonna be able to find the Skyrath Mage, however, so Azura, there's gonna be a double kill to work with for him. He's gonna be happy about that, but how much does that really do in the grand scheme of things? Because there's still an anti-mage on the enemy team.
Yeah, and coming down to 18 minutes with a 7k network lead on the side of Neon, it's looking pretty grim for them. And Dota thinks that 96% chance for Neon to win this game, and that's a pretty hard. I mean, that I agree with that. It's pretty hard for Whoops to come back into this game, and I don't know if they will be able to control or counter this anti-mage.
Yeah, I mean, this anti-mage is going to cause so many problems for Whoops. They've got the soul bind now, so maybe they can try and make it play. But look at what Neon Esports are doing. They're aware of exactly how strong they are. They've got the reincarnation, and they've wasted no time walking into the Rosh pit. Whoops, I don't think they have any idea that this is coming. Look at how scared they're playing on the map. Azure is even afraid to stick around in the mid lane. Afraid of the Skyrath Mage who could come in with the Rod of Atos and the Ancient Seal. And the anti-mage who's just going to bash his head and burn all of his mana. Then claim his life. Even in the bottom lane, Krish just afraid of pushing out. This Rosh, it's going to be given up for free towards Neon Esports. It's going to be, I think, Valky who's going to take that Aegis. Yep, and yeah, with that, I mean, you have 2 lives on the Tiny, 2 lives on the Wraith King. You've got an anti-mage who doesn't really take a lot of magic damage. How do you deal with the lineup of Neon Esports? How do you kill any of these cores? I'm not sure Whoops have an answer.
Again, all they need to do now is try to get as much farm as they possibly can. And even with farm, I'm really scared for this Medusa because how much ever farm Medusa is able to get, there is only so much she can depend on without her Mystic Snake. I mean, without her mana shield and without her mana. So, and when you have a hero like Anti-Mage, okay.
Yeah, bottom lane, Medusa, she's been caught out with the Rod of Atos, and the Anti-Mage goes in. Parasite is going to be the one to tank the gank for her little snake friend. But looks like Valky, I mean, he is so tanky on that Tiny. They're not even able to get that kill. Fortune Soul jumps in on the Wraith King. There's Enryu as well. He doesn't have the mana void just yet, but the mana burn is going to be more than enough to find the kill onto CJ. CJ drops. The Ember Spirit's going to end up dying as well with the Ancient Seal. Trish pops the BKB. He's popped the Doom on the Wraith King as well. He's trying to find the kill, but is he going to succeed? Doesn't look like it's going to be the case. The toss comes through from Valky on the Tiny, and that's going to be the death of Trish. Has now no chance. The last surviving member of Whoops, he's going to be cleaned up as well. Enryu hunting, looking for the old Magic Grandma. And that's going to be the death of the Snapfire as well. 5-man wipe coming out from Neon Esports as Whoops just have no answer to this last pick anti-mage.
Dire's
Things
bottom tower
have gone
is
from
under
bad
attack.
to worse here. And I don't know if Whoops have anything in the tank anymore to deal with the push that's going to come in with the skeletons.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Oh
going to
my
be
God.
really
Bottom
hard.
tower has fallen.
Oh no, not again.
Yeah, this is brutal. I mean, Parasite getting caught out once again. Valky, he still has the Aegis, and look at Enryu. A mana void to the face. That's gonna be the death of the Grimstroke.
Dire's bottom tower
Yeah.
is under attack.
This is a really big problem right now because I don't think even if they go to the high ground
Dire's
right
middle
now, I don't
tower
think they
is
have
under
enough
attack.
defense
Dire's
coming out
middle
because the
tower
Medusa,
has
all she
fallen.
has is a Dragon Lance and a Yasha. There's only so much you can do with those two items, and
Dire's top
again,
tower
you know,
is
when
under
Ember has a
attack.
Blade Mail, I don't really know how they will be defend anything at all at this point.
Dire's top tower is
Yeah,
under
and
attack.
Valky, I think he spotted out Krish as well. Krish, he's just gonna be forced to BKB TP out. There's nothing he can do over here. And well, that's the BKB wasted for the Doom. He's still got the ult coming back of cooldown in a bit, so maybe there's an opportunity to make a play, but it's still gonna be hard. And look at Enryu, he's just forced 4 heroes towards the mid lane all by himself. He even returns the Mystic Snake with the help of the counter spell, and look at that. Whoops just have no answer whatsoever as Enryu is toying around with the side of Whoops.
Yeah. I don't see any way that this anti-mage is going to slow down
Dire's top
anytime
tower
soon.
is
So
under attack.
they are going to be securing the top tower as well, and maybe with the next Roshan enter the
Dire's
high ground
top
and end the
tower
game.
is
Meanwhile,
Yeah, there's the Mystic Flare going out onto the Medusa. She's lost all her mana. And Krish, because he does not have the BKB, cannot get the Doom off. He's going to be dead. He didn't have the Doom anyway. He's just going to get it as he dies. But regardless, that's not a fight that Whoops wanted to take. Hated still surviving on his level of HP. Will finally end up dropping. But at what cost? The Doom is dead. No Chance is dead. Parasite's dead. 3 members on the side of Whoops have gone down just to get one measly silencer. And looks like the Ember Spirit, he could have been next had it not been for that sleight of fist.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
yeah, I
Dire's
think that's going to be
structures are
the...
fortified.
All right, well, there's the old shot coming in. Juke not working. And Valky dives a little bit too deep over here. I mean, this could be problematic, but the Tiny just does not want to have a look at that Medusa's face, and he in fact tosses her out. CJ, this is not what he wanted. He looks like he's gonna get beat up by Enryu soon enough. Valky will finally end up dropping here, but can they find more? Whoops, they are desperate over here. Remnant forward coming from Azura. He's gonna be able to chain up the Skyra Crease, and that's gonna be another kill going the way of Whoops. But again, it does not come for free. They lost no chance. And Neon Esports, they were able to disengage and get out with all of their cores. Well, not all of their cores alive, but their anti-mage as well as the Wraith King alive. Well, if you predicted the outcome of this match on the Fanclash app, you are going to stand to win some prizes. And if you didn't, do make sure you check it out. Do make sure you hit the download button. And yeah, you can stand to win some really cool prizes. I'm going to have to hold on to that thought because it looks like Krish, he's actually managed to find the silencer over here. And Whoops will be able to clean up another hero. And my god, the Wraith King just one-shots the Parasite Grimstroke. And now with Enryu jumping in as well, CJ, his mana has been burned. The Doom comes out from Krish. They might be able to clean up the anti-mage, but where's the BKB? It's not available on Krish. No chance. Well, he looks like he does have the BKB on Krish. Can they even find Enryu though? He's surviving on a sliver of HP. Fortune Soul, he attempted to go for the deny, but doesn't find it. And while the Ember Spirit cleans up
Radiant's middle
again,
tower is
whoops,
under
they
attack.
end up losing their Medusa. They lose their Doom only to find a Silencer and an Anti-Mage.
yeah, I think Whoops did the best they could. but there's only so much they can
And
do at this
oh,
point in the game.
yes, Sukimoto. Well,
Oh
he jumps
no!
in. He's able to lock down the Snapfire, and while Azur is going to be able to get the kill, can he even get out? Well, with the help of Parasite and the extra movement speed coming in from the Inks, well, he'll make it back towards safety. But look at Valky, just smacking his lips, waiting for a decent opportunity to go in. And then, I'm not sure if a Whoops hero is going to be alive to tell the tale after the big rock man blinked in their face.
Yeah. I think going into the minute now with a 14k net worth lead, I think Neon Esports seem to be in a pretty comfortable position right now. They don't have to force anything. They don't have to initiate anything right now. They can get the control, get the map control, keep them inside their high ground, and just secure farm for themselves as they wait for the next Roshan. It's going to be pretty easy for them after that because get the rush, get the high ground, get the towers down. It's pretty textbook. But again, it
Oh
comes
my
down
god.
to
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but with this Abyssal Blade, I'm not too sure if Whoops are gonna even be able to take these fights anymore. I mean, this is the anti-mage just going in and blowing a hero up, guaranteed with that item.
Dire's bottom tower
Fortune
is
Soul.
under attack.
I mean, he's made the dire jungle here, just not leaving here. Whoops are not getting any farm across the map. They're just all
yeah.
sitting and waiting inside their base,
Radiant's
waiting for a
middle
misplay
tower
to
is
come
under
out from
attack.
Neon Esports, and Neon Esports just
Radiant's
aren't giving it to
structures
them.
are fortified.
They're very happy to
Medusa
just farm
might be
away.
caught.
Yeah, Medusa has to be careful, and oh no, Andrew, he's gone, and there's the Mana Void, there's the Abyssal Blade reveal, and that's gonna be CJ.
Radiant's courier has
He's
been
gonna fall
killed.
here, and no chance. Well, he's able to get the 4-staff off, and keep himself alive, but his Medusa is a different story. Now, the Wraith King pushing in the top lane, the Anti-Mage pushing in the mid lane. Whoops, they're gonna have to fight a battle on multiple fronts here, as this top tier 3 is gonna end up dropping. I hear a BKB being popped somewhere. I'm not too sure whose BKB that is. It is gonna be the BKB from Krish. He does end up finding a 2-man dude. There's the Waterburst cases coming through. No global silence for this fight. They've managed to take down the silence, and the Wraith King's first line is gonna be gone as well. Valky dropping low. He's gonna be able to make it back out towards safety. There's the cookie coming in from no chance, and that's gonna be the death of the Tiny. But the Anti-Mage surviving through it all, just not affected by the magic damage from the Doom, and he's back for revenge. He's turning his attention towards Chris, and that's gonna be the death of the Doom here.
Oh
Fortune
my
Soul
God.
clinks in, gets the kill on the Snapfire, but CJ, he's got the Stone Gaze at the ready, and Fortune Soul is gonna be punished over here if he's not too careful, because Rochans did buy back, but Endu has joined the fray. He's getting Mana Void soon enough. Can he find it? The stun comes through. There's the Scatter Blast on the right click stuff. Yes, they are. And at last, whoops, they will get a 5-man wipe, but again, it costs them 2 buybacks. One from Snapfire, and the other from the Ember Spirit. And I'm not too sure in the end if that's even worth it for the side of Whoops.
Yeah, but then again, when it comes down to the side of Whoops, I think this is the best they could do, and they are doing the best they can. All these skills, even though they're small, do add up quite a bit. And if they're able to keep this going, if they're able to keep getting more pickoffs, and next time maybe without using their buybacks, I think it's going to be might. I'd say still have a chance, although it's really, really hard to come back against this anti-mage. We'll just have to wait and watch if it is a possibility for them to even try and come back, because I really don't know, with the Medusa being the such an important carry for the side of Team Whoops and being dominated like this by an anti-mage. I really doubt that they
Radiant's top
could
tower
come
is
back
under
from this.
attack.
And now that Roshan is up, pretty sure they will
Yeah.
secure that and push the high ground. It's going to be really hard after that.
Certainly, I mean, this is a very hard game for the side of Whoops. I mean, they're gonna have to give it their all in order to win it. The Soul Binds need to be perfect, the Dooms need to be perfect, the Stone Gaze needs to catch some hero and turn him into stone for them to have a chance and come back in this game. The Ember Spirit is gonna get caught out for a second here, but he's got a Remnant out, so he's gonna be okay. No follow from the Skywrath Mage, and the Tiny wasn't in the vicinity either, so he couldn't really blink in and follow up and enable Fortune Soul to find that kill. But Roshan, that's a different story. Roshan's gonna fall to the side of Neon, and once again, they're gonna have an Aegis to work with, and this time, an Aghanim Shard as well.
Yeah. And looks like the anti-mage is gonna go on to this Grimstroke and secure the kill along with Fortune Soul. the Ages of Immortal going on to Valky, who is, I think, the squishiest compared to the Anti-Mage and the Wraith King, who has this
Radiant
reincarnation.
are
So,
scanning.
again, it would be good on the Wraith King as well, but I think just because Valky is squishier and tends to die before the other two, it's better on him. So, yeah, I think it's going to be an easy push into the high ground right now, and don't really see an answer coming out from the side of Whoops other than Azora trying to
Radiant's
do
middle
a little bit
tower
of
is
damage
under
and
attack.
maybe a Grim Doom
Mhm.
combo coming in and securing a kill or two. But again, they're probably going to be losing this high ground
Yeah.
the set of racks probably right now.
Yeah, it's gonna be difficult. There's a Youth Scepter available onto Azura. He's getting pelted in the face by the Tiny, but he's got the Blade Mail, so he's actually returned all of that damage onto Valky, and that's gonna be the Aegis down. No commitment required from Whoops. Well, but it looks like the Doom, he is gonna get gone upon by Andrew, and once again the Medusa's in there with the Stone Gaze. The Tiny being doomed up as well. Can they get the kill on the Anti-Mage? Yes, they can. But Fortune Stone is also in the middle of things, and the Medusa, now out of Stone Gaze, has to be worried. Can her Mana Shield last long enough, and can she survive the Wraith King's aggression? Looks like she might not be able to. There's the Wraith Fire Blast coming through, and the Medusa getting forced up, but the Arcane Curse, along with the damage over time from the Wraith Fire Blast, will take her down. No chance, also dropping really, really low. There's a last word upon him. Can he even make it back to base? Yes, he can. He's gonna keep himself alive, but at what cost? Andrew is bought back, Parasite's bought back as well from the side of Whoops, and there's gonna be a buyback from CJ as well. The Ember Spirit is gonna get caught 100 seconds without Azure, and this might just be it. Andrew blinking in, trying to
Yeah,
create some space as they get themselves the second set of racks, and in fact, Fortune Soul, he's going straight for the game. He's going for the jugular. They want to take down this throne. They want to secure their spot in the grand finals, in the game, in the final game against Reaper hashtag. And it looks like this is going to be it. CJ is going to end up dropping. Whoops, they have lost all
and
their
they
heroes
call
here, Chris.
GG.
The final surviving member on the side of Whoops. GG is going to be called, and that is it. Neon Esports are going to be our grand finalists in the Sky Esports Championship 4.0 as they make it through the grand final. And boy, oh boy, do they do it in a dominant fashion. The first four
Yeah,
games, they were hard, they were arduous, but they somehow managed to pull through it to come with a very one sided victory in that final game, just giving Whoops no room whatsoever on that map. Everyone is anti-mage, just completely shuts down every single thing that Whoops tried to do. And as a result, Neon
yeah.
Esports, they're going to claim this game, they're going to secure their spot in the grand finals. So, congratulations to Neon Esports for making it to the grand finals here. But whoops, they did give one hell of a fight.
Definitely did, and I think both teams played amazingly well. Looking at the first four games, they were duking out with each other really, really well. But then when it came down to the last game and the last pick as the anti-mage, I don't think Whoops expected them to go for a core like an anti-mage after the Wraith King has been picked. So they really didn't seek on banning it out or anything, and looks like it was a wrong decision since Andrew on that anti-mage cost them the game, and Whoops were not able to do anything at all when the anti-mage just jumps onto them, takes care of all the mana that CJ had, and just mana voids her. So it's a pretty hard game for Whoops, and they were just not able to come back from that deficit they had in the early game. And again, very well played by the anti-mage, and yeah,
Hmm.
congrats to Neon Esports for securing themselves a spot in the grand finals.
Yeah, what an insane game coming out from the side of Neon Esports. No hesitation whatsoever in picking up the anti-mage for Andrew when they see that Medusa come through from Whoops. And Neon Esports, I mean, they've got to be smiling year to year after that match. I mean, they know what they just did.
Yeah,
It's I mean, it's unpleasant if you're Whoops, right? To pick a Medusa in the second last phase and then have an anti-mage come through. Usually, you leave these sorts of picks for the last phase when you yourself have last pick. But because Neon Esports had a counter, they didn't even think about it. They just straight up went for the anti-mage, and the Medusa just had no impact in the game whatsoever. I mean,
yeah,
not when it mattered anyway. The early game was just brutal. Just got completely
yeah.
destroyed, and then just didn't get any space on the map to work with. And even the bottom lane didn't go all that well for the side of Whoops. And
Yeah.
yeah, with that, it's gonna be the side of Neon Esports who make it to the grand final. and have a chance at revenge against the side of Reaper hashtag, who did send them here in the first place, who put them through two arduous BO5s, forced them to play 10 games, and yeah, as a result, I mean, Neon Esports, they're going to be vengeful when they end up facing them in the grand final. So, Reaper hashtag, they better look out because Neon Esports are not pleased with what they've had to endure to get this far.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Going down to the lower bracket was, I don't think even they planned that out. They wanted to win the best of five against Reaper hashtag and secure themselves a position in the grand finals right there and then. But they had to be pushed down to the lower bracket by Reaper hashtag and had to endure 5 long games, especially the fourth game went on for an hour. So Neon Esports are definitely keeping a revenge match in the next series coming up against Reaper hashtag in the grand final. So I think that's going to be one of the most important games that we'll see because they have faced each other before. One time, Neon Esports coming out
Yep.
on top, and another time when it really mattered, Reaper hashtag coming out on top. And
Yeah.
I think we have our MVP ready. Do you? I don't even want to ask. Like, it's going to be the anti mage, right? Yeah.
Andrew, of course. Yeah, I mean, that's
Yeah.
no surprise whatsoever. Single handedly shutting down a carry, there's very few heroes in the offlane who can do so as dominantly, and there's very few matchups in the games that are this one sided. But Henry on that anti mage just made quick work of Medusa. And yeah, right from minute one, it was apparent that there's not going to be much that the Medusa was going to be able to do as CJ. I believe it was the second time when he got caught around the small camp that he just stopped moving. He just gave up. He was like, "All right,
Yeah.
you know what? Yeah, you got me, dude. Just kill me. I'm gonna go to the fountain. I'll take my free trip. I'll come back and try to play this lane again." But that lane was unplayable, and Andrew
Yeah.
was a big part of the reason why. So no big surprises on the MVP here, but great performance by Valky and Fortune Soul as well. I think if it weren't for the Tiny winning that mid, that game could have potentially been a little bit harder because he did have 13 denies on his Tiny when we checked him on and towards mid. But yeah, enough talking about what has happened. And yeah, we do want to turn your attention towards the grand finals between hashtag Reaper and Neon Esports. And again, I mean, I just have no words. This is going to be a grudge match for the side of Neon Esports, and they're going to want revenge against hashtag Reaper. As
Yeah.
yeah, Neon Esports. I mean, they have to endure a grueling 5 game series. I mean, Whoops did not make it easy until the very end. It was only after Neon Esports they got that outdraft in that final game could they finally, let out a sigh of relief and be like, all right, phew, we're gonna make it to the grand finals now.
Yeah. And obviously, they are going to be angry at hashtag Reaper, and it's going to be a fun best of five grand finals. I'm really excited. I'm looking forward to it, and hope all you guys are too. In this phase two, we have come down to the grand finals.
Hmm. Yep. And yeah, I mean, just make sure that you keep your eyes out for the grand finals. And before we go, I do want to give a huge shout out to some of our sponsors, AMD, Logitech, as well as Fanclash. Do make sure you check them out. Do make sure you download the Fanclash app. And whenever a match is going on, you make some predictions. So maybe you can win some easy Bugattis. Who knows? I mean, they've got a lot in store for you guys down there. So make sure you download that app and check it out. But I believe today is going to be it. This is all we have in store for you today, folks. This low bracket best of five was all that we had. And it's going to be Neon Esports who take the win. So if you're a Neon Esports fan, make sure you rejoice. And if you want to stay tuned and if you want to find out what happens in the grand finals, then make sure you click the follow button if you're on Twitch and subscribe button if you're on YouTube. That's going to be it from our side. And before we bid our goodbyes, Lama, is there anything else that you would like to add?
No, nothing from my side. I think Whoops played really, really well. They showed themselves to be a really powerful opponents to Neon Esports. Nobody expected them to go to round five in this. I don't think any of us expected them to go to round five, but they did. They showed it's possible, and very well played from Whoops Gaming. But Neon Esports, congrats on securing yourself a spot on the grand final stage.
Yeah. I mean, Neon Esports, they've made it now, and they're going to be facing up hashtag Reaper. And if you want to find out when and where, you do have to make sure that you're followed and you subscribed on Twitch and YouTube, respectively. But that's going to be it for today, folks. Thank you so much for tuning in. You've been watching the AMD Sky Esports Championship 4.0. This is Floki and Lava signing off.